What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat, random discussion episode 55 of season 2. We are live and alive. Shout out to the Cope gang for staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being here solving those mysteries. We are live and alive, my dudes. How's everyone doing? Got the music on in the background. We're chilling like a villain. Oh boy. Did I do my shout out to the mystery gang? I think I did. Either way. If I didn't, shout out to the mystery gang for being here for solving those mysteries. How's everyone doing? We got 7 viewers in the chat. Good stuff. We got ready to meme today. I got any good memes today? Any good memes? Oh boy. Yesterday we had a good talk with that wavy dude. He seems like a pretty cool guy. So if you didn't watch yesterday's 2-hour stream, maybe check into that stream and see what you find. Seems like a pretty up to date kind of dude. So yeah. Feels good, man. We got Finleo's in the chat. What's up, buddy boy? How you doing, dude? We got Yes, dude. We are live and alive still. How we doing? How we doing, dudes? This is the meme I was trying to find the other day. Here's the meme. This meme is so sad, but it's just the reality of today's world. You know, there in a world where there is no moral compass of the world, I guess the next best thing is acquiring money and power. So you aspire to do this every day. Don't ask questions, just consume product, and then get excited for next products. So yeah, this is the face of the average man of today's day and age. He just consumes, and you know, he might produce something at his job, but at the end of the day, he is just a consumer. He does not concern himself with the future of his nation, the future of his people, the future of his soul, the future of anything. All he cares about is don't ask the questions. Don't have any questions. If you have any questions at all, you're insane. Because you'll be called a schizo or whatever. You'll be called bipolar or some shit. If you just and what they want you to do is just consume product, right? And then get excited for the next product. So this is mankind on repeat until the day he dies. And yeah, this is just the reality of the world, dude. Because this is what a lot of us have been relegated to via the system, and this is what the world is. So yeah, this is just it. You know, this is what the average man has been cast down towards, just being a blatant, open materialist who cares nothing about the average man of today's day and age doesn't even concern himself with the next 3 months. He's more concerned about, okay, like, when is the next iPhone coming out? When is the next smartphone bullshit Samsung phone coming out? When is the next piece of Goy slot media coming out? Oh, Star Wars or and I guarantee you, this dude here, he's gonna watch the new female Star Wars. He's gonna love it, dude. He's gonna love it, dude. He's gonna love the new female Star Wars, where he just goes there and he consumes it. He just he eats it up every day and doesn't have a care in the world about you know, what he sees in that media and what that media is doing to his mind. All he cares about is that you know, consume product, get excited for next product, and then consume product again. So this is just the eternal man. Eternal man has been found. The last man, maybe not the last man, but this is your not maybe not your competition, but this is just your this is just the average schmuck you see on the street. The average oofy doofy fuck you see on the street is just literally doing this every day. A football is a product. The NBA is a product. WWE is a product. They even call it the product. Baseball is a product. Like every year you consume the same product on repeat, and you see nothing wrong with this because this is just the way your life has always been. But the moment somebody points it out and tells you that you've been consuming the same thing for 50 years and like it's the same thing every year, you get called a crazy schizo, right? Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? I don't know. Let's see. What else we got going on here? Got this computer on the background that's making noise. Sorry about that, but it don't matter as much. Here we have what do we have here? Any good memes? Here's a good meme. We'll do the quick meme here about the plight of the average Asian man in really the West, but really across the world at this point. They really do just crush these dudes and turn them into ants, and they don't care. Here we have there's no audio here, but there is applause, so you have to read it. I'll read it out loud if you need me to, but other than that, yeah, this is weird. Here we go, applause. But seriously, I mean, Asian girls are going out with like white guys, black guys. Applause. Here comes the dude. It's so, dude. The world has become so like I think there's a term for this, but like this is the oddest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, people will cheer for African Americans or black people in general, no matter what. Like it is an odd occurrence that people will just cheer for anything and everything black. It's just weird. But like, even if it's just virtue signaling, they'll do it anyway. Like, they'll just say, "Oh wow, a black person was said, so we need to cheer," and it's really weird. Like, it reeks of like patronizing, this being patronizing, right? This is really fucking weird. I don't know. You got cheer. We got look at the cheer. Here everybody but Asian guys laugh. They're all laughing. Like, what's gonna happen to Asian guys? They're gonna go extinct or something. Oh, dude. He sit at home playing video games, laugh. Like, I feel bad. Like, I feel like they're all single, but not bad enough to date them. Oh my god, dude. There is nothing. I don't know. Like, there is no racial loyalty amongst women. They don't care. Like, I think that a lot of those black women you hear about crying about how, the slave master would grape us. A lot of those black women probably wanted to be raped by the slave masters, being honest with ourselves. They probably ran straight towards those men saying, "Oh, wow, well, he has the power," because think about it. They conquered your men. Your men are working on their plantation, so maybe they just felt some kind of way about that and said, "Well, I'll come on to the slave master," or something like that, or who knows. Obviously, you were property still, but at the end of the day, I mean, call it what it is. If we're being completely honest with ourselves, but I mean, the same argument could be made with Japanese or the Asian people in general, is that the white man conquered them too with the racial nuke. The racial nuke. What kind of was a racial nuke in a way, but with the fucking Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? You got knocked out 1-2 punch, and you lost the war, and they came in and invaded your ass. They literally rebuilt your entire country, and and then that's what kind of happened, right? When I said it before, but if you lose the war, you just lose. Like, you are a slave to another man, and your woman will see that and act accordingly. Like, that simply is just the way things have always worked. Look at France during the Nazi occupation; they just ran straight for the Nazi men or the Germans, and this happened multiple. I mean, any time a city gets sacked the women run to the men who have the power. So like they don't have any loyalty to the nation. They don't. I mean, women, as Jack Nickelback always says, women and merchants have no loyalty. And you're seeing this now. The merchant class is just a globalized cabal of assholes who run around the planet, destroying everything, destroying society, destroying the culture, destroying and they're trying to morph and change the world into they already kind of have, but they're changing the world into their own playpen. And you're just effectively just an NPC in their world, right? You're just another schmuck in their world, and if you don't produce anything, you're fucking useless. They throw you out, call it a day. So what do you call that? Like is it evil, or is it just this reality? So I got laugh. Let's see. Like last week, this Asian guy was like, I was just like, geez, when are they gonna realize the Asian girls are just way out of their league, dude? A lot of these Asian women are gooks. They don't look as good as they look. Cause this goes for any woman, dude. But they all look worse than they look without makeup on, obviously. But most of them are like using makeup to go up like 1 or 2 points, and at least in the category of face. And yeah, they don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't care about the race. They care about how can I get as much Chad dick as I can in me. So they don't care. I think it kind of stops there. You can't hear anything else, but yeah, that's the clip. That's the entire clip. So yeah. Let's see. I rarely hear black women giving Me Too accusations against white men. I wonder why. It's almost like as if they either it happens consensually, or if it does happen, they don't care. So like it is what it is. People only care about single men because they have stopped working and bringing in taxes. That's the only time they care. Yeah, when you stop producing, that's when they start caring about you. Other than that, they don't care about you at all. You're just meant to be another block in the, just another a brick in the wall. You're meant to be just another effectively it's just like every man has become a production unit in a factory, and the moment that cog breaks, you put in a new cog and you call it a day. You don't care about the cog anymore. It's just you throw it out. Worker ant, yeah, worker ant's a good good word for it too. Yeah, so worker ant, another cog in the machine. The cog breaks, put a new cog in. The old cog gets thrown in the trash can, and if it happens to work again, you put it back in. But other than that, you don't fucking care about it. You just throw it away. So that's simply reality. The cheer for blacks, then in their minds they can't be racist. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, they don't care about the extinction of their own ethnicity. Also, they freely hate sub-8s worldwide. Yeah, they do. Yeah, monogamy is a pragmatic social construct and a good functional one, like natural rights, one might say. Yeah, effectively, yeah. Yeah, people don't view it that way. People are like, well, I want. The problem is that man wants more than what he can handle, and the problem, and this has been the problem with for people for centuries, that we keep trying to chase this dragon that doesn't exist. We keep trying to ascend to the heavens when we don't even have the we don't even know what heaven's really like, and we keep trying to make heaven on earth, and we don't have the skill to do it. So we cope. We come up with other. We try to fucking consume to fill that void. Because we left a god behind 30, 40, 50 years ago, and rather than make a system that actually works, we want to make a system that works for us. And the system that works for most men, that they think is going to work for most men, is that, well, if we just free everybody and the best man gets all the women, well, then that system works for me because obviously I'm the best man, right? Well, not really. Maybe you're just another loser, right? But one thing I've learned about any system is that, or any ideology is that, or everybody thinks they're the exception to their own rule, or to the rule of anything. Like, it's really weird, but they do. So like, simply just the reality of it. The question is, if Curry Cell takes over a country, would that woman want to bang them? I don't know. Who knows? Would they have a choice? I mean, if you have a sword at your throat, does it matter? Does it matter anymore? Way out of their league. They overrate the hell out of themselves. Well, they do, but honestly, so do the men. So the men, not only do women overrate themselves, but men reinforce it. So it just simply gets worse and worse and worse. Yeah, the women are way overrated, though, for sure. And that's one of my argument. One of my core arguments for a while now is that men overrate the living hell out of women, and men overrate, and then women overrate themselves, because by proxy of that, overrating, being being pumped up by Chad or whoever, they have a inflated ego, inflated sense of self-worth, when in reality they're just some other plain Jane, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 chick that you can find at a bargain bin at a Walmart somewhere. But they all think they're special because they've been told by their father, their uncle, their great-grandfather, their grandfather, their everybody on, every man on planet Earth has been telling them that they're God's gift to mankind, when in reality they're just another woman. And man suffers because he takes seriously what the God made for fun. But we take these things seriously as if they have any real value. Beyond having kids, they have no value, but we pretend like they do, and then we wonder why we're suffering. Well, I don't know. Stop taking them seriously and just treat them like children, because that's what they are. Asian women are dating black guys? Probably no, not normally, but they lie and act like they do. So Asian women's looks are inflated because they tend to be less overweight than other races. That's true. Yeah, there's some truth there. I would agree. Yeah, just like how majority of men overrate women. Yeah, I said that, but yeah, okay. You finish it for me. But worker ant. Yeah, masculinity on tap. That's basically what it is. They want masculinity on tap. So when they need a man to show up, they call the 911, and the fireman shows up, the policeman shows up. So they have it on tap, and if a man's ever attacking them, they call 911. The policeman shows up. House is on fire. You call that guy. You call the electrician when you need him. You call the plumber when you need him. The only thing that breaks this system is if men to stop doing those jobs. And you're seeing the crisis and not so much a crisis quite yet, but it's going to be becoming one where men aren't going into those jobs anymore, the blue collar jobs, as much as they used to. So because of that, there might be less on tap, but either way. Single men with no prospects for family. Keep working, boy. Keep working, dude. Jay, you're right. Asian women are white adjacent in the system of white supremacy. They are, yeah. And they called them the model minority for a reason, but... Jimmy, I know houses are expensive as fuck. Jimmy, I know you have no prospect for family. Just keep working, Jimmy. I need my check, Jimmy. I need your tax revenue, Jimmy. Go back to work. And then you just look at him and say, what's the point, boomer? Because, it's all stick, no carrots. So I'm supposed to just go to work every day and produce so I can live in a 1-bedroom apartment. You know how dumb retarded that fucking sounds? Like, it sounds like, honestly, in a world where the insane rule the world, well, the sane guy who's telling the truth is simply seen as a schizophrenic. That's what it seems to me. So women rather die than fuck a man they are not attracted to. Yeah. The women would finally take up arms as the Currys invaded their country, trying to ravage them. Currys. The Marvel movie Eternal, I didn't even watch that shit. Featured an Asian female lead with 2 white male love interests. The director of an Asian woman has a white husband. Ha, dude, even in a fantasy world, in a fantasy where things aren't even real. Well, I guess maybe that's the point of a fantasy, right? Where it's not real, but it's real in real life too for Asian men or Asian women. So that's just sad, dude. I don't know what to say. Like. It's very obvious. You see these white men dating these black women or dating these Asian women. And it's just like, you just look at it for what it is. You're like, this is just funny. Like the memes write themselves. You know what I mean? They write themselves. They write themselves now. You've seen it a million times. You see it every day. You walk outside in the street. You see it on the media. You see it pushed everywhere. And the memes write themselves now. Like, okay, yeah, this is what I saw in the meme, and this is what's real. So, like, is art reflecting life, or is life reflecting art? And maybe it's a little bit of both. So, Giga JBW pill, who knows? Meanwhile, Shang-Chi, the first Asian male lead Marvel movie, had no love interest in the film. That's sad. Yeah, I remember hearing that a lot when that movie first came out. That is just sad, dog. I don't know. What do you say to that? That Asian men have zero sexual desire for those men, which is odd. I don't know. This is weird. Oh boy, fried fetus deletus. Perfect quote. What's that quote he said? Oh, women would rather die than fuck a man they are not attracted to. Yeah. That's some truth there. Women inherently hate nerds and blue collar men, the very men who uphold society and give them their smartphones. Yeah, they don't. Dude, they don't care. They don't care. They care about what you can produce. And once you stop producing, then they no longer care about you anymore. So that's simply how society works. That's how your mother works. That's how your grandmother works. That's how your aunt works. That's how your sister works. It's how your nieces work. If you stop producing, they're like, where's the man with the money at? Oh no, well, he's not here anymore. So what are you gonna do? Oh, well, I'm gonna throw him out, or he's useless now, or something like that. So yeah, you call it what it is. Just call it what it is. Call it what it is. It's simply you're being exploited. And the best thing to fight exploitation is simply drop out. Fuck it. Why work when there's no fucking benefit to it. I'm gonna be a 45-year-old. I'm gonna keep working until I'm 45, and maybe this year I'll acquire a woman and settle down. Okay, and I'm gonna keep working until I'm 55 years old, and this year I'll own a home. Wow, you know how retarded that sounds? Like, homes are insanely expensive. The interest rates are coming down a little bit, but they're still pretty high. I mean, high. Well, it's relative to time period, but they're higher than what they were, a few years ago. And you expect a man to. So not only can that man not buy a home at an early age, he also can't find a wife at an early age. So he's going to be working to like 45 before he does anything. That's retarded, dude. And you think that system's going to work in the long run? Well, I guess it's like I said earlier, though, nobody's thinking about long run. People are thinking about short run the entire time. So rather than thinking about, hey, this is the maybe how is this going to affect the next generation when we pass this bill or this law, or if I do this X action, how's it going to affect my family or my my community? They're thinking about, hey, how is this going to affect me? We live in an era of me, I, and instant gratification is the name of the game. And if you can't instantly gratify me and give me what I want, well, then you're fucking useless right now, because like, well, if you aren't doing anything right now for me, so why should I care about you anyway? So like that is the name of the game. Yeah, that is the name of the game. So what's up, dudes want to run right now? Good shit. I wanted to walk earlier today, so it feels good. Mystery School, and you have to pay 40% taxes. Isn't that insane? Like, the founders went crazy over a stamp tax, and we're paying sales tax, we're paying income taxes that are unconstitutional, which is absurd, but we pay them anyway, right? Isn't that weird? We were paying state income tax. That's okay. It's also there. You're paying unemployment taxes and everything else, or maybe your company is. But at the end of the day, it's simply like you're being fleeced every day, like, and then they're also taxing you via inflation. So every day, I made this argument a few months ago, or like a year ago now. Every day you go into work, you're making less money because of inflation. So like, if you think they're not lying about inflation, you're out of your mind. So like, they say it's coming down, it's probably not. And even if it is, the inflation the money they've already printed has been printed, so it's locked in. So we have year-over-year inflation of 10% for 3 years almost in a row, and then it comes down to 5%, and they're like, "Wow, guys, we things have really improved, guys. Have they really improved, or are you just lying to me?" Like either way, you're being fleeced every day, and unless you got like massive raises across the last 2-3 years, you lost money every day you went to work. So yeah, it is what it is. That South Park episode where the blue collar worker got rich might become accurate. Well, I don't find Asian women attractive at all if they're flat asses and flat faces. Yeah, neither do I. But who knows? A lot of leaders in the white extremist organizations have Asian GFs. I wonder why. Isn't that weird? Tila Tequila was part of the alt-right. What was she? I wonder why she did that to get closer to Asian men, right? Who knows? White men, or not, get closer to white men, rather, right? White men don't have to be inkwell. They have ethnic fawning over them, yeah. But I get they're polite, though. Like, most men want women of their own race, but, most women, I guess if you really got desperate, you could just go somewhere else, or dip down to another race, but most of them don't want to do that, which I get, but at the same time, I think it's perfectly natural to want someone of your own race, so, I don't know. This is weird. But I get it. If you don't want to date somebody else, it's fine. It's your life. There's a book that has your thesis, anti-Oedipus. Funny you mentioned that, the Thai being different and saying being labeled schizo. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Yeah, isn't that funny? Yeah, this is weird. You tell the truth and you're fucking schizophrenic, but the dude out there who believes there's 85 genders, he's perfectly rational and saying, okay, so I'm schizophrenic, I'm schizo. But the dude who believes in 85 genders, he's allowed to walk around the planet untouched by a psychiatric ward. But some dude who says like, hey man, maybe we should stop doing surgeries on children. That dude's crazy, bro. Nah, dude, you're a bigot. You need to be thrown in jail, and you're a bad person. Okay, well, I think we have a I don't know, we have flipped, the world is flipped on its ass right now. It's flipped on its ass, literally, like flipped upside down, ass backwards, and everybody pretends like it's not. Everybody acts like we're still living in a world of sane people, but we're not. When record numbers of people are on various forms of psychiatric medication, there's something wrong with the world. Like you can't convince me that under normal conditions this many people would be in these dire straits when it comes down to their mental health or whatever else. But somehow you're supposed to just ignore it all, and you're supposed to just ignore it and just be I don't know, just accept it and move on. And because that's really what they want you to do. They want you to, okay, well, stop. Please, Goim, stop noticing things, Goim. Stop noticing. Goim, if you stop noticing, Goim, the life will just get better. Just own nothing, be happy, get in the pod, eat the bugs, and do everything else. That's what they want you to do. They have an agenda. They're pushing the agenda, and there appears to be no pushback to it. If there is pushback, it's so minimal, it might as well not even be there. And any internet movement you could possibly galvanize would be filled with feds the moment it started. So you can't push back because the feds will just show up immediately and then arrest you or something like that. So there really is no pushback. This is just to say that they've won would be an understatement, right? It'd be weird. The only thing that can stop this will be once again a black swan event of some massive proportion. But even then, would that really stop it? People would actually run to those people who have the power to come help them. So it's like, this is weird. True. Do you follow any Passport Bros channel? I don't care. I don't care about Passport Bros. I really don't. I think it's simply just taking the problem and spreading it around. It might solve your own personal problem, but it doesn't solve the problem in general. But nobody has the appetite. No politician, nobody in general has the appetite to solve the problem because it either hasn't gotten bad enough, or if it has gotten bad enough, people are. I think Passport Bros is the next logical step to that. But I get why people do it, but at the same time, I just see it as a way of just taking the problem and spreading it around. Because any woman you take from another society is a woman lost from another man, and so yeah. But at the end of the day, do you really care about that man to begin with, right? Most men aren't thinking the way I'm thinking, where it's like the fellow man thing. They think about, okay, how is this going to benefit me, I. They don't care about how does this benefit society or the greater whole of the humanity, but they don't care about that shit at all. And maybe I should stop caring about that shit too. Maybe I should. Maybe I'd be happier. But who knows? The race pill is real. It is real. It's the most real thing on the planet. I don't know why we all cope with that shit, but it's real. It's real as fuck. Absolutely real. If a white guy somehow became low in status, I bet Asian women would still get with the white guy. Yo, dude, I see all the time. Dude, I see loser white men with Asian women all the time, and they're nobody's working some dead end job, and they have an Asian waifu, and the women are perfectly content being with that dude. So yeah, this wage distribution has to stop. They don't care, dude. They don't care. They're not gonna stop it, dude. Like, why would somebody who's benefiting from a system want to destroy said system? If the system's working for you, or you print up a bunch of money, and your friends all get it, and you get a kickback in later on in life, why would you ever stop that system? There's no benefit to stopping the system for you, so you're never going to stop. Or rather, it becomes indistinguishable. Yeah. What's up, champs? What's up, Mark? All women are women. Yeah, well. They somehow ignore colorism when it comes to ethnic men dating. They don't care because they think you're trash. So they think you're deficient trash. So they don't you have to look at women for what they are. They are nature's eugenicists in a way, and they not even eugenicists really. They don't even pick They don't even pick the smartest and the best men. They pick idiot men. They think they're making the right decision when they're not. Because they make choices like children. So they look at the flashy car or the flashy thing with all the flashy shit on it, rather than picking something that's pragmatic. They pick something retarded. And then wonder why it blows up in their face every 3 to 5 years, and then they end up a single mother or some shit, and then this is what we have. This is what we have. So yeah, they say somehow they don't ignore it. They openly embrace it. They embrace they love being racist when it comes to men, because it allows them to have an advantage in the market, right? Oh well, that black man, he ain't working hard enough. Or that Asian man, he got a small dick, or whatever else. Or I guess when it comes to white women say he's not working enough for some shit. So they come with a bunch of excuses why they hate their own race of men or some other type of shit to justify going somewhere else. Because they actually want to. So I think women of all races talk about white supremacy and white privilege so much because they have their own projection of how they pedestalize white men. They do. Yeah, that's the reality of it. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. Lord Zoo teaches the power of inaction too. Yeah. Pluto said to try to buy a small home, but there may not be enough of those. Yeah, I don't know, man. You tell me. You tell me. Even if the blue collar worker makes 3 times more than her, it's still missing the shiny status she wants. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she wants a man who also has a job of status, right? She says she can brag to her friends saying, "Look, I'm dating I'm dating a lawyer or a top tier engineer at Google or some shit, or I'm dating a a whatever, some other high status job, a doctor at Johns Hopkins or some shit." Like that's what they want to be able to say about their kids, about their husband, about their whatever else. And that's what they want to be able to say. They want to be able to flaunt around what they have rather than actually having any real substance. So, because they're all materialist. Not working till 45. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll be taking the 45, right? Who knows? Passport bros are so contradictory. The American Fours are not traditional and are hoes. So Pookie gets a passport and goes to Thailand and engages in degeneracy by paying hookers instead of marrying. Dude, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. I completely hear you. I think it's a complete, I don't know, is what it is. Like I said, I think America's essentially just, I said it on the Base Pluto's channel, but I think America's essentially just an open air whorehouse at this point. So everybody's trying to, the men and the women are whoring themselves out to the next, the highest bidder. And the women are doing it the old fashioned way where they whore themselves out to some random dude for a night or two. It's a Chad for free, So in some cases they do it for free. The men are trying to hoard themselves out to the next highest bidder at the next job, trying to play this endless rat race that they're never gonna win. And you keep running, you're on the endless self-improvement treadmill forever and ever and ever. And the entire society is encouraging you to keep running and running and running and running and running. But it's like, what am I running for? And what is there waiting for me at the end of that? At the end of all that work? Oh, you got an extra 10K in your paycheck, dude. Wow. Okay. Wow. That more money, more materialism, so I can buy more things I don't need to satisfy people who hate me. Isn't that weird? Isn't that a fucking just like a really fucked up system? But I'm crazy for pointing it out. Okay. Yeah. Isn't that fucking weird? You point out the obvious contradictions in the system, the contradictions in people's morality, and the contradictions in the system, and it's like, what? You know how dumb you sound saying that? And then people don't even understand the implication of what the fuck they just said. So they're so retarded they don't even understand implication anymore. Like what? So like you make a statement and then you don't even fucking hear what you just said. Like I don't even know. Like fucking weird, dude. Society can't be saved and doesn't care about you. Take what you need and leave it alone. Yeah, but society is the people in it. So I like I said, I hate that word society because I prefer the word people. So people can't be saved and don't care about you. Yeah, but that goes for you as well. Like everybody doesn't care about anybody else. That's the problem. Like we lost our moral compass years ago. Like at least back in the day, there was at least the veneer of caring about your fellow man. Now it's simply just whatever, dude. He doesn't matter if he falls off like a roach. Well, he was useless anyway, right? So yeah, empathy does not exist for men. For women in society, to the extent it's absent. Its absence is unnoticed, often coldly mocked from total comfort. Yeah, that's true. Like, why are they insulting American black women if they're exporting the black degeneracy to sea by getting hookers pregnant and making them to listen to rap music and teaching them to twerk and dress half naked? Isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that? Yeah, that is weird. When you spell it out like this, it is kind of funny how the very same rap music that destroyed the black community and the very same conditions that can destroy the black community, black men are just bringing to another country and calling it what it is. Is weird. It is kind of funny. I'm not saying they all do it, but it is funny how I think the music you listen to and the culture you export to across the planet, and that's why I called America the Great Satan, because it does export degeneracy en masse from its black population, from its white population, maybe not so much from the Asians, but blacks and whites for sure. Just export their degeneracy everywhere. And then you wonder why the rest of the world falling under the spell of this bullshit. So yeah. working to lose money, fake money. Yeah, not only are you losing money, you're also losing fake money as well. So it's like it makes it's like a double gut punch, right? Like I'm losing money and I'm losing the fake money I'm forced to use because some government apparatus, back in 19 whatever, fucking decided to pass a bill that made some bank. So yeah, that's weird. Paper money is not even backed by gold anymore. People are allowing so much government tyranny. They don't care, dude. People would gladly sell their soul to the devil if it allowed them to become a multi-trillionaire and it allowed them to live a soft life. They would do it. In fact, you see it happens every damn day in Hollywood or in the music industry, so they don't care. Yeah, they really don't care. They will sell their country up the river for a few shekels and then wonder why they're in hell the next 30 years, but who knows? I don't know. This is weird. Maybe I'm coping. White women generally look old faster than other. They do. They age like shit. Bail-ins, bail-outs. Yeah. My son will be a feminist. Isn't that funny? How like they destroy their own sons. Shit, look at how fake the stock market is now and how propped up it is. The Fed controls everything. It's just the funniest thing. The Fed is basically just a huge hedge fund. That's all it really is. They give money to the bank prop up the market, and because at the end of the day, they realize that the stock market is all that really matters now, because people just look at it and say, well, is the market doing well? I don't know. If the market's doing well, I mean, I'm doing well too. But it's like, hey, most Americans don't even own anything on the stock market. If they do, it's so small that it might as well not even exist. And then the rest of it's just like fake funny money pumping up stocks, and then the big whales selling off to some fag to who wants to who will hold his bags for the next 20 years while he walks away scot-free. So it never ends. And it's just, at some point these guys will still short the market en masse and destroy all the wealth that people have created. So, or the wealth, quote unquote, wealth in big air quotes here, because it's not real anyway till you pull it out. But yeah. Oh no, my paper money is not backed by gold. Oh well, gotta watch the Super Bowl. 40% taxes. Oh well, back to my Super Bowl. Yeah, dude, never ending, dude. Beginning of the year, there is a hiring surge, take advantage. What do you say, man? Parents and society as a whole emasculate their sons. We're just surprised that everybody is following evil. Yeah, nobody cares, dude. Extortion, government tyranny, and these suckers will keep voting to print more money, bro. Yeah, because all they care about is like, the conclusion I've come to is that all American democracy is all about is basically who can vote to raid the taxpayers more than the fucking next guy, right? They don't care about the actual country. It's all about, okay, who can vote to give me the most shit in the fastest way possible, so I can fleece the fucking guy, I can fleece my fucking neighbor out of his money. That's all it really is. The Asian guys in Southeast Asia are cucked for letting their women get ran through by sex tourists. They should be banned, these guys. That's, like you said, it's just exporting the problem around. Yeah, they don't care. I mean, maybe they do care, but their governments certainly don't care. The governments are perfectly content to allow this to happen en masse because the tax revenue, tourist revenue, all that stuff, right? They don't really care about the actual men who work and live in their society and live in those countries. They don't care. So, call it what it is. Yeah, money's just going to be printed regardless. Don't forget they use that money to protect pedophiles. They do, yeah. There's a reason why AOC hides her husband. Oh, dude. Also, I love how stupid men in our community are. Every live or video this passport pookies make, the Thai hookers are cussing us by saying chocolate men, but guys still pay $500 consultations. I don't know. People will do whatever they got to do to people will do whatever they gotta do. Dude, can someone just ban this rabbi? Get him out of here, dude. Fuck you. Yeah, people will do whatever they gotta do. Like they're gonna people will pay. Like I said, men want want to fix their problem, right? I want a solution. And this guy here says this guy who, like, the funny part about social media is that everybody knows it's fake. You know every video that dude posts about his life. He's only posting the good parts about his life normally, and then you're gonna go to this guy who is lying to you on social media, pay him $500 to lie to you, and then if I point that out, I'm the schizo, right? It's weird. It's a weird world, dude. Oh, dude, just ban the rabbi. I don't want to see him anymore. Just ban him. This is your final warning. Okay, here's your final warning, dude. Here's your final warning. See you, everybody. Bye, dude. Bye. I don't care what you have to say. Okay. The Jews have nothing about it to say to me, dude. Fuck off. Okay, I guess the blue collar guy could just lie though and get away with it since they could get money. Yeah, whatever, dude. Warehouses for elites only. Pluto is not J-pilled. He is not a true MGTOW. Alimony, child support is all support judges. Retirement. If he's a MGTOW, MSTOW, he should be more vocal about the J's. He won't though. Well, yeah, no one ever will. Most rap music is cancer. It is. Yeah, it's a cancer on the mind. 8 million unemployed men. Why aren't you working for society that hates you? Keep working for no pussy income. No family prospects. 500K house and pay these 40% taxes. Cucko. Yeah, dude. Basically what it is. Dude. Degeneracy will spread regardless of who wants or doesn't want to spread it. It's not necessarily true. If you have a good, just society, then it won't spread. Like, you won't have it anymore. But no one actually wants to, uphold those virtues. They rather just succumb to the easy thing. As a good word says, the way to heaven is the straight and narrow path. The long, winding, straight and narrow path. But the road to hell is a highway. It's a huge highway to hell. It's a highway to hell. It's much easier to ride the highway to hell than it is to actually walk the straight and narrow path, which is why most people just fucking succumb to what you just described here, degeneracy. So they don't care. Transparent money is scary for central planners. Yeah, isn't that funny, right? Selling your soul to the devil to be a trillionaire, not worth it if you don't know what a soul is. Besides, you cannot take your money and materials with you. It's true. But they don't care. They want to live a good life now rather than do something else later. So, well, most money managers can't even beat market average. Yeah, they can't. In fact, that's probably the intention, right? they don't want you getting rich. They want you to be right where you are, right? What pisses me off is this weird extension of the times you're supposed to meet certain stages in life. For example, Napoleon, when he was 24, became a general. It's because back in the day that men were, they were allowed to do stuff like that, right? And then now it's like, you're expected to be 50 years old when you're a general or some shit, right? So it's just times have changed. Our standards and what a man is have changed, and Augustus was like really young when he became the emperor of Rome, but I don't know. People were different beasts back then, right? People had different standards on when men hit certain milestones, right? So, but now we got to wait till we are 69 years old to own a house. Isn't that funny? Yeah, isn't that weird? Watch my sports ball. Yeah, sports ball sports ball is. I mean, like I said it before, but it's the opiate of the masses, right? It literally is bread and circuses, dude. This is bread and circuses. This is bread and circuses en masse. A guy in Space Force has written how digital money is the frontier for war for its unique set properties. Well, what do you know? Be a disgusting slob while watching Chad play sports. Isn't that funny? Yeah, it's called software. Yeah, it is. Oh, let's see, Boomer. Jimmy, I know about a house with 2 years worth of money, Jimmy. Well, you have to pay 10 years. Keep work, dude. 10 years, dude. If even that, dog. Like, houses cost on average what, 400K, 400 some odd K now. Who knows? Maybe it's 300 some odd K. Either way, you're most men don't have the savings to even have a down payment. So like, you're in the interest rates are like 5-7%. So what are we talking about here? It's absurd. It's absurd levels of interest, absurd levels of payments, and that's why most men rent, and even rent's high. So like, you're just kind of screwed. Your life is just like, you're just meant to be this dude who just, once again, you'll own nothing, you'll be happy somehow, and you'll be another drone in the system, and then you'll die. And then that's the end of your life. So yeah. History, there are thousands of American guys who live on the beaches in Thailand after getting finessed by hookers, and they have no money to even fly back home as they sold car, house, left jobs. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. Well, clean up your planet, bucko. Yeah, well. No, I got that AC/DC song in my brain. Okay. Well. When people say MGTOW, they are mainly talking about poor, ugly men that claim to be MGTOW, not rich guys in Chad. Maybe. The way I view it is that if what you wanted doesn't want you, then what are you? You're MGTOW, right? You got sent your own way. And if you've been relegated to having fat chicks approach you or something like that, then it is what it is. What you wanted doesn't want you, and you don't like your offerings. Okay, well there you go. You just prove the point. So remember when she said that boomers figuratively left a monster shit in the toilet that you Gen X Y Z A has to clean up. Yeah, that's true. Austin Holloman was dating a mixed black Thai hooker named called Kate, who was the product of a black guy who got a Thai hooker pregnant. Now Kate got pregnant by a black guy from the States who left her. What in the fuck? And what is going on? Dude, this world is crazy, dude. This world is crazy, dude. I don't know. And now she's a hooker and she got a kid to raise alone. What a degenerate cycle. Yeah, well, if men and women got together early in life, skip student debt, worked their asses off, got married, saved, invest, and build, both sexes would do pretty okay in about 5 to 6 years. Bitcoin is probably also rigged since you can use USD to buy meaning the elites can just print money and buy crypto. On top of that, rich can centralize Bitcoin. Bitcoin is probably rigged since you can use USD to buy, meaning the elites can just print money and buy crypto. On top of that, the rich can centralize Bitcoin. I don't know. I'm not saying crypto. If you want to make some money on crypto, I don't care. But obviously, there is a money making opportunity there. Certainly, there's money making opportunity everywhere. But at the same time, like, I'm just looking at if they control as much as you think they do, and they can just easily rig the Bitcoin market as well. They can just easily rug pull every 5 to 6 years. Rug pull. They'll give you some hope with a few rallies. And if you're smart, you'll hop out the first or second rally. But other than that, they're just gonna keep doing these rug pulls that they pull out massive amounts of whale money, and then you're left holding the bag. So it's like, I'm not saying don't do it. If you got the skill to trade, do it. But I don't know, not for me. Austin sex tourism Holloman, dude is flying around banging thoughts and hookers. There has to be more to life. Well, whenever I say that, people think I'm crazy, or they think you're I don't know, whatever. Who knows? Either way, I've noticed normie YouTube videos talking about how bad Gen Alpha iPad babies are. They are letting us know that degeneracy we see now is nothing. So get prepared, dude. We are in the die phase of the Rat Utopia experiment, dude. That experiment is a prophecy. It's not some like doesn't apply to a thing. We are in the die phase of the Rat Utopia experiment, Doug. Especially in the West. Yeah, like the behavioral sync you're seeing in the next generation is absurd. Like the way kids act, the way they behave, their behaviors are stunted. Partly due to the Chad 19. But also partly due to a lot of things, like the way their parents are raised, and the parents are shittier too. If you're that Gen Z was bad, who knows how bad Gen Alpha is going to be? So you got a bunch of kids born who literally just brains are fried by the 5G and the iPad and whatever else, and they're expected to be the next generation of leaders in our country. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're either brain dead or don't even realize what's happening in your own country, and you either refuse to see it, in which case you're retarded because you can't see a fucking pattern, or you're I don't know, you're just it's weird. So I'm not saying it's a bad option, but it's still rigged. Whatever, yeah, it is. Marriage, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad option. I'm not gonna call it what it is. Marriage is a thing of the past. Most people will be single, and most marriages will dissolve in 10 years. Yeah, I would agree. Money can be made anywhere. Find a strategy that aligns with you, I guess. Whatever you say. Domesticated sons. Gotta help the youth. They don't deserve to be hated, but they will be. That's the sad part about it. They will be. And truth be told, who knows? They when you say they need to be helped, can you help somebody whose brain has been so fried by propaganda their whole life that they don't even know what's true anymore? I guess you could show them the truth. Would they even believe you anymore? Like, if I showed you the truth of, I don't know, like, let's say you've been told that, well, I can't even get people to understand the truth about money, right? Like, you tell them the truth that the money is fake, and they're like, whatever, dude. Or they might even accept it, but they don't care. Like, okay, whatever, dude. Well, how does this affect me today, right? It's just weird. They don't really care. And about the youth, like, I'm not saying they shouldn't be helped, but at the same time, like, I have no control over their teaching, or who their teacher is, or who their parents are. Like, their parents are their first teachers, and if the parents are garbage, what do you expect the kids to be? You know, I don't know. Things are going to hell. What's up, VVS Void? Haven't seen you in a while, dude. Maybe I have. Things are going to hell, and I'm just happy to be here, honestly. I have little doubt once androids are mass-produced that the elites won't quickly dispatch the rest of humanity. Things are getting cool. Yeah, well. Yeah, and now the passport Pookies and Pattaya are after Kate, as she's a black and Thai goddess, so she has increased her price to $500 a night. So much price difference to hookers in America. Oh my god, what in the hell? If you want to be taken care of as an old person, you gotta have kids because the state will treat you like shit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. That's simple reality. I got memes for Dave. Here's some funny memes. This one here is for the Shalom Rabbi. Shalom Rabbi. Here's one for you, dude. Welcome to All Sides of the Issues. Here's our panel of commentators: communist Jew, a socialist Jew, a liberal Jew, and a progressive Jew. Dude, this is all you see on TV nowadays, dude. This is the same like 5, 6, 7 commentators, and they all have the same opinion about the same things. And then somehow the average American thinks they're being informed when they watch garbage on the media, dog. It's true. the average American thinks, I watched a panel with Rush Limbaugh. No, not Rush Limbaugh, but I watched a panel with Anderson Cooper and they had on a Republican and a Democrat, and I learned something. No, you didn't. You learn anything. That you learned that they have you by the balls, and they have you in a narrative that you can't accept. So that's what you learned. So yeah, call it what it is. This is funny. Speaking of, this is kind of off topic as hell, but have you guys heard about this thing that happened in Miami? There's everything that happens in Miami ends up on, not Miami per se, but there's like people who let off fire or something like that. But then the response from the popo, the police, was like way overstated. Like there were like over 100 police officers there. There were like helicopters flying around. Apparently they shut down the power in part of the city or something like that, and then the airspace was controlled. I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know how to pursue this, but yeah, I don't even want to call it alien. I think I watched a video that was fairly convincing. Like the dude who said he witnessed everything was like fairly convincing on YouTube. I might play it, maybe I won't play it, who knows. But he basically said it could have been interdimensional beings, like, which is a little bit different from an alien. And like with something like that would even show up on a camera, like how would you capture something like that on a camera? Who knows? But I don't know how to pursue it. I don't know how much to believe. I think non-parenting adults who have an influence on the youth, but I know I can easily get wrong given the amount of money that flows into media programming. Dude, if you saw the stuff they're playing for kids on the media, you'd probably cry. It's literally full of like pedophile imagery and shit. They got books, literally pornography in kids' schools now, dude. These kids are not being taught anything worth the fuck, dude. They're all being perfectly indoctrinated into the system where they want to I don't know, they call it what it is. They hate children, they hate life, and they're trying to influence your kids to be a little LGBT warriors and everything like that. So yeah, call it what it is. It's a fallacy. Most kids treat their kids like shit. They throw them in nursing homes and forget about them. Oh, you mean most kids treat their parents? That's what you meant. Okay. All have dual citizenship. Who? Oh, normie YouTubers. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. You're forgetting conservative ones. So conservative parents, yeah, they're probably the best ones. But even then, like, if you're a conservative parent, your kids will inevitably, unless you've taught them so well that they just somehow fight all the programming that you send them to college, and colleges are full of communists and liberals and everything else. They're going to be indoctrinated there a little bit, and you better hope they have the ability to fight against that shit, in their own head. But who knows? Like, Younger generations are entitled for not wanting to fight for this country. Never mind the fact that most won't be able to join. Yeah. The alien thing, yeah, okay. That's true, but a lot of people in nursing homes have no kids to check in on them, get treated like literal garbage by the caretakers. Yeah, that's true. Or a panel of like the 5 on so-called Fox News. Yeah, this is funny, dude. This is funny. School is not even natural. It certainly isn't right now, but I saw some ordinary gamer make a video about it, and I thought it was odd for the number of police cars for a teenage riot. Yeah, it's just weird. Everything around that seems weird. And then when you talk about it online, you immediately have some fucking like basically any talk online asking questions about it is immediately met with I'm gonna find it. This is a good image for it. You basically get a lot of this like, take your meds, schizo, or hey, dude, stop noticing things, dude. It's basically this. The fucking glowies are like operating on high profile, like next level shit here to get you to fucking think that it was just a bunch of fucking random youth kids who were this is weird. This is weird. Like you get this massive a glowy operation of like, no, don't question it. Like what is like any other thing would have had, if it was just fireworks and some shit like that, and some kids holding sticks, like you would have thought like, well, yeah, this is just like it's what it is. But it reeks of like a massive some. Yeah, this is what I thought too. This is a good comment here. Interdimensional beings that store camera footage. That's why we haven't had a clear video. Most people worship these beings already. Real aliens at this point are immoral and non-degenerate men. Yeah, this is what I think too. I mean, I hate to say this is what I think, but this is somewhat what I think as well. I think that if it is interdimensional beings, then it's probably distorting the camera footage. So like, even if you pulled your camera out, would you be able to even see them? Like, how would it even look on the camera? Because how does something from another dimension manifest in the current? Speaking of which, I actually have some. I'm not sure if this was ever explained. I saw this on on my typical website. This thing here appeared in the sky of I think it was over California, and nobody knows what it is. This thing here, what is this? What is this? It appeared over the sky of California. Somebody recorded it, but it could just be a CGI, some dude fucking around the internet. But like, what is this? And like, no one was ever to explain what it was, and this is weird. I don't know. I'm not saying it maybe it could be a hoax or it could be a fake. Yeah, it could be fake. But once again, how do these things look? How do these things look in the in reality? That's a PS5. Is it? I don't know. Someone said they recorded it, so who knows? It could be fake. Let's see. Everybody says fake, but who knows? We don't know what an interdimensional being would even look like on this plane of existence, right? The Miami video was crazy. The amount of police that showed up for a teenager fight. Yeah, it might have been a government experiment. Could have been. There were like unmarked Black Hawk helicopters flying around. It was fucking weird. I would love to have a very real alien invasion of this planet. Who knows? Miami is J controlled like New York. Maybe they summoned demons. Yeah, maybe that's what who knows? Maybe they were. I mean, there's so much fucking weird. And here's the very same thing in motion. Here's the thing I showed earlier. This is what it looks like in motion. It's so weird. This is so weird. I don't know. Project Blue Beam. Maybe people keep saying that, but who knows? A blue beans. Looks like AI. I don't know. People keep saying everything's AI. What is this? Okay, I know what this, I don't know what meme this is. Here it is. This is always this is gonna be my new fucking response to the atheist cucks in my Here we go. There are thousands of gods. Which one is real? The one you hate. Because apparently, like, I always notice on the internet, it's always Christianity gets attacked. Islam, there's no problem, dude. Hinduism, no problem, dog. Fucking everything else, no problem, dude. But the moment you bring up this dude over here in the corner, it's like, what the fuck? This is weird, dude. I don't know. Call it what it is. Like the one you hate. Somehow it's always this guy over here with the cross on. He gets the most hate in the room, but everyone else is like, the Hindu doesn't die, the Buddhist doesn't get attacked. Islam, he gets all the love. It's weird, but Jews get all the love. But if you talk about this dude in the corner over here, I don't know, dude. Dude, this is weird. This is a good meme. I'm gonna pull this meme real quick. This is a good meme, solid meme. Nah, not that meme. That meme's good too, but what the fuck? Where's the meme at? There it is. A good meme. This is a solid meme. Here we have Schwarzenegger in Total Retard, the movie. One time when I was living in my hometown in the year 1988, I seen a black diamond-shaped UFO west of town. Yeah, I've seen a UFO before too. I've seen 2 UFOs actually. I have a video of one, but I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it here. I do have a video of something in the sky. Like, it's unbelievably fucking weird. It's like these lights for making a circle, and then they would combine together, and they would make a circle in the sky, and it was really weird. It was like right in front of my balcony. It was so weird, and like couldn't tell what they were because the cloud cover. But like I know it wasn't coming from the ground because I couldn't see any like, normally when it's like a spotlight, you see the beam, like the beams in the sky, so you can tell it's a spotlight, but it was coming from above coming from the sky, so I couldn't see anything that it could possibly be, and I'm like, what is this? It was so weird. Maybe it could have been a light, but I checked on the internet for like, or checked my area for like any search signals, or I even drove on the block to see maybe I'm seeing a spotlight, but it wasn't a spotlight, so like, I don't know. Next time you see a plane in the sky, record it. The real planes will still appear on camera with the decals and paint scheme. The fake ones will distort and appear as gray as a ball of light. Try it. Huh. Well, the Netflix is back. A Tate supporter definitely drew that. There are multiple gods. Wouldn't that mean that the religious people are more likely to be in the right path? Well, yeah, I mean, the Lord does say, thou shalt have no other gods before me, so even he acknowledges that there are other gods. He simply says don't worship them, though, but who knows? This is a funny meme as well. This is a funny one. you get used to it. I don't even see the news anymore. All I see is false flag, psyops, and bullshit. Oh, dude, that's a funny one. That's a funny one, dude. This is a good meme. That's all I see now too, dude. All I see is false flag, psyops, and bullshit, dude. Anything to keep you fucking plugged into the game. So it's the funny part about it. Anything to keep you plugged in. What's this meme here say? What does this meme? Here's a really creepy ass video I found. There's no audio. I'm just gonna play the video, but basically these we found a strange area blocked off at a mall, so we wanted to find out what they were hiding. So they walked down these. I guess they somehow walked down the stairs here. Who knows how big this mall is really, but it's blocked off, so who knows. It didn't take long before we found a secret entrance to the basement. So I don't know how big this mall is. It's pretty big. The whole downstairs was abandoned right under the active mall. If we did some exploring and found a suspicious hole that we wanted to check out. And like we followed them all the way into this office that had tons of maps of underground passages. What is going on, dog? Oh, dude, have you guys heard about DUMB's DUMBs? I think it's like something underground bases, underground military bases, or something like I always forget what the D stands for, but it's weird, dude. So a well-known fact, they already have bases underground, but yeah, this is who knows. Found offices everywhere. We kept going to find endless tunnels under the whole city. They found, yeah, Colorado Airport. That's a big one, yeah. Dumb. It's a dumb, obviously. There was no way out in sight. It just started turning into a maze. That's weird, dude. I don't know. Well, I got time. Let me. I had a video someone posted earlier. Let me see if I can find it. World Star video. I found it. Got it right here. Copy link address. Copy link address. All right. Let me come over here and could be a bunker. Who knows what it is, dude? Colorado Airport. That's another dumb, obviously, but they say it's something else. They have a literal statue of a horse with red eyes on it. It's a weird area, man. Denver Airport. If you know, you already know, right? If you know, you know. Now I want to go to the site, not to this. Hold on, gotta pull it up again. World Star Hip Hop, go. It's gonna move. All right, pull this out. The audio up. The audio is up. All right, let's do it. How do I pull the? There, it's right there. Let me pull the. I am thinking why they might have found the real back rooms.
Hey.
It's all women here. Why would you want separate checks?
Dad, I'm sorry, you're the only man at this table. Why are we doing separate checks?
What in the hell? What kind of mindset is that? It's just like open fleecing. Like, oh, you the only dude at the table, dog. You gonna pay? It's like, what? I ain't know. What am I? The bank? Like, you know, I'll be saying no.
It's all women here. We gotta check.
Someone said stage video. I don't know, dude. I don't know anymore. How much? I don't know. Someone said stage video. It could be. Yeah, the why is to conduct professional trafficking. I've always thought that. Who knows? Probably staged, to be honest. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder how much of the stuff that you see on World Star Hip Hop or anywhere else is like just completely staged. But we'll watch it anyway. I don't know.
I'm not responsible for paying everybody. I got the birthday girl.
But you invited everybody. You invited all of us.
I didn't invite you. Ernestine invited you. Okay, I'm responsible for who I brought.
Okay, you're the only man at the table. I'm sorry, hold on. We was all doing Russian roulette, paying with credit cards and all that. Now all of a sudden you want to split checks? We doing split checks, bro?
That was 2021.
Y'all
okay?
wait.
Things were different.
21.
But I didn't sign up for that. Okay, there's nobody else doing
But
the.
you participated. I know we ain't got shit. I know.
Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. This is my birthday, for real. Don't.
Okay, well,
We're not.
I didn't have anything.
No.
But you
It's
still
Donnie's
paid.
birthday.
Wait a minute. We're not doing this.
This chick's face is literally painted on. I guess they're all painted on, but my God, like, look, you can just tell this chick's face is painted on. Look at the glossy, dude. It's literally just glossy. Jesus Christ. A little bad acting. There's some truth here. Yeah. Or could this be reality? Who knows? She's smirking. You know, this is staged. I don't know, man. Probably staged. Could call it outrage and views. Yeah, this is what a lot of the internet is now. Like, you know, who knows how much of the shit you see on the internet is just bullshit, fake shit. You know, people just making up views and trying to, oh look, like this is the new hot thing is men versus women. So if we make a video about men versus women, it's gonna get a lot of views and we'll get some money off of it. We'll call it a day, and no one will be none the wiser, right? So, oh, whatever. I don't, you know, like I said, I'm gonna go back to a picture I showed. I'm gonna go back to a picture I showed earlier. Let's pull it back up again. Yeah, you guys already know what I'm gonna pull up, dude. I'm gonna pull this picture up right here, dude. Picture right here. This picture right here, dude. You get used to it. I don't see the news anymore. All I see is false flag, psyop, and bullshit. So yeah, I'll keep watching it though, but that's all I see. So let's go back. All right.
But you
No,
can
but you
though.
sat
So
at
you
the
still-
table. You don't pay for a seat.
Okay, well,
Yes, no.
Listen,
There's
I don't
gratuity
care- I don't
and
care-
everything on this
I don't care how y'all do it.
I didn't order
I didn't
food.
have anything. I just showed up.
Well, I'm sorry. Dave, but you always pay, like, you're the only man at the table. You're not going to pay the check?
If it's, but I'm not obligated. I got my whole family.
It's $700 for this whole table, and it's my birthday.
This is your podcast co-host.
It's
This is your
only
best friend.
$700.
It's only Shan.
You being cheap.
Are you kidding me right
you
now?
honestly being cheap right now.
Okay,
No,
first,
if that was the case, I'd have just took you out.
are
so
you
much
being
your birthday.
Dre? Are you gonna let him sit here with a whole table full of women?
I really feel like it's not his responsibility, and when y'all get a husband,
I'm married.
I'm sorry. I do have a husband. Hold on, wait a minute.
So Donnie, you're good because it's your birthday, but the
Y'all
rest of y'all,
so
we gotta chip
embarrassing.
in.
We're good. Y'all are so
But you
embarrassing.
can.
Let me get
You
out
need
of
to leave.
here.
Not us splitting checks.
You need to leave.
no, I'm not paying for anything. That's what I'm saying. I'm not paying for anything.
No,
He's
you
the man
ate.
at
You
the
had
table.
a couple drinks. You know what?
That's some bullshit.
I'm not paying for anything.
I'm going to tell you tomorrow.
No, he's the man at the table. He needs to pay.
Can you please separate the checkbook?
No, because I'm saying that's ghetto. Like, you don't come to no establishment like that talking about splitting checks. I don't do that.
What in the hell is? Yeah, I don't know. Well, splitting checks. I don't know, man.
I don't split checks. That's really ghetto.
What in the hell is going on, dude? Someone says straggle and sniggle theater. 2024 is the year of the psyop. Yeah, year of the dragon too. Isn't that funny? Everything online is fake theory. In reality, they would have not paid and walked out, leaving him with the check. That's true. Most women do that shit. Hotels have hidden passages and two-way mirrors. Wouldn't surprise me. The news ignored another trans student school deletion event. Yeah, dude, come on. Like, it's very obvious the media is completely just, like, bought and paid for. And, or this, it's been that way for a long time now, but they don't even cover, like, left-wing violence anymore. Like, whatever, dude. If it's a trans person or a trans freak or a lefty, we're gonna call it. Yeah, I think I have a meme for that. Actually, I have a meme for that. I have a meme for all this shit, dude. I have a meme. I've literally had memes for days. You guys have no clue. I have memes for days. It's right here. I have this meme right here. This meme right here is on tap, dog. So here we have this is the new standard here. If you're this skin tone, it's a hate crime. Here's the media right here. It's literally this meme is perfect, dude. If you're this, and if you're this, you are driven to violence. So yeah, if you're up here, now if you happen to be this skin color but you're down here, then you were driven to violence too. But according to the media, this is the new standard. So like, you know, what drove this trans binary non-binary thing to violence? Well, I don't know. But if you're up here, dude, you're just a hate crime. So yeah, call it what it is. I don't know. It's weird. But the media is complicit, so. The guy laughing kind of gives it away. However, it's not like the mindset isn't real. The mindset is real. Most women do expect to be taken care of, which is stupid, honestly. Even if it's fake, you should not have to pay with equality and feminism. They should make their own money. Yeah, that's true. strong and independent. Ironic who's calling who ghetto. What happens to she don't need no man? Isn't that funny? Yeah. Whenever it's time to pay, the man needs to show up. Whenever it's time to just exist, yeah, it's I don't know. They all should split the restaurant or bar bill equally. Oh well. If you notice, a lot of social media pages like World Star and other meme pages post sponsored OnlyFans women's post. So there's no doubt they post certain shit to influence people. Duh, like that's what they're called, influencers. So like all they're there to do is stoke up. Like we learned we learned this during 2016 where during the election you were able to rally up people on Facebook or anywhere else were able to rally up the politics of hate and the politics of just showing people red meat every damn day. This is all the media does every day. All the news media does every day. They galvanize their base every day with red meat on CNN or Fox News or MSNBC, and they galvanize their base. They give them some red meat. Oh, today the trans bathroom bill and this stuff may actually be true, but it's just there to stoke up the hatred of your enemy. And the MSNBC or CNN shows, oh, today Trump he insulted a trans-binary blah 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 Jew in Palestine today. Who knows? It's the same fucking story every day. I don't know. It's weird. The year of the dragon, my balls in women's face. That's funny. Exactly, Ronald McDonald. These women are so strong and independent. Why can't they not split a check? We know even if it's fake. Young Wavy should join the stream more. He's a really good guy. Good guy. Kind of sus that the media forgot about Antifa because the Antifa like there is the left wings or the Democratic Party's enforcers. So I mean, we're basically just speed running 1984. So not really speed running it. We're already in it. Like we're already in it. We already live in 1984 world. Here's a link. I don't know why you can't pin things anymore, but whatever. We'll just ignore that for now. It's weird. Here's the link for the join link. I'm gonna take a brief intermission here. I'm gonna put this meme here. I found this meme earlier. What is this meme at? This meme is so funny. I don't know why it's so funny, but I just find it really funny. It's like the best meme I have for so far right now. Where is it? Not that meme. It's not really a meme anyway. We're gonna put this meme over here in the intermission folder. Give me a sec. Intermission. All right. Here's the. I love this meme so much. It's not even a meme. It's just whatever. But this is funny meme link. All right, guys. I'll be back in probably 5 minutes. So give me a break. What's up, dudes? I'm back. All right, I told you I wouldn't be going that long. All right, well, no one in the back, so see what the comments say. The new guy who you had on recently was stream with Cooking, basic fuck. Hope he comes back. Yeah, dude was legit. CNN and Fox News watch the retards. They seem to want a race war. Well, nah, I never take a shit, dude. Took a piss, but not a shit. So just woke up from a nap. Feel like I didn't articulate my World Star comment well enough. Well, Darwin Awards. The meme he left us for. left for us, yeah, dude. Aren't you whatever, dude? How about some Mick Cafe, sir? Too bad Base Pluto's impossible to talk to nowadays. He's right about this a lot of stuff, but he acts like he's right about everything. You can't even have a comment with the guy anymore. I don't know. I just ignore it. he told me that he sent me a message on Discord saying I should make a video about morals. But what difference would it make? He said he would promote it on this channel. But I'm like, who cares? I agree with him on a lot of things, but I think he was coping about the Instagram maxing shit. What's that guy? What's that argument about? Never heard of that. What's he talking about? Like trying to in Instagram max where you you effectively just Instagram max. You know, you take a bunch of pictures and shit and get a bunch of followers and shit. Is that what it is? I get what you mean. I feel like he has his mind made up already. No matter what you say, yeah. Just change the title to the last stream. Based rambles and mystery has to sit. Based rambles and mystery has to sit there and listen. No point even trying to bring up nuance with the guy if you're not agreeing with him 100%. Yeah, I didn't even. At some points he would say stuff, and I was like, yeah. He asked me to comment. I was like, I don't know what's the comment. What's there to comment on? Because like, yeah. I mean, I thought I was the only one who was noticing that. I don't know. I just let him say what he wanted to say and do what I had to do. He only interviewed Mystery for like an hour, and then he just brought on other people and rambled. Well, yeah, he didn't even have any real questions for me at all. I'm not even sure if he's even familiar with my content. Like at least when I had first on, I had like questions prepared. You know, I was prepared for his encounter, right? Okay, look, here's some stuff I have for you. Here's some questions. You know, it's a safe environment. I didn't tell him the questions, but at least I had questions prepared, and at least I know what he was talking about, so I know like I can have a back and forth with the guy about certain topics, and the conversation will at least be a little bit more nuanced. And even if I'm wrong and he's right, or I'm right and he's wrong, at least there's a conversation going on. I was just like, whatever, dude. I don't. There was no I don't know. It was weird. Guys, the Pookie and Strag next door to my apartment are arguing again. It tends to get abusive on his part. Should I call 911 if it gets physical? Dude, what good is it gonna do? I think you should make a redo of our interview because it didn't really feel like an interview, to be honest. Maybe whenever Mystery wanted to delve into a deeper into certain topics, it would never really. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It's his show. His show. I'm not gonna tell him what to do with his show. Yeah, I'll just say that. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell a man how to run his own operation. Right? If you think I don't know, obviously he's doing better than I am because he's got 3,000 subscribers, some of that 4,000 subscribers. So people seem to like his content more than they like my content. So call it what it is. Yeah, I don't know, but who knows? I'm not gonna talk shit about the guy. So I don't know. Get touched on, yeah. I suppose that's your comment there. Facts. Pluto is a cool guy, but he does a lot of mental gymnastics. Most of the time, you can't even get a word off. He just keeps talking. Yeah. He's losing the plot as the years go by. Hopefully he gets it back together soon. Mystery kind of destroyed the Instagram code for me, and you're still just a normie or sub 5 showing your face. Only way is to make a difference is if you have hundreds of thousands of followers. I don't know. People talking about Instagram acting like shitting, sliding into a female's DM, making jokes and acting like a friend. What? That's weird. That I don't know. That I don't know. Like women on Instagram, because it's a much safer environment. They actually, I think, for all I know, maybe they probably go after the men they actually want, right? Like they'll follow a dude, comment on his pictures, and then they'll make themselves known to the men they want. Versus like for you, yeah, if you're having to slide into a chick's DMs, you're probably already losing. Women are, especially online, are a lot more upfront about what they think about the men they want or don't want than men are allowed to, right? So yeah, you're right. Even if Pookie gets arrested, it'll only make him more irresistible to her. It's true. Yeah, he'll be in jail for a few days, get out. She'll say he didn't do nothing, dog. Drop all the charges. He'll be out in a few days. Yeah. Who asked like 100K income is something special? Forwards think 200K is the average income. That's funny. It's true though. 100K ain't shit. I've made it a few times. So all social media is a dating site. If you want to use it that way. People are horny and insecure on LinkedIn too. Yeah, LinkedIn's another huge like. I have one, but LinkedIn's a fucking shithole, dude. I fucking hate LinkedIn so much. All it is a bunch of people like posting like happy feel good fucking feel good whatever on their channels. Like, wish you like this guy, you can't compete, hollering at IG girls on IG. Or maybe it was Snapchat maxing, I don't know, but I don't use those apps. See, I don't have Instagram anymore. All I have is a Facebook and LinkedIn and a YouTube account. That's all I do. Let me post a link again if anyone wants to join. I don't want to keep it too. Here's the link. I gotta keep posting it now since they got rid of the pen feature. In fact, could someone just take that link and then copy it themselves? Like copy and paste that link again so I can just pin your message. That's the easiest way to do it, because somehow you can't pin your own message, but I can pin your message, which is weird. So someone take that link I posted, copy it, and then post it again. Thanks to that base Billington, I can just copy. I can take your link and pen it, and that's perfectly fine. That works for me. So, oh, the BPJ is in the back. Okay. Drink some water real quick. Let me pin message. There we go. Perfect. All right, that's good shit. Thanks, Base Billington. Good job. What's up, BPJ?
How you doing, man? I'm just gonna be here very briefly. I actually enjoy it. I forgot how much I enjoyed your streams when I'm not on them. When I'm not on, because when I'm on your streams, I don't like, for some reason, I don't like feel the need to go back, even if I'm like not there. Like, I don't feel the need to go back and watch them. But I and that's why I was like, oh man, this guy, I forget the guy's name, yesterday was fucking killing it.
Oh, Wavy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's good.
Yeah, and I was excited to see, because I didn't know that you were even doing an interview with Base, and I was excited to see that. It's a pretty interesting interview, but yeah, I like watching it. Whenever I get kind of hyped when I miss your streams, because I'm like, oh man, like I get to fucking enjoy them. Not, but yeah,
that's good shit. I like that people actually enjoy the stream. Honestly, it's good shit. Hopefully, I'm saying something that's true here. So
yeah, like it's just dope to hear. And I sometimes I'll like the links I send you. I mean, I know that the last link might have been probably...
Dude, I don't, at this point I don't even fault people for doing it, because like it's hard to tell what's like. Social media is such a dirty game now that like people will just make up shit, make up scenarios, and put a video out, and people will be like, oh shit, dude, that's because like the entire even Sergeant Willie Pete talks about this too, where the entire man versus women thing or the gender war has become it's a money making apparatus now. That's all it really is.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of money to be made in sensationalizing the problem rather than fixing the problem. If you fix it, kind of like being a doctor, right? If you treat the problem, that guy. He's forever a patient, right? To fix his problem, though, he's not a patient anymore. He's he's gone. So like it's very much true with the gender war as well. Nobody really had any incentive to actually fix the problem. So,
well, I mean, they don't, but the people who are making the content, they couldn't fix the problem even
if they wanted to anyway. So like, the way they view it, it's like might as well make money anyway, right? So it's not like they can't fix the problem, but like even providing any real tangible solutions is like, what's the point? Because like no one's gonna follow it anyway.
Well, I mean, I mean, look, it's kind of like the dating. Like for example, right, the red pill guys. I mean, and it's so weird because it seems like we haven't talked about these red pill guys in a bit. I know that people on Smash they talk about these guys relatively often, but I think a big portion of those guys think that the advice or prescription that they're giving to men, they believe. I think some of these guys do believe that is the solution. You know what I mean? Like the Richard Coopers of the world. I think that he believes that the thing that he's trying to tell men to do, like do the work. I love it when you say it.
Yeah, do the work. Yeah, same fucking thing every day. Do the work. Every day is the same fucking same narrative story. Like I don't know how someone like him can post the same message for the last almost 10 years now, maybe even 15 years. You know how long you've been on fucking YouTube. He posts the same fucking thing on YouTube for 15 years, and like, how can you do that and then look at the world and say, "Oh, this is working, dude"? Like what? It's like these people are like they live in a bubble where like the data does not match up with reality. Like like if you look at the data about young men, the huge 67% odd number of men are single, only half women report being half women of that same number report being single. So like, how can you look at that number and then look at the rate of like men being lonely? Mm-hmm. You look at the you look at all these men not working at all. You look at all these factors and then you say, okay, so like, and then like even his message of do the work, like what does that even mean? Like, okay, I guess he spelled it out. You need to be lifting weights and going to work and working a job, and it's like this stuff is very like. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying lifting weights. I mean, it's like money, muscles, game. I mean, I think that, I mean, because I'm at a point where I just work out. I mean, I worked out earlier today. I mainly do it because I was working out. I'm like, shit, why am I doing this? Like, and I know why I'm doing it. But if I'm being honest, I do like to look and maintain, because I used to play sports and all that, but I like to kind of maintain what I got. But I'm not lifting weights necessarily for aesthetic purposes of so that I'd be eating a lot more, right?
You'd be eating more to get mass, yeah.
But I don't want to put in all that effort to kind of do that. I guess like for now, I mean,
and then that's the conclusion I've come to over the last like year and a half, is that like, when you break down your life and you're looking at your day-to-day moving on, every day you move around and you go into work and you're doing some dead-end job you don't give a fuck about, and then you go to the gym you don't give a fuck about really, and then you come home and you watch some media you don't give a fuck about. So like, what exactly is the like when you break down your goings on and your activities and you look at like, what am I doing every day? Like what is right. And then you ask the question, what is the point of what I'm doing every day? You
do. But I mean, for me, it's like, okay, I look at my dad, I look at my grandfather, and these are people who still worked out and maintained. So I think I do want to live a long life. I do want to be here for my family. So part of the reason why I do something as simple as working out is just to maintain myself, maintain my health, and not deteriorate. I mean, I've seen parts of my family where people who haven't worked out in decades, and I've seen what it literally does to their bodies. I've seen.
And I'm not saying don't take care of yourself, but at the same time, if you're gonna be a single man your entire life, and so many men are running towards a money cope of like money is gonna save me, and it might save you if you get enough of it, but most of you will never get enough money, right? Most of you are never going to become multimillionaires. You're going to be, right. You'll be lucky to save, $200K over your whole life. So some people, because you don't have the capital, the wealth already there to grow that money anyway, right? So you'll be lucky to have that kind of money anyway. So like, you look at and like, who wants to be, 70 years old? Like, what is really waiting for you at the end of your life?
I think it just depends on. I think it depends on your family. I think it depends on like what are the things in life that you truly value, and more times than not, it's people. I mean, I hung out with the family member a couple of days ago. We just kicked it, and watched a movie, and it was a movie that she hadn't seen, and we just really enjoyed it. I think family. I think I don't want to sound like fucking Vin Diesel here, but to me that's
family. Yeah. That meme. Yeah,
me, that's probably one of the most important things.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think that sometimes family and friends is the driving motivator of a lot of men's lives, which is great. I think that's I've been saying for a while that I think human interaction is the baseline for how human beings thrive and survive, right? Like, but if you don't have that, so many men are lonely. They have no friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have the only thing they really have in their life is their family, and once that's gone, what do they really have left? Like, and then you wonder why people are taking fucking a fentanyl or doing some hard ass fucking narcotic drug or some shit, trying to fucking get high and waste their life away. And it's like, I get it. Like, I'm looking at the amount of it's literally cruel. Like, we're living in a cruel society. It's a cruel
very
society. Like, there's no relief from the cruelty.
Yeah.
And then the moment you point it out, people call you a bitch. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
They're like, I'm supposed to live in like the torture zone where you're fucking pulling my fucking toenails out and you're a bitch for crying about that. Like, what?
I mean, life is. I mean, life. I because I was watching Jenny R, the guy that I sent you yesterday that you reacted to, and I was watching some of his videos. I like his stuff. I think they're good, fun to react to. But life has always been cruel for men. But the difference was that we still had the relief of, at the very least, having a family and having the immediate people in your life
to keep you stable, right? Like you had a refuge from the storm, effectively, of life. The storm of life. You had a refuge, right, where you could come back to your wife and your kids and your extended family and say, "Hey, I'm having a hard time. I need some people to talk to." Come back to your big community of people you knew. Your small community, but everybody knew you. If you fell in hard times, there was a guy down the street who could help you out, right? Like, but that doesn't exist anymore. You live in the whole world has become basically a huge game of Fortnite where everybody just spawns on the fucking map. They run around to pick up the gun and to shoot the dude in the back, and then last man standing, right? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
But the problem is that there's some men out here who are walking with a fucking slingshot. You're a normie. You don't really have shit. You were kind of born in these fucked up kind of circumstances, and you got to work with what you got. But then there's other guys who spawned in with a fucking machine fucking Gatling gun with nukes and machine guns and all the shit, all the ammo, all the
they got everything.
They just spawned in like that, and that was what it was like this, even 10 years ago, and it's like this on steroids now, to where men aren't able to get any sort of relief. I mean, it's insanity. I mean, just the nature of it. I think who talked about this? Was it VBS or maybe it was Baz Zers? Forgot who mentioned this. I don't want to take the credit, but it's just the fact that we live in such a hyper sexual world.
It's hyper sexual and it's hyper competitive, and it's like eventually hyper competition it breaks most men. Like, most men, you can't be hyper competitive 24/7. Imagine having let's say you fucking get a girlfriend, dog. You have to guard and a mate guard like a motherfucker, right? You're constantly on guard. And who wants to be in that state of mind 24/7? 365, and because what's his name? Wavy said it best. Your woman has the ability to cheat on you at any point, any day of the week, with her phone, any day of the year.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say, I mean, to get back, I'm gonna go back to that. But what I was gonna say was just this thing. This is cruel. Look, when I walk outside this home, you know where I'm at. There's homeless people every fucking where. Imagine if I strap that homeless person down and they're fucking starving. Their ribs are showing, and I'm just eating a fucking steak
hamburger in front of their face,
and just right in front of them. They can't do shit about it. That's what men are living. That's where most men are, because our society is so sexualized, yet most men are not able to partake in even a fraction of this.
Yeah, and that's the funny part, right? We have like, yeah, you said it perfectly, right? The sex is everywhere, but nobody's having it, or at least most men aren't having it anyway. So it's like, what?
And
I mean, I said this like damn near 3 years ago. It's a big orgy, and you weren't fucking invited.
Yeah, no, but that's not even. What's funny is that seems like a meme. That seems like something that is an exaggeration, but that actually is not an exaggeration.
It's not. Like, Chads are literally out here smashing 30, 40, 50 women, in a year. And you're sitting at home jerking off to the fucking latest BBC porn that came out last week. I mean, look on, like,
it's got to be like it's insane. Like, this is cruel.
It's cruel. Oh, what it is.
And I probably have said this before. I mean, a lot of stuff we've kind of said, but now it's gotten to like the damn near breaking point. But the fact that women are able to, I mean, there's one thing, a woman being out there and being degenerate and being a hoe and fucking all these dudes and all this other stuff. That's one thing. I mean, back when I was in college, I've seen, the dudes that I was around show me their little tapes of women that, were sucking their dick and all this other stuff. And I was like, dang, and I wasn't getting shit. But that's one thing. But women utilizing their whole experiences that a lot of times they filmed and using that to make money, to price those stupid ass out the market by now.
And then you're paying to watch another man have pleasure. Like, and this is why I don't watch porn anymore. I just said fuck it. I don't watch anything else anymore. I'm like, I don't even bother. Like, I'm like, what's the fuck's the point? I don't masturbate. What's the fuck's the? I'll say it. I don't masturbate anymore. What's the fuck's the point? Like, so I'm supposed to just sit here like a cuck in the corner, jerking my fucking what? Fuck it. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
It's the next level fucking degeneracy, and I'm not going to consume it anymore.
Yeah,
I'm not going to.
Yeah. No, and I applaud you, and that's where, and I thank you, Mystery, for providing that example, because I think about whenever I'm like, oh man, I'll be on Twitter, I'm like, oh shit, but I'm like, you know what, because you're right, it is. I mean, it's we talk about this, is basically conditioning you to be a cuck, but all women, like, isn't it insane? And this could not have been the fucking case even 6 or 7 years ago. But most women that you come across has a video on her phone, or another motherfucker has videos on his phone getting his dick sucked by her. Like most women that you come across between a certain age, they have sex videos, and a lot of times they're out there and they're being shared. Like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at it from being like, I don't know, like it's true. Like, and not only can women, they have the ability to be a degenerate and then take photos and pictures and videos of them getting railed by Brad, Chad, and whoever else that showed up that night. You can make money off that, and then the very man who should be, I don't know, married to you is sitting at home watching you, whore yourself out on the internet.
Yeah, here's what I
like. That's like peak cruelty, because like, you're watching it happen to your, like, you're I don't know. It's like a mind. I don't know, altering, destroying type fucking. Once you realize what's going on, and you can't unsee it. Well, you have two options to do here. You either just say it's not happening. Okay, well, it's not real. It's not real at all. What I'm seeing, or what I know, is not real, and I'm gonna go back and go back to take the blue pill again and cope my ass off. Take the red pill, and you accept it, but you think you can somehow like alpha your way out of the system, right? I'm gonna become the big alpha, take roids and get bigger, and lift every day and get my money up. Okay, fine. A lot of dudes are still on that fucking grind. The never-ending self-improvement treadmill. Or you take the black pill and you say, "What the fuck's going on?" And you accept it for what it is. And you're like, "What is this?"
Look. Here's the thing, man. You didn't. Well, I'm not sure if you clicked on that. I sent you this Instagram guy. He was Simone Biles' ex, and I know he was just an example. But look, you can go to the gym, and look, if you want to go to the gym, if you want to put on some muscle, for your own self and for your own strength, and that's amazing. But the fact of the matter is, if you are sub 5 in the face, unless you're doing some hardcore face looks max, and I'm not even trying to talk about looks maxing right now, but the point of the matter is that you being yoked, you're competing against yoked dudes with good faces. Like I don't know, but yeah, man, I think that Man, shit. I don't want this year to be worse than the last year.
I don't know. I mean, just the fact that it's Trump versus fucking Biden should be more than enough fucking meme fuel for the next fucking year, dog. Right, more than enough meme fuel for the year. Combine that with all the rest of the happenings, what's going to happen this year. Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chats. Some guy basically said, what do you say? Shit.
Is it literally some guy? Like literally?
No, not some guy. Somebody said, beat off the old fashioned way. I forgot shit. Basically that it's hard to not to watch it when you're not smashing. Oh, Ratio said it's hard.
No, Ratio
to watch when you're not smashing. I hear you. Let me ask you this, Mystery. I'm not trying to get all in your business. When was the last time that you quote unquote smashed? I was thinking about this.
It's been a while. I'll say it's been a while. I'm not going to give it a time frame. I can't even tell you. I just don't care anymore. You know, I do care, but I don't care, right? But it might have been. It might have even been like 8 months ago, 9 months ago.
Yeah, because I'm asking because you had that girl. Because that's why.
Yeah. It might have been a while ago. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For me, it was like I thought it was like in September, October. But it was like I was like shit, August. But then I think about it, I'm like, well, it didn't. It does seem like it's been a while, but at the same time, it doesn't because like the months just, and maybe it's because I'm not a Tyrone or anything like that. Because to it, when you talk to Tyrones and you actually talk to Chads and Tyrones and you tell them you hadn't smashed, even if it's been like, let's say you got lucky and the last time you fucked was like 4 months ago, tell that to a Tyrone. They don't know how the fuck you're even surviving. They don't even understand it. And that's the another brutal thing is, and that's why I can't hang around certain Tyrones is because just being around Tyrones is too blackpilling. Like if you,
and even beyond that though, like these men are some of like arguably like what really is a coomer? Like, you know, we call the coomer meme like, you know, some dude watching porn, but these dudes are just as coomerish as the men who are smashing the porn. Like, these dudes, they need constant streams of sex all the time. Sex on their brain 24/7, 365. And maybe that's just being a man, but at the same time, like, you know, has society always been this sex obsessed? Like, has it always been this degenerate where people are just constantly thinking about the next coom? Like, oh, how can I coom the next? Like, one thing you're chasing a dragon that you already know what the outcome is.
Right. Well, I mean, I think I will say this, and problematic. He says, "Fake sell your voice," screams Tyrone. I can. Black women do not hear my fucking voice and will ever assume that I'm a fucking Tyrone. That's not happening. But I will say, I hear you and I can see where you're kind of coming from. Like it's sort of similar, but I think I agree with Donovan Sharp on this. I don't think that sex and jerking off, I don't think they're I guess in the same family, but I wouldn't consider them to be the same because
they're not. I mean, one guy's actually, I just look at like, truth be told, like, I don't know, is it like effectively when you're smashing and not having kids, it's just it's very LGBT in nature if you think about it, right? Like, you know,
I agree.
And then beyond that, like it's just an elaborate form of masturbation in a way. It's elaborate. I mean, yeah, sure, you're getting the sex, which is, you know, that's the whole point. But at the same time, like,
because it depends because I will say that, I mean, I personally, I mean, when I am, you know, in the rare occasions when I am with having sex with a woman, and in even the more rare occasions when I'm having sex with a woman that I might potentially could see maybe a future with, oh shit, you know, oh damn, she's an atheist, or oh shit, you know, she had 2 abortions. But until I find out that information, the reason why I can't compare it to masturbation like that is because you're still having it with another person, and if you like that person, then it can still be a relatively bonding in a
it is. I mean, women bond through, that's how they should be bonding, but since their parent bonding mechanism been so abused and destroyed, well then yeah, of course they're not going to bond anymore. But so like, yeah, I mean, to some extent, are they even bonding to you anymore? Is it just like,
but they're not. Yeah, and that's
is it even like, is that even happening anymore? Isn't it simply just what it is? Like, it's an elaborate masturbation tool.
That's
like, she's your pocket pussy for the night, and then you find the next pocket pussy for the next night, and then you coom in that chick, you coom in that chick, you coom in that chick, but it's the same coom every time. I don't know.
Right.
And I get it. You know, you definitely have the I got a notch on my belt tonight, but I guess there's some pride there. But once you do men even remember? I don't remember some of the girls I even smashed. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember. Some of them are like, okay, like some of them were. Yeah, I might remember some of the bad bitches, but some of the chicks was like, whatever, dude. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I remember like, and mind you, I'm not trying to look, people. I'm not. This is me not trying.
and then
to,
hold on, I want to answer this question. Did you smash? Did you let the girl? Did the girl not let you know? The girl actually she wanted to come over at least three times on 3 different occasions. And truth be told, I was trying to do it the right way this time, believe it or not, but didn't work out. But yeah, so yeah, she actually wanted to come over and smash. I just didn't. I said no. I was the one who said no, believe it or not. So I was actually trying to do it the quote unquote right way, but it doesn't. You know, there is no way that works.
no,
if you smash on the first date, okay, it's gonna blow up in 3 months later anyway. Yeah. If you don't smash on the first or the third date or whatever you want to call it, then you get enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, these women are broken, dude. Call what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the last. I mean, what I was gonna say, because you was talking about like you don't remember some of the case. I mean, because we're both in our 30s, so we're not, you know. So I remember one, and this had to have been like, I don't know, 2013 or 14, and again a while back. And I had a Jeep at the time, and I fucked this girl in my. I put all the seats down and shit in my Jeep because I didn't, I've been have a place of my own. And you know, I remember having sex with her in the Jeep, and it wasn't all that. And I remember immediately, and this rarely happened, immediately after I nutted, and she wanted to cuddle, and I just didn't fucking want to, because she wasn't that attractive. She was like some like skinny black girl. And I felt shitty that I didn't want to cuddle. Like, I felt bad. Like, it was just kind of weird. And I don't know. And I don't, even though I like sex, everyone loves sex if you're able to have it. But I don't like that feeling of just fucking people that you don't really give a shit about. I personally think that is very, that's very empty. Yeah. Like Mark said, post nut clarity. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that, you know, if you get to a point, I mean, again, most of us are not going to be in a situation. I can barely, again, last time for me was like around almost 6 months ago. But I don't like to have, quote unquote, that post nut, I'm finished and I want this girl immediately out of here. I think that's a shitty feeling. I don't think that's like chasing that is necessarily good. And I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, well, I think that truth be told, I think if you do that enough, I think you're training your mind to think that with every woman. And even if it's a woman you care about, like you've been conditioned by the way you've been doing it for the last, you know, let's say you've been smashed, let's say you're a Chad, you've been smashed for like, let's say you're hitting 29, 30, you're trying to get married now. I said, fuck it, you know, I'm gonna settle down now, guys. So I'm gonna, you know, you're smashing for damn near since you were probably 16, 15 years old. And doing it for that long, forever, some chicks you don't even give a fuck about. You might have had a few relationships here or there, but other than that, you've just been smashing the whole time. At some point, human beings are conditioned into certain mindsets. Yeah. So like, if you do that long enough, well, of course you're going to end up with that mindset for every chick, even your wife. Maybe like, I don't want you around really, but I'm like, you might even feel that way. Who knows?
I think that, but here's the difference though, right? Because I think that Chads are a lot more likely to be blue pilled than your average man, your normie, or your sub.
I don't know. I mean, I go back and forth on that. Sometimes I think like because they're around women so often, maybe they see their true nature, but maybe they don't care because they get the benefit from it anyway. So like, that's what makes them kind of blue pilled in a way where it's like, well, I don't give a fuck if they're whores or not. It doesn't matter to me. But
I guess it depends. Yeah, because you're right. It could go back and forth. I mean, not every Chad and Tyrone are the same, but I will say this, right?
On average, though, they're probably more blue pilled than the average dude, maybe. But
yeah. So for example, I think okay. So let's put all the Chads here and put all the Tyrones on the other side. I think that Tyrones are more likely to be quote unquote red pilled and more aware of women's nature than a Chad because women still treat Chads overall better than they would treat Tyrones, and Tyrones are more likely to fuck a woman's wife. They're more likely to fuck, like they're just, you know, they fuck fat women and shit like that. Whereas Chads, it's like, you know, Chads will run through a lot of women in their early 20s to mid 20s and what have you. And then they find a girl who's willing, because Chads can actually find a good white girl who's willing to settle down for them. That may seem like a good deal. Whereas I think that is harder for the Tyrone, because black women don't even necessarily want to marry Tyrones, but a white woman would want to marry a Chad.
Yeah, truth be told, I've been. This is kind of off topic a little bit, but I'll try to bring it back. But I've been thinking a lot about the white man's plight, about when he talks about the BBC, and it's like to some extent he might be right. Like these women probably smash BBC through college and then find him later on. And if you're some fucking white dude, well, yeah, you know, we all know how they feel some type of way about their women and, you know, going with other men or races of men. So it's like. But of course, they don't do it the other way around. Maybe some of them do actually. A lot of the white men still want to date white women, but because you see that and you see it on your college campus and you see it on the media and you see it here, you see it there. I kind of get the angst a little bit more now. Like, I get it. Like, it makes sense for like the media pushes it. You know, I showed that one clip from the ball drop, and immediately after the fucking gay couple was the interracial couple, and you know, it's just like the media pushes this thing, the porn industry pushes this thing. You see it on your college campus. You hear all the stories on your college campus. The only conclusion you're going to come to is that they're poaching my women. And even if they aren't poaching them in the aspect of marriage, you're still getting a raw deal because they've ran through your women. And then they show up at the finish line when you finish college saying, "Oh, this dude's got an engineering degree. I'm gonna fuck him."
We're talking about we're moving the conversation away from Chads. We're talking about white guys as a whole, right?
Yeah, but even Chads can get, I wouldn't say cucked per se, because they can really get cucked per se, but I don't know.
Not really. I mean, yeah, no, I hear that. I mean,
like, think about it. I mean, think about being you're some 16-year-old white kid who, you know, maybe you've been taught, you know, civil rights act was great, and then you see all these things in the media, and you can't help but like, and you can maybe say it's propaganda, maybe it's not real, but how much of it's not real when you see it? I mean, what is reality if not your own lying eyes, right? I mean, I hate to say it, but like, data does matter but the problem with the data is that when you point out that white women marry white men, okay, but like, what does that mean when they've been ran through in college and by, you know, Tyrone, and then a lot of Chads and Tyrones, or, you know, the chick she might have been BBC only in college, and then found your pasty ass and then picked you up. I don't know.
And white women are not just getting ran through; they're getting ran through raw. I mean, both black women and white women.
Yeah, they take birth control like a motherfucker did.
Yeah, they be taking them birth control like fucking Tic Tacs. So I know with me, I mean, one reason I you know, at least back when I was really using dating apps, I liked white women partially because it's like, yeah, they're on birth control. You ain't gotta worry. You don't have to have the anxiety necessarily about getting them pregnant. If you're that guy. So yeah, they're oftentimes not using protection. So yeah, I mean, look, white men are definitely getting a raw deal. But
I mean, they have an alternative, but I understand.
Yes.
Most people want to date people of their own race, and a lot of people end up doing it. But at the same time, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe that's old data now. Maybe in the new age, in the new age, in the big air quotes here, maybe it is shifting a lot. Who knows? But, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm over talking.
Yeah, I just think that white guys, when it comes to their women, they're getting they're okay. It's kind of like this. Everybody's getting a raw deal. Who has the best deal? Still,
yeah. I mean, but if the best deal in town's a dog turd, I mean, do I want the
right? No, I mean, I mean, I would still be upset if I were them. I mean, it's like you want a white woman, you want it's like the guy who I just talked about him. It's like these guys want Christian, blonde, blue-eyed, you know, virgin, or maybe one or two bodied white girl who, you know, who we get what it is that they want, and most men are not able to get that. Or if you do get it, you have a super high price of admission in order to get something even close to it, and more than likely it's not going to be anything of quality. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think, and I know that, you know, we were talking about this when you were talking about this with Base Pluto and Chip, we had this discussion, but women, and I've seen this yesterday, like women, this whole notion of like women being overweight or being unattractive or being average at best, and, you know, they're not going to get the six-figure man. No, these average women are getting six-figure men. Like I'm seeing it. Like I just think that I've seen a lot of, and I'll land with this, I've seen a lot of women who I never thought would get what it is that they wanted, getting what they wanted. Like they're able to get it relatively easily. So I think this whole thing of like women are going to be single and childless. Again, they're only single and childless because they fucking want to be, because they don't like men like that. But they can still fuck dude. Like they can still maybe get money. Maybe they might be broke, whatever. But they're going to be, for the most part, fine. But I don't know. I'm just not for the cope anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's not enough of the men to go around. But at the same time, like, do women care? I mean, at the end of the day, they'll simply just they want what they want, and, you know, they've been told that they can get whatever they want. So, and most women believe the propaganda far more than men do. So, they're going to be the primary ones waiting forever and ever and ever. And yeah, I mean, can you imagine the load of because they're already on them now, but the amount of like the drug cocktail is gonna be required to keep these women in check for the next 30, 40 years when they're all single and have no kids. Because like I don't know, this is weird. Because like you can't tell me like
there is a reckoning for but my whole point, and I tell this to dudes who'd be like, yeah, these women gonna be single and shit. But I'm like, they hate you that much that they would rather be in that position. They hate you. They despise being with you. The only reason why they would ever deal with a guy like you is if you're making X amount and you're paying for this and you're paying for that, and they don't have to do shit.
Even if you make X amount, I mean, like okay, let's say you're the dude who gets that arrangement. What is the fuck it? Like, what is the end result of that? Like, okay, so you're some dude who lucks out, finds some from Roasty, 100K, maybe making 150K a year, right? You're doing really good. What is the? I don't know. It seems like a bad prize to me. Like, at this point, any man I see who takes that deal, I don't know what to tell you. And like, and truth be told, that's probably half the reason why that my last relationship didn't work out. Because I'm like, I think too much. I am a thinker.
I'm a similar. Yeah.
And it's like I'm thinking about I'm always doing the cost benefit analysis, trying to figure out. And like, what am I really doing this for? Like, who is she, and why am I doing this for her? And she's older.
How old was she?
She was like 28, 29. So I'm 32 now. So I'm thinking like, okay, whatever. But you're looking at that, and she's still in college. So I'm like, what the fuck? So like, I gotta wait for her to get out of college and have to do anything. Nah, this is retarded. It just seems like a waste of like energy and time. And like, when you look at the best deal in town you're gonna get, well, if the best deal once again is a dog turd, I mean, I'm sorry, but I guess I'm not gonna eat anymore. I'm not doing that anymore. I know you said a dog turd, but was that situation? Was it really? Would you say that it was really that? I'm not saying that you shouldn't have got out of it. I'm just asking, do you think that that situation was really that bad, or was it just more so you just didn't feel like it was worth it? I don't. When I look at I just think that it was a combination of values, extremely she had this liberal-ish, a lot, but almost every woman you talk to is liberal, right? Let's be real here. Like,
my whole thing is that as a black man, you really have no choice. You are.
Yeah, a lot of women are. I mean, look at the voting record of black women. It's like literally 90-something percent, 99% Democrat. Like black men is like 98% Democrat.
Yeah,
so like,
I'm saying if you date, my whole thing is that there is another reason why being a black man you're basically cooked is because. Tell me, when have you ever met a black man who dated a woman who was pro-life?
Oh, it's rare, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Is that like
there was this one chick I was somewhat talking to back in the day. She was from Haiti, actually, or her parents were from Haiti. She's a first generation American. Once again, another immigrant girl, and she was like adamant about it. It was like right after Roe v. Wade got overturned. She was like all adamant about you got to be pro-abortion. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with something. She was beautiful looking. She was beautiful, and I was like, dang, this could be a good deal. But then I'm like, what in the fuck? But honestly, it might not have been a good deal because look at her morals, and if she thinks that way, what else does she think about? Like,
exactly. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. And look, but I've had a situation where I wouldn't say like, I guess it was sort of. I was meeting up with a woman, and she was new in town, and she brought up just out of fucking nowhere, because they'll bring up abortion and shit, like out of nowhere, and I'm like, that was kind of unsolicited, and it's like, yeah, what do you think about that? Them revoking abortion rights and blah blah. I'm like, and something like that, when you hear it, even if the woman is attractive, it makes that woman automatically like you automatically have to put her in like a different like I can't do anything with you category, because if you believe in I can't be with the person who believes it's okay to fucking yeet their kid. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
I just can't do that. Like it's just,
and that's the problem. Like being I said it before, but having morals in an immoral world is like hell. Think about it. Like you have a standard, and you have a compass in your heart that tells you, hey, this is what you shouldn't do, what you should do. Mm-hmm. This is I have a line in the fucking sand, and everybody else has no line in the sand. Well, they'll just Zerg your ass and kill you. Mm-hmm. Like this is the problem. I mean, I said there was a guy who was a Christian who joined my stream, and he was like, maybe I told him the wrong things, but the wrong thing from a moral standpoint. But I tried to tell him the right thing from a reality standpoint. It was like, if you want to do well in today's day and age, you have to be the cutthroat dragon, a Luciferian motherfucker who doesn't think about morals at all. Like, just get your money and get the fuck out. And it's like, well, that, I don't know. It just seems like if that's the way the world's going, I mean, why even live in the world? I'm not saying take yourself out, but I'm just saying, like, what are we marching toward? We're literally falling face forward into hell, and nobody seems to like care. Like, it's like, whatever, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point of being quote unquote moralistic is I mean, with the whole Cat Williams thing, it's like you still gotta look at yourself in the mirror. You still gotta live with yourself every day and be proud and have your own integrity if that's important to you, right? So it's like a same reason why like me personally, like I wouldn't want to fuck a woman even if we're both drunk, not just because of the whole Me Too thing and trying to protect myself, but also just I just don't. I wouldn't want, if I was to get with a woman, I wouldn't want it to be under those circumstances.
Yeah.
Just you know what I'm saying? So like, but because I gotta live with my, you know what I'm saying? So, anyways, how you doing, Ryder?
You're on mute.
Yo,
Yeah.
I'm here. So I don't know how long I'll be here. I wanted to ask this question. I would have loved to ask a woman this question, but they just lie and virtue signal so much. There's no fucking point. So let me, so Jay, you're on. Let me ask you this. So because you were just talking about how when and some people in the chat were commenting on this too. How guys saying that that women are gonna die alone with their cats and all that stuff, and you were saying women are choosing to be single because they just hate these guys so much. I agree with all of that. That is 100% correct. But what I wish I could ask a woman that I'm going to ask now is, do you think these women who are choosing to be single are going to be they're going to hold the dating market hostage till the very end? Like they're willing to go to the very end, like until their deathbed being single rather than than the average guy out here. What do you think they're going to do?
What they will do, because unless there's like a world war or something, there's a surplus of men. Mm-hmm. From my understanding, there's like a little bit more men born every year than a woman. Evolution and all that. What I think is going to happen is I think you're just going to see this is my prediction. I mean, I could very well be wrong on this. I think you're just going to see a rise of polyamory, and that's what we're seeing already today. So what these women, so basically it's kind of like this, right? You being an average man is not enough. You have to, there has to be something more, which has kind of always been the case, but the price is just too high. So what I think is going to happen is, even if it's just your average woman or slightly above average or whatever, is that I'm a 40-year-old woman and I have 2 boyfriends. I have 3 boyfriends, and these men are going to be happy. So basically, we're just going to see how like women already have rotations and shit like that. It's just going to be that, but just out in the open. This is essentially what they're doing anyway. She might have like a 5 or a sub 5 guy who makes some decent money, and then she has her 21-year-old Tyrone on deck. She has maybe this other kind of beta type of dude or what have you, and they get to have sex with this woman. In the beta's case, it's this woman who, oh man, like she would have been his dream girl back when he was 25, but he now gets to have her at 42. And then and so they share her, they spend a quality time, they're watching the movies, they're watching fucking the Kardashians, and he washes the dishes, and and she got another guy to do all the other chores and stuff like that, because she don't like to do chores or cook. And then Tyrone, it comes there every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday to knock the pussy out.
Right.
Yeah, I think that some men, I made this argument before in the past, but I think some men will take the that's when they hit the 850 or 850 when they've saved their money. I think a lot of men will probably take the bad deal. They'll take the bad deal with some 45-year-old woman that shows up later on in life, and some of them probably will take that deal. But I think enough men. I think so many men have been burnt by they've seen what it is, and I think that this stuff is catching on somewhat. That some men will just say no, and I just think we're going to have a massive psychological issue in the next 20, 30 years with all these single people who, men who are chronically single, we know what loneliness does to a brain and what it does to people. And, how do you treat that in the long run? And same with women as well. How do you treat, I think a lot of what these women do with all the angst and all the bullshitting around and all the, all this cope. I think women cope too, because I don't know, people say they don't, but I don't know. Some party wants to say that, they say all these things, and they have all these anxieties. They're on all these fucking pills. They're on all these things, and I'm like, do you know why you're on all that stuff? Like, because you don't have any kids. Your body's literally screaming at you. Your ovaries are screaming at you, saying, "Bitch, what the fuck are you doing? There should have been a baby in the oven 20 years ago." And now it's like, well, time to shut down, motherfucker. I guess I'm done. Like, so, like, but they've been told by the media that anxiety you're feeling is that's the fact that you that Chad left you 20 years ago, or you don't have enough money, or you don't have the latest handbag, or whatever else. And whether we like it or not, these biological things, biology comes first with human beings. It's not some culture shit first. It's biology first, and that's what drives us. And if we pretend like the need to breed is not there in women, it's like it's true. It is there, whether we like it or not. But I think that it's masked by their hubris and their desire to want to be the boss bitch, because that's what society has told them is the new hot thing. But we know society or the media lies. So, but that's just my 2 cents. But yeah, I think enough men will take the bad deal later on in life, just not to be alone and on their deathbed. I've seen it before in the boomers. I've seen it. I saw a boomer guy I used to live next to. He was an older guy. He had I want to say a younger wife, like 50-year-old wife. He was like in his 70s, and made him feel good. But at the same time, it's like, what did you really get though? Like, I guess you got a companion on your fucking deathbed. I don't know. For her to come in and take your income after you're dead.
Yeah, I remember on like the old Face and LMS video, there was this guest on there. His name, he was like this Australian guy. His name was Bob, and he was like, saying, he was like, man, he was like, right now, he said, I will take a used up whore, single mother, a used up whore / single mother / welfare woman, whatever, just so I don't have to like fucking be alone. Like, and I remember, and I know based Pluto, like he did the stream a few days ago, and someone, I think it was Chip Skylark, brought up that term. He used this term like reach back. Like I couldn't agree with that shit more. Like, cause I guess Base Pluto was trying to suggest that women are gonna like come in older age, are gonna reach out to men that they denied in the past. But I think it's the other way around. Like you said, like Jay said, I think men, when they get up in age, they're gonna do the reach back. Like they're gonna come back around again. Like look at Boyce Watkins. Look at that Boyce Watkins situation where I mean, isn't Boyce Watkins supposed to be like a high value guy? And look what he ended up settling with in his like what how old is Boyce? Like late 40s, early 50s?
Yeah, I mean, to jump. No, you're right, but
she's a single mom too. Look
right,
at that.
But here's the reason why I just, to me, because I think he's speaking anecdotally in my opinion, but here's why I say in mass this isn't going to work, is because we're reaching a point where the majority of men, 90%, can you guys think about this? 90 to 95% of a lot of men's sexual experience has been in front of a fucking screen.
Right. Yeah, dude.
So the majority of the times that you have came has been to pornography, right?
Right.
So that's and on top of that, most men, we're getting to a point where most men they're just used to being alone. And look, man, and this is just with anything. If you have gone so long without food, then yeah, you're gonna take that. I mean, look at homeless people. Yeah, you're gonna take that fucking hamburger that's been in the garbage, even though it's deep in the garbage, even though fucking somebody with herpes ate that bitch. You're gonna take it because you haven't had a fucking cheeseburger. Like this is just, look at the movie fucking. Why was Castaway such a big movie? Because in Castaway, him being alone. This motherfucker took a fucking volleyball and
Right.
name.
That was a great movie, by the way. I love that movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that now that's the case. So that was a minority of men before who were always alone, but now it's creeping up to the majority, right? So that's where we're headed, right? Even guys like us, whatever. Now let's look at the average woman. The average woman does not necessarily know what it means to be alone. She opens up her phone, no matter if she was even a 4 out of 5. She opens up her phone to not endless notification, but to a lot of notifications. And the only notifications you get is T-Mobile once your data is up, or you get scam like so I've
donate to my political campaign.
You get the two-factor authentication, dog. What you get?
Exactly.
Right.
Sure. All damn day long two-factor authentication.
Right. So the reason why, like, women, I believe that, as they get, to their 30s and 40s and 50s, they're not going to be tripping that much is because they've had so many chat experiences, like, and I call it the highlight reel. Like, how on ESPN you have like the top 10 plays. Well, women have the top 10 dicks that they've dealt with. You know what I'm saying? So they can't go back to your normie ass. They've had too many. Like, it's hard. It's real hard for them to do it. Like, men are more likely to overcome a woman being a single mother than a woman having to overcome the fact that this guy is only 5'8" and but when she's had nothing but 6'3" dick all her life, or nothing but Chad or top tier Chad, or Tyrone all her life. Like that's really difficult for women. I don't think I think we underestimate how difficult that is for women.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard for them to fail, man. You're right, because I even see platforms where women are getting attention where it's the platform is not even designed for that. Like, I've seen
LinkedIn or some other type of shit.
Yeah, LinkedIn. I used to work with this. I used to work with this chick. She, to me, I think she's a normie. I think she's just a normie who wears makeup really well. But like, I notice every time she posts something on LinkedIn, like she'll post some shit like, "Oh, I earned a new Microsoft certification." Like, she's got like dozens of comments from guys, like that, guys who work with her and guys who don't work with her. I imagine some who may not even know her. And I'm like, I look at this and I'm like, this can't be anything else except simping. Like, it is not that big of a deal that a girl earned a fucking Microsoft certification. I'm like, and that's just how easy they have it. You know what I mean? So.
What's up, Truth Bill? I know you just got in here. What's up, dude?
Hey, Mystery. How's it going?
Doing good, buddy.
How's it going, BPJ Ryder? I kind of wanted to chime in on the whole women and children, if that's okay with you guys.
Please.
Yeah. This is my opinion. I'm going to be 40 here in the next couple months, and been married, divorced, had a kid, and all that. And so, from what I've experienced and what I see is I used to think women's biological imperative was actually to have kids, but it's not really that. It's really to maximize the longevity that they can use their sex appeal to get what they want. Yeah, I think it used to be in the old days, but I don't even think it was. I think the reason that they used to have kids back in the old days was that was a sure way to lock down the dude, because a lot of guys back then were, highly Christian, conservative, and they're not going to abandon their kids. So the more kids she pops out, the more, she's secure about it. But this was back, baby boomers and beyond or whatever. But most women nowadays, they're in no hurry. They're in a hurry to get married around 30, from what I've noticed. And I live in a pretty conservative and Midwest, probably one of the most Midwest states you can have.
Depending on the ethnicity of the woman, but go ahead.
No, and I've seen this with Hispanic women. And I've seen it with Asian women. I've seen it with Black women. Even Middle Eastern. They're like, I would say around the 30 age range. they'll get married and they still won't even have kids 2, 3, 4 years into the matrimony. They'll brag about the wedding. They'll show off the $12,000 ring. They'll say, here's my husband, here's my husband. But as far as actually having children, they're not really concerned about that. And I think, and you were talking about this too, abortion being banned in certain states or whatever. That I think that's an externality that the government didn't account for, giving women freedom, that they were going to, give them the finger as far as if a woman doesn't have to have kids and she gets protection and she's provided for, because a woman can earn just as much as a man or more now. Women do not need protection from a husband or a boyfriend because you could just dial 911.
Yeah.
They're not having kids. They're not popping out kids. So now what you see is the government opening the borders to have women from traditional countries actually come in with already kids.
Right.
They come in with 2, 3 kids, or they're pregnant. If you see them on TV, they're
right. Yeah.
They're ready to pop, and they're like, the government is always has plan B. So they're like, oh, you want to screw us over like that? That's fine. We'll just let the immigrants come in. So as far as, a lot of these MGTOWs are saying, oh, women are going to regret it and women are this and the government's going to regret it when the society falls and stuff. It ain't going to fall. They'll just open up the borders. And those.
Yeah, but at some point, where do you poach from?
Oh, they'll keep. I mean, it's going to get harder. I understand what you're saying, but they only have to keep doing this. They only have to keep doing this Hail Mary until AI comes in. Once AI can run McDonald's by itself, they can do a lot of the housing manufacturing with their 3D printers and construction. They don't need as many people. So that's when, they're figuring they can do it. Us millennials, I don't think by the end, once we get closer to retirement.
Yeah, I feel like what ends up happening though, if you bring in all these men, because it's mostly men crossing the border, it's not women. It's mostly men crossing the
Yeah, I was thinking that
There's
too.
men from every hodgepodge, shithole country across the planet. It is not a lot of men and women crossing this border. You might see it on the media because that's the tear jerk fucking media psyop they want you to see. But what you're seeing is a lot of fucking men crossing that border, dude.
Yeah. No,
and if you have all these men and you bring in AI, then what's the fuck's the point of bringing in the AI then?
Yeah, no,
or what the fuck to bring? What's the other way around? What the fuck the point of bringing in all these men who now they can't find work? So now you have a rebellion on your hands, like a bunch of men who have no stake in your country, don't give a fuck about your country, and don't care about anything else but getting the money and then fucking around. Yeah, what do you do? That sounds so short-sighted. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it's like 6. Damn near 8 men to 1 woman, from what I understand.
Well, I have an answer for that. So in most cities, even in this one, the closest city, I live out in the middle of nowhere, but the closest one is about 40,000. And I went to the register, and this older lady around retirement age, she asked me something or whatever, and she was like, "There's a bunch of jobs we're hiring here at Walmart. We're paying $14.95 an hour. People don't want to work. Young people are just lazy." And I looked at her and I told her, they don't want to work. I told her the only way you could survive on $14.95 is if A, your partner makes a higher income, or B, you're living on some type of pension. And then her face, she got sad and upset because I guess she didn't see it that way. She's like, yeah, my husband makes the majority income. I told her $14.95 is not a livable wage. And I state that to say that there's a ton of jobs that are at $14.95 or less. Americans don't want to work them because it's a waste of time. It's below poverty. You can't rent. You can't pay. So they'd rather just live with someone like a parent, a grandma, uncle, brother, whatever, and not work because you're wasting money at $14.95. Where
plus, I hate to say it, but every waking second you're losing to inflation anyway. $14 was Bernie Sanders said, $14 an hour, guys. $14 an hour. Okay, first things first. Why the fuck would okay? So you think a corporation is just gonna eat that cost? Why the fuck would they? They're gonna pass that cost on to the consumer, and then $14 simply becomes the new baseline $7 an hour. Oh, welcome back to reality, shithead. It's fucking weird. It's a dumbass idea.
Exactly. So who will work for $14.95 an hour? Oh, well, I know a bunch of Venezuelans will, And you're saying, but they still got to live somewhere. Exactly. And that's why Biden is pushing billions of dollars to give them free housing, free health care, and a bunch of other free shit, because they're the only ones who, if you get free government housing and free, $14.95 an hour when you got free housing and a bunch of government assistance, that's livable. But Americans, us born here, won't work it because we can't. It's not livable wage like you just stated. But immigrants from another country, they'll take it, and they'll be happy to take it. So the government they always know what to do. They always got a plan B.
I think we put too much faith in our officials about how smart they really are. I don't think they know what the fuck they're doing. If they knew what the fuck they were doing, we wouldn't have 10% inflation for the last 3 years.
Yeah,
and constant fucking constant crisis in the fucking Middle East. And honestly, that could be all be by design too, for all we know. But who knows?
I want to say something truth is that because you mentioned the whole kids thing, and I would agree with you that women don't really necessarily want to have kids, and birth control was a thing that exposed it. You know what I mean?
And abortions, man. Even the most conservative Catholic. I mean, I'm talking about not just Roman Catholic. I'm talking Latin Mass, 1 hour and a half, 2 hour and a half kneeling on the wooden kneelers, like the old ways. Even those women that I've dealt with have had 2-3 abortions. It's not, dude. They don't care.
Likely, they're more. We're at a point. I need you to think about this. We're at a point where a woman is more likely to have an abortion than to have a child.
Oh yeah. They have many abortions before. They may have 1 or 2 kids, but they've had like 7 abortions or taken morning after pills. They don't care because they don't have to use that anymore to survive. They can have a fairly easy life because of the diversity and inclusion. If you work for any big global company, you'll have monthly meetings about diversity and inclusion, and they'll literally say this is our main focus of business. And you're like sitting there like, we have nothing to do with any of that. None of that makes us money. But they say this stuff because really corporate America, who buys the politicians as puppets, has hired everyone that they can, and women who traditionally didn't work before, and they're monetizing them. They're not just getting an extra person to work. What does a woman bring to the table in corporate America? Their femininity, their sexuality, the way they talk. That's why a lot of women managers in corporate America are pretty high up. Second, a man doesn't need a protector. They have the cops. But now a lot of people are confused because they say, well, what about the LGBT and homosexuality and the trannies? Like, why is that? Is that a government thing? It kind of is in a way, because if you look at it, they try to monetize homosexuality, but a lot of men just aren't genetically attracted to other men. Then they went to the LGBT, and that got a little bit more men to hop over the line. But then they went to the trannies, and you see millionaires, close to billionaire sports star, like the guy from France. I don't remember his name. Not Cristiano Ronaldo, but in his category, when he was playing the World Cup, he married, I don't know if he's married or he has a girlfriend. She's a tranny. And this dude is like, Ronaldo's a billionaire. So this dude's close behind, in football, or European football, whatever you call it. But there's a lot of like high figures going. So that got a lot of men. Well, they're sexualizing everything and making money off of it, just like a corporation. Now there's why you hear, like, I don't know what the name is, but there's an acronym for adults attracted to minors. And they've been, there you go.
Minor attracted persons, which is obviously a bullshit term, but whatever, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
New speak, yeah. Fucking definitely 1984 Newspeak.
The last frontier is the children. And this is why you hear a lot of schools pushing these LGBT, and like the school counselor, I think I saw on Piers Morgan. Yeah, it was Piers Morgan, where she was upset because the kid or whatever, the parents wanted to explored. She thought she was a boy, or maybe she was a boy and she thought she was a girl. I can't remember. But she had a problem with that, and she says that parents have too much rights on telling their children what they can and can't do. Then there was another case where one of the kids wanted to be a furry, and she said parents have too many rights. The government needs to step in, and if the child feels he wants to be a furry, or he's a girl and wants to be a boy, or vice versa, then the child should have that right. What they're doing is the same thing they did with women to men. They gave women rights. They're going to give kids rights. At that point, the kid is considered an adult, and they can therefore sexualize the kid the way they did with women. So now not only did we lose our women, but you're going to lose your kids.
There's a movie that came out called May December. It's on Netflix. It was recommended to me. I checked it out. The movie, I won't get into all of it, but it's Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore, and it features a woman who had a baby with like a fucking 13-year-old, and she went to prison, and she got out of prison, and she got into a relationship with that he wasn't 13 in the movie, but he's a lot younger, like he's like in his 30s, and she's like damn near in her late 50s, early 60s, or whatever the fuck. And at no point in the movie did they ever recognize the Julianne Moore character, the character who had sex, who when she was in her 30s had sex with a 13-year-old. They never addressed her as a rapist at all. And it's and the guy they got a fucking a Chang to play the grown up version of the 13-year-old, and it's like it was a weird film, and it was strange, but yeah, I mean, even in like we are seeing this, but it was something that came to mind.
Oh yeah, well, you're right. I mean, the reason you see it's okay for women to be sexual but not men is because men right now, their labor, that's the most like valuable thing. That's one of the most valuable things on earth, especially for our overlords. And the only way to monetize that is to keep a man hungry. And this is why, sexes look like a bad thing for a man. It's not really accepted. If you go to Mexico, or if you go to other countries like Thailand, they don't see sex as like this mysterious, mystical, magical, thing. It's just a part of humanity. It's like an animal that mates, it eats, it's nothing special, But here they've made it in such a way with all the propaganda, and you're pretty much put in a place where you can't have sex in order, and that's why you have these grifters, that the self-improvements. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have any of that if it was normal in the US. But pretty much they've kind of cornered you like they do cattle to go through a certain stall by having you, if you want sex, okay, that's fine. But you have to, get in a relationship, you have to get married, and, you might have some kids. And at that point, they got you because now you're hooked. If you have kids, you're hooked for 18 years, some states even longer. But they monetize your wage. You can't quit because you'll go to jail. You can't, take away your passport, so you can't leave. So it's profitable to have a man not have sex. It makes money. It makes a worker. It's the same thing with foreign workers from India. I worked with a lot of them from India, from the Middle East, from Asia, and most of them, they get paid a third of the wage. So first of all, let me back up a little bit. A lot of the ones that I knew, most of them actually, I didn't know any of them that didn't get into the U.S., but this way, the U.S. paid for their schooling, full ride. Housing, their tuition, their books, all that stuff. And on their senior year, these big companies come in, and then you fill out an application, la, 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 la. 6 months later, after you graduate, you get a call from them. Well, these guys, because they were here on a student visa, the company that hired them, it could be Boeing, it could be Cargill, it could be, these large Google, whatever. They hired them, but they hired them at like, instead of paying them right off the bat, fresh software engineers, $85K, they'll pay this person $45K. And they're locked in that wage for 7 years. And then they also give them like really bad shifts, like second shift or third shift. I couldn't believe that people work those shifts because I always thought, office is 8 to 5 or what, somewhere around there. But these people that come from other countries, yeah, they give them those really bad shifts. And there's nothing they can do because if they quit that job, they will lose their citizenship and they'll have to go back to their country. They have to be there for 7 years. See, this is how you get cheap labor, just like a man who's forced to work for 18 years or 23 years. It all goes back to dude, this has all been constructed. Certain things that they don't account for are like women not having children. I don't think they saw that. They didn't see that, but they quickly came up with a solution because they're banning it in certain states. And, but still women are defined. Dude, these women will never have kids. Like, don't think that when they get old, they're going to say, oh, you know what? I'm old. But
that's one of their biggest regrets. If you look at the data, I hate to say it, but like you can say that all you want, but that's one of their biggest regrets is what they say.
No, okay, so.
I don't know, go ahead.
Well, what I mean, okay, yeah. They might regret the act of not having a kid, but their biggest regret when they get old is getting old, losing that beauty. They're not going to turn around and be like, okay, I'm 65. Now I'm gonna date the 45-year-old, from a 0 to 10 for incel. They're gonna say, oh, I'm 65. I need somebody to take care of me that has a good job. Let me get that 40-year-old network engineer that makes good money so he can pay for my meds and stuff. And the only reason, if you actually talk to them, the only reason that they regret not having kids or more kids is because they want entertainment when they get old. Because they don't got simps entertaining them and jumping and doing little monkey backflips. They're all by themselves, and they think if I would have had kids, they would be dancing around me and saying "Grandma, Grandma" with their grandchildren. Hey, Grandma. Hey, Mom.
It's just like, yeah, you're right. It's just basically something for them to do. Like they don't have reason.
Right.
It's a selfish reason.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, but women are naturally selfish. So like, why would you expect them to be otherwise differently? Like, it doesn't matter. Like they've always been selfish about their desire to have children. They're selfish about everything they fucking do.
Well,
like, everything they do has a selfish motive behind it. Like I think men are far more altruistic than women are, but. Even though that's not really a real thing, but at the end of the day, when we're talking about women, they don't take responsibility, they don't take accountability,
not at all.
They don't care about most things. So, like, when people say these things, well, yeah, they're not going to care. Of course, they don't fucking care because they're literally a hollow existence of a being.
Yeah. Yo, can I make this really quick? This really quick quote. Yeah, I promise this will be quick. I watch Kevin Samuels almost every day. I just love it. I don't know. I think it's very entertaining. And he had a quote. He said, let me see, I hope I don't screw this up. He said, for a lot of these women out here, like their existence in their life only makes sense if they can blame their decisions off on someone else. And I just love that quote. That shit is so true. And that's speaks so much to the truth of how, yeah, these women just they hate taking accountability. So go ahead, Jay.
No, I was gonna say, before birth control. I mean, obviously, women they do. I mean, one thing I'll give the feminists, they're right. Women do enjoy sex similar to how men enjoy sex, and sex as kids are a result of sex, and you remove that, then oh shit, let's fuck the chads, and we're not gonna have any repercussions, at least that we can see, right? So and I think it was in your Discord, Mystery. Somebody posted I'm surprised. I'm not sure if you've covered it, but somebody posted that we are recently seeing women for the first time, and that since the 70s, since like somebody knows it from the Discord, but since the 70s with like the sexual revolution and feminism and all this other stuff, we're actually seeing women for the first time. And before, because look, most blue pill men, even a lot of these red pill guys, they want to believe that women are naturally these monogamous people similar to and that we're the ones that got to spread our seed and blah 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 blah. But it's like no, and Coach Greg Adams actually breaks this down how, you know, women in their most unleashed, you know, are just as destructive, if not more destructive, than a man could ever be. At least like
well, yeah, women without the guidance of good men will simply just be garbage. Duh. Like, once again, I've said it before, but a lot of people refuse to accept it. But the state of your women or the state of the men in your society. That's simply reality. Like, if your men are shit, then women are gonna be shit too. Why would they be otherwise?
Yeah.
Like, why would they be otherwise? The overall driving force that normally keeps things together is that you have a strong, you know, not saying patriarchy per se, but you can call it that. Men make the rules and they enforce the rules, and women just follow what the rules say. Well, if the men break the rules and they make the rules shitty or they make the rules retarded, and then the women act retarded, well, who made the rules? Now, you could argue that it wasn't the men of the current age, and I know, once again, I say this within the context of the current era, where, you know, obviously, when we're talking about the current era, the men who were born into the system are far more innocent than the men who made the system. So, but when I say men, though, I'm talking about men who 1920s. You know, they what did they do then? They emancipated the women. Okay, now you can vote now, and then you see this explosion in the desire to attack. Like, I had the graph right here. You can see it. My God, like, fuck it. We're gonna talk about this today. Fuck it. You can just see it. Like, it's literally destructive as fuck. Like, you see. So here's 1920. Look, the correlation is right here in front of your eyes. 1920 enforcement of women's suffrage. Look here, 1920. Oh, look how the taxes just fly up and there's less kids. I wonder what happened. Like, I wonder who fucked us over. And then, you know, look at this shit. Okay, look at the inflation. Like, women suffered worse in World War II. Well, what? Like, so here's World War II, and here's after they give women, yeah, that's way after, but at the same time, like, somehow as we give women more rights and they gain more of the electoral power here. They vote for more and more welfare for themselves,
right?
Tax you to fucking death with inflation, and then wonder why there's no fucking money left. Like, we know what the problem is. No one wants to fix the problem because people benefit from the current system. Chads benefit via free sex. Women benefit via not having to fuck some fucking 5 out of 10 dude. And the government benefits via, you know, okay, well, we get the tax revenue from the women and we get to push our fucking agendas and shit and all this crap. And NGOs benefit because fuck it, why not? You know, women spend far more than men do, so they get women now have the spending power to spend their own money, and you're going to spend it on bullshit. So what do you expect?
I agree with you, Mystery, but it's the elites that run the country that make the laws and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the elites who are for years have been primarily who?
Walmart, Rockefeller, the Cargill family, Boeing, Raytheon.
So a lot of high powered, you know, men of various ethnic groups, but we'll talk about one primary one here, right? Primary one. You know, he said it back in the day. You know, I care not who makes the nation's laws if I control the money. I mean, that's not the way you said it, but, you know, come on. The obvious thing on the planet here. They've been pushing an agenda for fucking years, and everybody pretends like it doesn't fucking exist, or they want to act like it doesn't exist. And then when I point it out and say, let's get quiet real quick. Well, okay, fine, but I know you don't want to talk about it, but it is what it is. You know, we can. And once again, it's not, if you can name the person, it's probably not them.
Right, exactly, because they're hiding behind the screen, and it could be because they see us as subhumans and we're just Gentiles, you know. I don't know, but I do know that, I mean, people act accordingly to how the law allows them to act. You know, if for example, let's just take one example. If adultery was a crime, or abortion, here's a good example, was a crime, a lot of people wouldn't do it. There'd be a very small percentage of people that are willing to break that law. Most people wouldn't, even if they wanted to. But because the laws have given women all these rights and privileges and diversity and protected status, they're just following the law. It's like blaming a corporation for taking advantage of these they call them tax havens or whatever, or tax breaks. they're not doing anything illegal. You may not like it, but they're just following tax law. It's the same thing with women. They're not really, breaking any law. They're just, it'd be essentially, we'd be having a different conversation, or we wouldn't even be having this conversation. It'd probably be all women if instead of like doing child support and screwing men over primarily, they'd have a thing where if you got divorced and, you have a child or whatever, 50-50, but the woman has to give the man sex once a week until he finds another wife, or even if he has another wife, until the child turns 18, a lot of women would be crying and saying, that's unjust, that's unfair, whatever. But it's essentially the same. The U.S. is Thailand for women.
So what was the point of what you just said? I'm sorry. So I guess you're saying it's the law that needs to be changed, right?
The law.
I would say, well, how do laws change?
They don't. We don't have that power.
No, I'm asking how do they change? I didn't ask you. I'm not asking you, can we change them? I'm asking how do they change?
Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan sit down and say, how can we squeeze more out of these slaves? And then they'll say, oh, I know, ban abortion so they can have more slaves.
So what you're saying is that our men are morally base and don't care about anything other than themselves. And that is our primary problem then.
The elites, yeah. They're completely...
Well, the average man too. That's what I see all the time. So the average man just has the exact same mentality that the elites do. They want to be the elites. They want to be the guy in the fucking satanic pedophile ring doing crazy shit.
They do, but they don't have power to like make laws.
That's the most obvious thing on the planet. Yeah. My point is that our people are morally base. They have zero moral standard. They have no compass. And of course, you're going to get shitty laws out of shitty people. The problem is the people. We want to talk about abstract things. The elites. No, the people are the elites, but no, the elites are the people rather. But at the end of the day, we're always talking about if you're a base level citizen votes for retards who are also base level retards themselves, then why do you expect garbage to come out of a garbage in, garbage out, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Well, you were saying about moral men, but how did they get that way? You were talking about...
No, it certainly wasn't via the law, because I believe that laws change. I think morals change before laws do, oftentimes.
Well,
now, unless something is forced upon you, per se, but sometimes the elites do force stuff, and then they try to change the morals via the law. And they do that oftentimes, they do.
Separation of church and state was one big step. Also, many companies work you on the weekends now, so the whole, I don't work on the Sabbath, that kind of...
Well, yeah, I know. I know that the moral standards of our country have changed, but that simply speaks to, once again, Rome, before Rome became hyperinflated and full of Visigoths and Ostrogoths and shit like that, they had fallen morally first. They felt that the elite class particularly fell apart morally. If the elites no longer feel it's necessary to defend the citizens of their own country, when Astilico needed recruits to defend the Western Roman Empire, he went to the Senate, and the Senate told him to fuck off because they wanted to keep their big ass plantations going. Like it doesn't get any more direct than that. Oh yeah, like it's in the same way that our elites, they say, okay, fine, we're going to keep kicking the can on the road with inflation, keep printing the money up. Who cares if inflation's 5% every year and people can't afford to buy food anymore? They got to eat fucking soup every damn day. Who gives a shit? As long as I get paid. You got fucking some dude, who wants to retire. I'm gonna increase the pay of the average house member by X amount of dollars. Like what? Like these are your priorities, not fixing inflation or anything else. They don't care. The reality is that, once again, the politicians don't care, the elites don't care, because it's part of their agenda. So they don't care. But once again, the morals of those people does matter. What they believe in their heart of hearts does matter before anything else happens, comes out of their mouth. A regularity between the heads and the hand is the heart. And if your heart's full of wickedness and bullshit, what do you expect to come out of that person's mind?
Right.
Like no one wants to deal with that, but the problem is that how do you change somebody's heart? How do you make somebody believe something that they no longer believe, or they've accepted as being falsehood, or they think it's well, this isn't useful for making money, so it doesn't matter anymore. Well, that's exactly what they think. That's how they think.
Right.
It's all a cost benefit analysis. Okay, well, this moral standard stops me from making more money, so we gotta get rid of that. So rather than having a productive society full of families and happy people, we're gonna just let's put men through abject misery. The women will give them a pass because women always have an easier ride, but they're still gonna be miserable later on in life. But we'll give them a fun ride in their 20s and 30s and maybe their 40s too. But who cares? Yeah, and we'll just bring in a bunch of brown fucks from whatever fucking shithole country they crawl out of across the border, and give them free welfare and off your taxpayer dime. So who's the real fucking retard, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you hit it right on the nail.
And while you do nothing, I mean, I honestly, the more, not you per se, but the more ubiquitous you, they fleece you every day. Every day you go to work, you lose money via inflation. So you're literally losing money when you go to work. It is retarded. And unless you're fucking raised with 20% last year, good luck.
Yep. No, you hit it right on the nail. I mean, I can't. I mean, just look at China and the U.S. Supposedly U.S. is number one economic power, but China's close behind. They're number two. Look at their populations. They're complete. Like, look at China. You could sit there and say, "Oh, look, they're drones. They're all for the communist regime." They banned all religions, and the government is the religion, and they have to do everything. They're drones or whatever. They probably stare back at us and say the same shit. They're like, "Oh, look at those drones." Now, I've talked to people from Europe. They don't work as hard as we do, So we're up there as far as working us as hard as they can to make as much money off of us. And
I mean, if you look at China really is just a fucking a huge, massive organ harvesting operation at this point. I mean, so many people go missing in China. It's not even funny, and nobody cares. People there, it's a dime a dozen nowadays to find a dead Chinese kid in some fucking factory somewhere getting slaughtered to death. So it is what it is. So I mean, they don't care, and the Americans don't care about life either. The problem is that nobody actually cares about life anymore. Nobody actually cares about really human life. Once you break down, this is the problem with deconstruction in a way where you break down things to such a base level that you really just stop caring about life anymore. Oh, well, if this is all there is, well, shit, huh? Well, I guess life doesn't matter then.
Yeah,
this is what I mean when people aren't grounded in anything, morally or anything else. They don't care. So anything becomes permissible when you have no standards.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. That's why you see a lot of people, like you just stated, a lot of people have that apathy and they're so jaded. They're like, nothing really matters. So, what do they do to compensate for? Because obviously they just see us as
I'll tell you what they do. I'll tell you what the men coom their brains out to porn every fucking day. They go to OnlyFans. They coom their brains out there. They coom their brains out every fucking day to bullshit social media, Instagram posts, and looking at it in the same Instagram model booty they saw last week. Saw the same ass at the end of the day, right? Literally the same BBL you saw last week. It's the same BBL in the last chicken on the last video you watched, but it's the same shit every fucking day. You coom your brains out. You go to some dead end fucking job you don't give a fuck about. You work 80 hours, 40 hours a week. You come home, smoke some weed, you chill in your house, and then you have nothing else. I don't know.
You're right. You're right.
That is the fucking life of the average male in this country, and that's what they've been relegated to.
Yep.
And the fact of the matter is that they've got you on a perfect dopamine ride, where it's like, okay, well, anytime your dopamine is about to fall, you smoke a little weed. Oh, I'm back on top again. Or you anytime your dopamine is about to hit, I need to fucking whack off the porn now. Okay, I'm gonna do that real quick, and then I'm good to go. So they got you by the balls. And until something takes that shit out, which is probably not going to, because let's be real here, nothing ever really happens in this country. If you're honest here, then it simply is what it is, right? And the women are just as bad. I'm gonna buy the next fucking handbag I don't fucking need. I'm gonna buy some fucking shitty ass iPhone that sucks, that's full of fucking rat turds because it's fucking some fucko in India's making it now, and I'm gonna fucking fuck Chad, fuck Brad, fuck Tyrone, fuck this dude, fuck that dude, because to fill in the fucking void in my fucking heart, because I'm fucking nobody.
Fur baby, don't forget some
fucking fur baby, cat, dog, whatever the fuck you want to call it, some fucking fish or bird. It's the same story every fucking day. I don't mean any harm. It's literally the same story every fucking day, and you watch it happen on repeat. It's like you're watching some fucking Tom and Jerry. It's the same story every day. Tom and Jerry is literally the same story every day. All they change this time is different because this time Jerry will be caught. No, he won't. He won't. So.
Oh yeah, and since because of everything you hit right on the nail, because they're like, oh, what do we do now? We have all these low wage jobs. Open the borders, bring in, like you said, these.
Yeah, look what Rome did. Okay, we need to bring in we don't have an army anymore. Okay, we got to hire the fucking our enemy, the Germans. Okay, that makes sense. Germania, that makes sense. What? The people who hate you for the last 1,000 years, they're gonna hire them.
Yep.
Okay, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. It doesn't make any sense. But this is what governments do when they run out. Because governments do this when they don't want to fix the problem, or when they. In fact, half of them don't even think it's a problem. You want to know why? Because they live in an ivory tower. They live in an ivory tower where they don't see the suffering. They aren't suffering themselves, so they think there's no suffering.
Oh yeah, well, and they can't. So they created a permanent, like, on certain things. Let's say the government said, we've had enough of this shit. We gave you women freedom. We gave you, rights above men, and you fucked it up. We're falling below replacement. We're having to get these jungle whatevers over here because you won't have American children. We're going to make it fair now. They know they can't do that because those women have been so propagated. They're damaged.
I said this a while ago. You can't. I mean, you would have had to fix this problem 20 years ago. There's no fixing the problem now because the women are completely spoiled. It's like a rotten egg, right? You can't go back in time and make it fresh again, right? So you have all these women who have been propagandized their whole life to think that their father told them that, their grandfather told them that, their uncle told them that, their brother told them that they were special, they were beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the world. They're all 10s. Even the fucking fat chick who's fucking the size of fucking two shirts to put together is also a queen and a beautiful fucking woman, and they're all beautiful now. They're all this, they're all that, because this is the equality they actually wanted, right? They all want to be beautiful. They all want to be seen by Chad. They all want to be like they kind of got what they wanted in a way. A lot of men are they're simping for women who they wouldn't have even looked at 20 years ago.
Oh yeah,
It's true. So they kind of have achieved the equality they wanted for themselves.
They have,
but equality doesn't work because equality is a false god. So
it doesn't. It's on the decline. Actually, I mean, we won't see the last frontier is once they start doing it with the kids, which they are. They're pushing for it right now. Maybe in 10, 15, or 20 years, it'll be. More. They're going to make a lot of money, just like they did off of women, but it's going to be with the kids. Once they hit, that'll be the last phase of the empire before it falls. Just look at Rome, Greece. That was kind of like once they started to get into that was because there's nothing else to monetize. What are you going to do now? Put your cat on OnlyFans or your dog?
Well, since then you'll have your children on there, which you kind of already do in a way, but. Yeah, so you have you'll be taking your kids, and I mean this happened in Rome too. People would sell their kids to slavery to pay the bills, and if things get that bad, they'll sell their kids off to slavery to pay the bills, and don't tell me how bad it can get. It can get real bad. People will pimp their kids out. It happened in fucking Weimar, Germany. You had a mother-daughter teams, and at the end of the day, we're just going through a Weimar America at this point. That's all it really is. Weimar Republic. The exact same thing happened there. The sexual degeneracy increased. People got desperate, start selling their ass on the internet, because we do cater to every single sexual perversion on the internet now. You can find anything on the internet, and if you look for it hard enough, you got Brazilian fart porn. You can look up scat. You can look up this. You can look up that. Pee porn, or what you want to call it. I don't look this shit up. I know it exists. Duh. But at the end of the day, you can find anything. I remember when fucking two girls, one fucking cup came out. Remember when that came out, and I was like, what? It was a shock video back in the day. Now it's like, this is normal now. This is normal porn.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't tell me how bad it can get.
Oh yeah.
Go to work, Jimmy. Go to work.
What's up, Ghost?
What's up, Mystery Truth? It's been a while.
Ghost.
Yeah, pretty cool. It's been a pretty good couple last streams. I've been kind of listening to, kind of like downloading them and listening when I'm out and about, and it's been pretty entertaining, funny, always informative. It's been really cool stuff. I wanted to join just hang out and shoot the shit with you guys.
No, good shit, man. You got anything you want to add?
Somebody was talking about Wavy joining the stream. Was that yesterday?
He joined yesterday, yeah.
Right, yeah. Wavy is the man, definitely like a single mama expert.
Oh, he is. Okay, well, there you go.
Oh yeah, he's known for basically like dating single moms and dealing with single moms en masse. So he had
Yeah,
actually a stream with Scribe.
yeah.
That was funny. It's kind of like they had like a 5 hour long stream, kind of like a crash course on how to deal with single mom, like the guide to from A to Z, everything you need to know. It was pretty funny, entertaining as shit.
Well, Goes, you want my opinion on single mothers?
Say that again.
Do you want my opinion on single mothers? Since that's
Sure, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
They're one of the easiest to get. It just depends. Not every single mother's the same, but if you're a more poverty stricken area, a single mother, let's say she's married or is in a relationship with a guy, she gets in a fight with him, whatever reason, cheating, money, who cares? Now she's a single mother and she's poor. She has, just like everybody, an X amount of time to pay that rent. Maybe she needs a new apartment, a car bill, expenses. She will be in a mad dash to find the next simp to pick up the tab to pay all those bills for her. So when you're hunting for a single mother, a lot of these single mothers will take not a very good, attractive guy, but that has a good wage. That doesn't mean at all that she won't be, as time goes on, she won't fall in love with a Chad she sees at work or a Tyrone at the gym. But you have to understand, that if you're picked by a lot of these women as like a relationship, or let's move in together, or let's get married, that should kind of be an insult to you at this point in time. I hate to say it that way, but she's not seeing you as an attractive guy. She's just seeing you as a guy that she can get resources off of. And because now cucketry has been normalized, the reason why it's normalized, even if you're let's say you're some big, strong, ex-military, and you're a sheriff, a sergeant, or a lieutenant, and you find out that your wife's cheating on you with some guy, even those guys won't lift a finger to hurt the other guy because they'll lose everything. Cucketry is protected by law. It's not just, willy-nilly that this stuff happens without repercussions. If you notice, America, it's the land of the cuck and the home of the slave. That's what I call it. But cucketry, it's in America because it's kind of protected by law. What are you going to do? You can't, adultery or, cheating it's not against the law. So the
I agree, but doesn't that apply to women, not necessarily only single moms?
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm having trouble
Yeah,
hearing
doesn't
you.
that apply to every single woman, only single moms?
That applies to every woman. I'm sorry, I see what you're saying. I kind of diverted, but yeah, single mothers.
Yeah.
I mean, single mothers. It depends. I've met single mothers at work. Sometimes they're so desperate that maybe if they see your grocery cart is full, this has happened to me, like to the brim. They know obviously you have money, and depending on the brands of foods that you get, if you're not buying the store brand, you're buying higher foods, they'll see you as they'll give you a shot, or they'll come say hi or something like that. But it's not because you're attractive, it's just they need a meal ticket. So it just depends. If she's a single mother and she like divorced Bill Gates, let's just say an example, analogy. She divorced Bill Gates. She ain't gonna be doing any of that because she has a lot of money from the divorce. She has, a lot of money from the alimony and the child support. These are only you have to get a single mother that's desperate. That's the only way an American woman now opens her legs. She has to be running scared. She has to have student loan debt. She has to have high credit card debt. She has to have a high mortgage payment and a high car. And as long as you're willing to pay for all of that and just be used that way, and then you get sex out of it, and you're okay with that, yeah, you can have a single mother. And they can actually be really good looking.
Right. So it only, like, it always depends on your perspective, right? Like, for example, the way I date women now is that no cohabitation. That's kind of like a rule that is not gonna break for anybody. Like could be like a Giga Stacy 10 out of 10 virgin, you know, the virgin Mary, and it's not gonna work. So if you're taking a single mom, assuming like she's hot, she's good with you and everything, like having her over like once, twice a week, you know, like spending good time and then sending her home, it's not gonna affect you that much. Like this is the way I've been dating women, like that have been some single moms, not single moms, and it didn't
I'm sorry.
affect me like economically, the way that you know, like people tend to exaggerate it, right?
I'm sorry, Ghost. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was going to say that's what I do too. You don't move in with them, but you have to give them money. I mean, they're really only with you because you're providing something. They could get a cock that looks just as good as you or better anywhere. They're looking for some type of financial support. It's a lot easier just to give them cash. Just, you know, give them cash, send them on their way.
What I'm saying though, what I'm saying is that you're not I'm not spending any cash or anything. Like I usually like meet women for first dates, like on walks or like coffee dates. And if they try to push for like something, you know, more expensive, let's go to a restaurant, let's go to this, you know, fancy bar or some shit like that, I just bail on them. I just like move to the next. And most of the time it goes from coffee to let's go home, watch a movie or like cook some meal or something. And it goes from there. I didn't spend that much money on chicks, to be honest. The only thing that I spent money on is the surgeries that I did. And that's been the best decision of my life, like for sure. And I'm actually thinking I'm getting more. So I'm currently like in a relationship, like it's been more than 2 years now, but like I'm always in the back of my mind, like I'm thinking like this may end at any time. And then if it ends, I kind of like have my next move ready when it comes to surgeries. And I'm still like looks maxing and trying to improve my looks all the time. And what I've been doing actually is, and it's funny because you were talking about like Richard Cooper earlier, do the work and shit. And he's actually a prime example of somebody who can't basically, he's basically like his narrative is like do the work, get rich and everything. But then when you look at him, he could be driving a McLaren and then he's still going to be like with some single mom or like some used up chick because it just looks like a Frankenstein. And then it's funny, like when you get dudes calling his show and kind of like saying, like, I make six figures, I make 200,000 a year and shit like that. And he kind of blames the guy still, like, oh, this is not, you're missing this. You have to be alpha, you have to be this, you have to be that. And the guy is telling him, like, I'm short, my face is fucked up, women have rejected me my whole life. And you get like those gurus, like, just blaming the dudes for something they can't control. It's kind of like it's a broken record at this point. And then he also like bashes women all the time in his videos. But then now he has a show called Ladies Night where he gets like chicks on, and they basically get always the same kind of thing. A woman like who's been whoring around her whole life, and then at 35, whatever, she's trying to find some apex alpha Chad who makes like 7 figures income, and obviously he's nowhere to be found. And Richard Kuba kind of like goes nice on them, doesn't call them out and stuff like that. It's just annoying to watch that kind of shit. It's entertaining, but at the same time, it's just pissed me off. I don't know what you think, Mystery.
Sorry, I have my mic on mute. I don't think much of it really, but yeah, True Pill, what's up, dude?
Hey, sorry about that. I got kicked off or something.
Okay.
Yeah, did you miss what what I was saying, Truth Pill?
I did. I'm sorry. I got kicked off just as soon as you started talking.
Right. What was the last thing I was saying?
You were saying something about you bring over girls and you don't have to pay them, that you just kind of go through them as soon as they want commitment or something more, you just get a new one.
Right. So the way I dated most of the time is basically I meet women on dating on online dating apps, and then I try to meet them in person, either for a walk or like a coffee or like coffee and walk, something like super cheap. And sometimes they kind of pay for their coffee. Doesn't bother me that much. Like a coffee is like $5, and sometimes I don't. Like I get there earlier, and I get my coffee, and then they come, and then they buy theirs. But then for the most part, it's kind of like meeting the chick, going for a walk, having a chat, whatever, and then either meeting her the same day at home or like at her place, and watching a movie, like cooking something, whatever, and we go from there. And for the most part, like I've been dating chicks like a couple days a week where I go to their place or they come to mine, but I haven't been like taking them to restaurants all that much.
So go. Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask where, if you don't mind, you don't have to say if you don't want to. I understand. Around what area you live?
I am in the west coast of Canada.
West Coast. Okay. Maybe it's different
Yeah.
from you're from, or you're in the U.S. For some guy to pull off, it sounds like you have kind of like, you can get women, and sleep with them fairly easily from what I'm understanding, at least.
Okay, so I did like a trip just recently, like the west coast of the U.S. and kind of like traveled across the country. Right? I had the kind of to talk with stuff during my trip, and what I noticed is that where I live is more brutal than California, for example, San Diego, LA, or San Francisco. And what I find is that I'm not a white guy, so I'm kind of light skinned, so that's helping me a lot in my opinion. And what I find is that people here tend to prefer, and if you're, it's basically like a strike on you, right? So you have to deal with it, and it's definitely like, I definitely noticed that with people who have like darker skin, they tend to do pretty bad when it comes to dating, especially Curacao, of course, and Asians. I don't live in an area where there's like black people, but the ones I met, they were pretty much struggling with dating, as you would expect. Yeah, so for me, I guess I was talking about that earlier. Like the surgeries that I did kind of like took me from probably like a 4 to 6 or maybe more. I'm not really sure, but definitely it was a lot easier. And not only in dating, that's the fucked up thing. Like even when it comes to work, like I've always been like a guy who wanted to be competent, like my job, and did like always like took pride in doing the best thing, the best job I can, right? The amount of gratitude and recognition that I get now for the less work I do is crazy. Like I used to work a lot harder, and hardly like I get like some thanks or like approval, some shit like that. Whereas now I do way less, and still like people say, "Hey, what you did there was super smart" and shit like that. That was a really cool thing that we helped team and shit like that. And it's basically like the way you look is just gonna make people gravitate around you, and then I'm not sure if it's subconscious or something, but it's just ridiculous to watch, especially when you do like a surgery, right? Like if I was training, let's say like if I was hitting the gym trying to become like let's say I look like Family Guy, and then try to become like a shredded guy, and then I do that over a course of 3-4 years. Like I would think that like my work is kind of like paying off over time, but then when you do surgery, it kind of like it only requires the time for recovery, which is usually not much. And let's say you have like a nose job, and then after 3 months you look like a little bit different, and you see like already like people treating you a certain way, and like nothing changing about you except your nose, which is so fucked up.
Wow, dude. I mean, well, you're kind of like the embodiment of the black pill, because it sounds like you looks maxed and you geomax, and the fact that you're getting positives not just in dating but also in your professional life, it just goes to show how much looks matters in almost everything in life.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of creating a channel and talking about like my experiences with everything, not only with dating. Because when I was dating at some point, like right now I'm just with one chick, but then I used to date like multiple chicks at the same time. And then even and they would find like other like toothbrushes and stuff like that. That wouldn't bother them. They would just come back and then like the bullshit that I saw, like when I started dating multiple chicks at the same time, it was just eye opening. They only like want to be monogamous once they like once they want to secure a guy for resources and kind of secure like a retirement plan, or like try to screw some guy after divorce or some shit like that. But as long as you play the game like the way I'm doing, like you probably won't have to worry that much, because most of the time you kind of like have your messages, right? Like you're texting the girls. That's kind of like a little bit of insurance there if she makes like any false accusations, and then she's not like legally living with you. So if you break up, it's gonna be a breakup, and you move on to the next one, and you're good to go.
So, do you mind if I ask how tall you are?
Yes, I am 6 foot tall, and then kind of like have dark features. I did 2 surgeries, and then I also fixed up my teeth. So I have pretty good teeth now, good smile, and then my hair like was kind of like a Norwood tree, and then I went to Turkey. Flew with the Turkish hairline, not airline, and then got that to a Norwood 1 now. And then my nose was kind of like had only like a hump on it, and it was like a little bit small. And then got that resized a little bit smaller, and then straightened. And that kind of changed my face quite a bit. And I think face-wise, I have pretty good ratios. Like when I look at my face, I remember once I kind of put my face on that golden ratio, and I'm pretty like decently close to that ratio in general. But I think the best feature about me is my eyes, and I get a lot of compliments from girls about that.
What color of eyes do you have?
Dark brown.
Dark brown. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess if I find some actor, let me see if I can see some actor that has like a similar eye area.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds all those surgeries that you really surgery maxed. And
so this is the thing, right? Like the black pill for me is it's not enough to be just aware of the black pill. You have to live the black pill, and to live it is to go the surgery route and do like the hard and extreme looks maxing, which leads to results. Like I've been hitting the gym for a while, and honestly, like it does not work that much because it's just like a matter of hormones in your body, right? So I'm thinking about getting TRT. Probably gonna change a lot, but it's just as far as hard work, it's only relevant like for some people. Like some people have the genetics to make it happen, I guess.
Right. I mean, surgery won't help the guy that. I mean, if you're, well, I guess if you're short, you could get that leg lengthening surgery. I don't think I would recommend it, to be honest with you. It looks pretty evasive and dangerous, and has all these complications with it. But go ahead.
Did you see that thing with the guy? There's this guy, he's got like dreads. He went from like 5'5" to 6 foot doing leg lengthening surgery. That shit was crazy.
I've seen some crazy ones, dude. I think I might have seen that one, but I saw one where there was like 2 guys. They were already like 5'10", I think one was. The other one was like 5'9", and they I think they got over 6 feet, both of them. I mean, it did look considerable. You could see the change, and that one dude was big. I mean, big frame, and it looked like he was a bodybuilder, not a pro, but like an amateur bodybuilder. The other guy took care of himself too. And I was like, these aren't like what you would think, the incel living in the basement, overweight and all that. These were like more, upscale professional men doing this, And
Yeah, I don't want to hear anyone saying, you know, men are not putting in effort, men are not putting themselves out there. I don't want anyone to say what men need to be doing, because you got dudes out here, you know, breaking their legs. Like, don't not say men are not fucking trying.
right.
Don't say
No,
men are not putting in the effort. I don't see any women out here breaking their fucking legs to try to, you know,
Yeah,
try to date.
yeah, you know, this do the work. It's just ridiculous. Like when uh, he improve himself, future needs do the
You're
work.
borging. You're borging.
Oh, how about now?
Yeah, yeah, it sounds
Is
good
it
now,
better?
I suppose. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was talking about Jeremy Meeks, right? Like when you think about that guy, did he improve himself? Did he do the work? Did he put in any effort? It was just a picture, right?
Right. Yeah, just a picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about the looks, man. Like honestly, like I would, like right now, what I'm doing is actually, it's kind of like a soft version of need maxing, where I'm cutting a little bit of work hours and work days, and making less money, and spending those days on just going out and about, just doing like sport and improving my looks and just networking and stuff like that. And basically, like from my perspective, is basically um, trying to pay less taxes in general, because I don't want to
Right.
contribute to the system who's fucked up, and then
Right.
just basically like self disqualifying from the you know, stepdaddy slash husband position, and just subscribing to the fuckboy idea.
Hmm.
yeah,
No,
no,
I completely agree with you. I don't want to I don't want to do shit for the system either. I got my first I'm a neat maxer now. Shit, I got my first welfare check like last week. I mean,
oh,
yeah,
congratulations, dude.
I thank you so much.
Congratulations. I
I want
toast you
to
if I was drinking.
I want to thank my
Salute.
parents. I want to thank my publicist. No, but no,
Mhm.
seriously, it was like a check for like $250, which I get $250 a week. But I don't know how long. Huh?
How much can you get in the U.S.? Let's say you've been working, like say for 2 years, like making 5,000 a month. Like how much would you get on welfare if you get kicked out?
Shit. Well, I live in Florida. I don't know. I live in Florida. I don't know. There's some kind of math formula they use. I don't. So I couldn't really answer that question directly. I will tell you what I do know. Like I live in the state of Florida, and like the max unemployment benefits you can get for an entire year, and I think this is insane, is $3,300 for the whole year. So like that $250 a week that I get, that'll probably be gone, and like that'll probably come to an end in like maybe three and
Really
a half
quick?
months. And then I'll
Yeah,
have to wait until a whole calendar year, I guess. I don't know, till I can get benefits again. But I expect to be back to work by then. It's
right.
just I mean, it's the beginning of the year. There's there's a hiring surge. So
Right,
I'm anticipating I should be back to work in a few weeks. But
right.
for
I
right
think you
now,
mentioned you're
I gotta do what I
in
gotta
tech
do.
writer, right?
Yeah, I'm in tech. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm
Yeah,
also in
and
tech.
it's yeah. Speaking of tech, I wanted to make this comment earlier, because someone had met. I think it was you, Truth Pill, who had talked about the influx of immigrants and how they're bringing the wages down. I mean, so I work in tech, and I think you said Truth Pill. I think you said you work with Indians, and you know, I have a lot of experience working with Indians, being in tech. Probably you probably do too, Ghost. Like it just seems like, you know how like especially in an industry like tech, like the longer you work in it, like most industries, the longer you've been in that industry and the more experience and knowledge you've built up, you should be getting paid more money over time. It's like I'm getting paid
Yeah,
less money over time. Like
yeah.
I remember.
That's something I noticed in the market recently. So since like the whole AI started, there've been like a lot of layoffs. It's kind of like making like creating an imbalance between the demand and offer. So you have like a job offer, but then you have like people bidding down. Like let's say, for example, job offers like $100 hour. You have like
Mhm.
people bidding 80 or 70. And what those
Yeah.
people do, especially with the remote positions, is that they kind of like live far from the city, so their expenses
Mhm.
are cut by half or more,
Yeah.
and then they just basically like lower their income. But then now you're competing with those people if you want to live the big city life, right?
Yeah, it's because I remember jobs like 3 years ago because I remember jobs like 3 years ago they would offer me typically for the type of work that I do in tech they would offer me like a recruiter would come to me and say it's this job is $60 an hour. I might start off as a contractor and then convert to full time, but it would start off $60 an hour. And now those $60 an hour jobs have gone down to $50 an hour, now even $45 an hour. And to me, it's like I can't think of any other reason it would keep going down like this, except for the fact that because you have these Indian H-1B immigrant workers.
Yes.
You work from home, writer?
Huh?
Do you work remotely or from home? Something?
I've most of my tech career I've worked from home, but now it's getting to the point since it's so difficult getting back into the workforce, I'm ready to take an office job if I have to.
So, Ryder, what type of, if you don't mind, just so I can get a better idea, what type of positions have been going down in wage? Have you noticed?
All right, I'm gonna say something. I hope you guys don't hate me for saying this shit. I work at a technology called robotic process automation.
Okay. For Skynet.
I'm now doing machine learning. So I do software automation and machine learning. And
cool.
But yeah, like the software automation jobs, like I've noticed, the wages going down for that shit. So
yeah, okay, so I can give you a introspection. So I actually about a year ago, I made this program. I actually did it for my friend. She, God, may she rest in peace. She passed away, but I made a program that automatically applies on Indeed.com. It would just go through those applications and apply automatically. So I know a lot about jobs, especially in the tech industry. I'm a computer programmer. I program in VB6, VB.NET, and C#.
you don't do Python?
No, we don't do Python. We only need those with like Selenium. We do a lot of. I don't want to get too in detail. But,
yeah, right. I know. Selenium. I know Selenium. That's the automation framework for Java, right?
Exactly. Yes. So anyways, what I was getting at is, if you've noticed, the wages for IT have stagnated, or like you have said, they've actually dropped. But the wages for other things like manual labor have gone up. Even like minimum wage has gone up, but they don't raise the price of tech. So coming into tech now, and this is kind of off point, but I'll get back on point. Coming into tech now, it's kind of like not worth it. Now you hear a lot of like do you know who John Somnes is from Bulldog Mindset?
I do not.
Yep.
Do you know
Bulldog Mindset?
Yeah, like Josh Fluke, those types of guys.
No,
Josh.
I don't.
I know Fluke. I don't know the other guy.
Okay, well, there's a lot of these baby boomer and Gen Xers that got into like IBM, Google, these companies, and they were making hellacious salaries, $250,000, $500,000, because at that time it was a new technology. People were even afraid to touch a computer, and nobody knew any better. And a lot of them didn't even have a degree; they just learned on the job. They made their stacks of cash because they were getting so much, and inflation was down, that they retired as millionaires. And they went on to be, a lot of them are YouTubers. I mean, they're all over the place, or they'll sell courses, or they wrote books, or they just invested and are living in their little cabin, whatever. But the thing about it is, this whole IT thing, and I know, some even in this sphere. That's why it's tough for me to listen to them because I've been where you've been. And yeah, it's all exciting and everything. I got this certificate, that certificate. I learned this technology, that language. But once you get like me around 40, you've been there, you've done that. It's just all shit. It's not going to improve your life. It's not going to, you're not going to, it's not really going to do much for your life as far as improving it. You're just a wage slave. And the more you know, the more they throw on you, and, the worse the corporate politics get. And it's kind of like time is against you when you work at those jobs. It just chisels away at you slowly. But the point being about the wages dropping, yeah, dude, there's an influx. Look, our borders are open, dude. So why would they hire you, an entitled American, that's going to maximize your PTO and take break? And I'm not trying to insult you. I mean, in general, even me, I'm including myself, right? That's going to take all these vacations and sick days, and that's going to go to the doctor and get his teeth fixed and all this. We can hire some guy overseas, on a student visa. I'm sorry, on a worker's visa, and pay him, $45K or a lower wage, or simply a lot of my company does this. It's global. It's international. They got branches in India. They got branches in Africa, in Japan, in England, France, U.S., Brazil.
You work for like a big four or something.
I don't want to say, but it's really.
Oh,
huge.
you don't have to say the name, but okay, all right,
right, yeah, and it's in the financial / medical field. They own both those sectors. So, so they're going to hire people. With remote, you can hire people anywhere. They're going to hire people from those countries. And for you, it's going to get less and less, especially with AI, dude. AI. I looked at AI. I was asking AI to program for me, and it did a damn good job. If you're like if you only have like 3 or 4 or 5 years of programming experience, you can ask it to give you code or throw in some half-assed code and tell it to fix it, and you'll just copy and paste, and you'll modify a little bit here, but a little bit there. But it takes most of the guesswork, most of the grunt work or the heavy work out of it.
Yeah, dude. I've been yeah, man. There's just the Microsoft product called Copilot. I've been using that shit on my computer, on my desktop. That shit is incredible, man. I mean, it's like I made a cover letter yesterday. I have obviously I have a resume, but I've never made a cover letter before. When cover letters are used for job applications.
Oh yeah, you need one.
I opened up that Copilot AI shit and was like, I said, make me a cover letter for a robotic process automation developer. I mean, it put that thing together. I was blown away how detailed it was. Just so detailed and so accurate. I mean, yeah, that shit's incredible.
Yeah, it's mandatory. We had to take training on it a couple months ago. We have to use it. But dude, it's bullshit. What they're doing is they're saving all that data you're putting into it. Because like 5 years from now, they're going to start trimming the fat. If you want to automate programming, that's how you do it. Like all these guys that are like, ooh, programming and IT this. Dude, live it up for the next 5, 10. And I've been working at it since I was 20. And my brother's IT director at his company. Dude, we already know our time is limited.
Yeah, that's the thing. Working in tech, for all my techies out there, this is true. Like being in this field, like you can't hold on to a skill set and think that's going to get you that like the skill set you came in with when you first started your career. Don't think that's something that can uphold you till the end of your career or even halfway through your life career. That's not going to happen. Like you're constantly having to learn new shit. Someone mentioned in the chat.
Basically a never ending battle, right? I guess I'm fortunate in that regard because I do consulting, so I kind of like hop from client to client.
Me too.
Usually, like
Yeah.
my contracts are like 6 months to like 2-3 years, depending on the job, client, whatever. And you kind of like get to see many environments, many tools, learn different things, stuff like that. But you also like run into situations where, for example, you've been like you've been working with clients, you've seen like some problems and you solve them, and then you join the next client and they have kind of like a similar problem, right? And they've been trying to resolve it like for months, but they couldn't. But then knowing the solution from previous jobs, you kind of like just give them that solution, and then you get somebody else from the team kind of like nagging at you, like, oh, this is not like we do the things here and stuff like that, just because you're the outsider kind of thing, the newbie in the team, and they kind of like have to, just mark their territory or shit like that. So you kind of run into those sometimes. Something that I did recently, I guess, in the past 3 years or so, is working from home with multiple clients at the same time. And I made a shitload of money, and then now I'm just like chilling for a couple months, and it's gonna go back to the same. Like they kind of drop the hourly rates, but what I do is just like get 2 clients or 3 clients, and I pick the job being on a developer rate. So I pick my tasks. I usually like work in coffee shops on weekends, or like just in afternoons in the day or something like that in the week. And then I just basically send them the work like bit by bit. Like you guys like familiar with GitHub, right? So I just do a Git push and then send them like a bunch of files, and then keep some at home until the next day, and then repeat.
Because I'm in the world of consulting too, obviously tech consulting. Right. So it sounds like you're like obviously a programmer, developer, like you're like a full stack developer, .NET developer.
Yeah.
That type of thing.
Yeah. So I do Java. I work with C# as well, and then I do Node.js, and then front end I do JavaScript, TypeScript, Angular, and React is my preferred. And what I do, like some GraphQL, some SQL shit, AWS.
Yes, that's what I'm focusing on now. AWS.
Yeah, I've been working with those like for a while. So now, like usually when I join a job, it's fairly like I'm already like familiar with all the tools they use, and I just need to get familiar with their code and environment. And recently, I've been working with the team that had like a mono repo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that thing. Basically, like you have like multiple projects hosted in the same repository, instead of like multiple repositories where you have to maintain every app, and then every time you deploy or like release a new version of like some project, you have to kind of like go in the other projects and kind of increase the version to point to the latest that you have. So monorepo kind of solves that you change everything in one place and you just deploy everything at once. It's been really good and super simple, kind of navigate all the projects into one repo, right? Yeah, so just over time it gets easier, right?
Right. I would like to ask you more questions in detail, but I don't want to make this stream about I don't want to make it about my own personal interests or personal questions I'm interested in. Are you on Ghost? Are you on Mystery's Discord?
I'm not, but I can join if you want to chat sometime. We can agree on a time, and then I can hop on.
You said some things that were kind of got my attention, so I'm kind of curious to hear more about. So.
Yeah, Ghost. It sounded like you found a niche, which is great for you. My problem is now I'm going to be 40, like I said, in a couple of months. I just don't give a shit. Should I learn Python? Should I learn, all these?
I'm learning it now. I started learning Python last week, so. There's just so much demand for it. I'm like, shit. I was like, fuck it. I might as well.
It is, and you're right. It's for data analysis and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm using it for: machine learning, data analysis,
scraping. You know.
And I mean, I bought this course. I bought a Python course. I'll probably be done with it in about probably 2-3 weeks. So, and I think probably as far as programming languages, I think Python might be the easiest one to pick up, outside of like maybe COBOL, but obviously not many people use COBOL now. But
yeah, I've touched it. It's easy to read and stuff. But dude, as you get older, you just don't give a fuck because what benefit do you get out of it? How you try to get out of doing work, you try to do the minimum. That's why I work at home. I pretty much when I listen to Mystery, I love his stream and I love his growth and how he shares his experience, because I was kind of like that where I worked at a brick and mortar place and I gave up. I went without working and this and that, and I tried to make my own company, but it didn't pan out. And then I was like, I think a recruiter called me for a work at home. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I've been working at home and I'm not planning on going back. Like I never want to go back.
It seems like I've been seeing on the job market. I've been seeing, because working remote is my preference too. But I've been seeing it seems like less remote jobs available.
You're right.
They kind of try to push for hybrid, right?
Back to the office. Yeah, they're pushing for people to come back to the office or do a hybrid model. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, it's because I got my buddy. I used my program, and I got my buddy a work at home job. He was my supervisor at my old job, and I also got my friend a job, and I almost got my brother a job, but then they promoted him to director when he wanted to quit. But what I'm trying to say is, they never liked the fact that we work from home. I mean, if you're out of the country, yeah, because they could pay you a lower wage. But for us, because they want to watch you, they don't. A lot like one of my friends, I tried to get him a remote job, but he didn't. He was comfortable at the time. Well, the company did some changes. They put a new building in. They put cameras everywhere. And he sends us all, we're on a group chat. He sends us a text message. Hey, they got cameras in here, and all of us already got called in for coming 3 minutes late. And they monitor our bathroom breaks and how long we take for lunch. And now all of us on that group chat, we all worked at that company. And I'm like, dude, we all told you we had jobs lined up for you. You didn't take them. That's on you. And I didn't tell him this, but I told my but it's hard for me to feel sorry for a guy that you threw a life raft at him. And because he was doing well for a second, he just decided to stay there. But yeah, I mean, they want to watch you. They want total control. You have to understand, a company is they're the people who hire these puppet politicians to make the law. They want total control. That's why they want digital currency. This is why, they spy on you on all the social medias. They want to control every little aspect of your life and monetize everything they can. This is why there's separation of church and state, why your children are now, products of the state, why, women, they own women. The government is the husband of women. They don't need men to provide for them or to protect them. So you ask yourself, what good is a man in a woman's life? Well, he's not any good unless he's Chad.
Yeah.
He's not needed. He's not needed for shit. The only way, for a normal guy, except for Ghost, which that's why I was so surprised, and I'm glad that you found that. But for most guys like me, unless you find a woman in crisis, is what I call it, a woman in, that needs money and resources, you're not going to be able to get sex. You can't just go on a coffee date. I've never been able to just take a girl out on a coffee date.
Fuck no.
Or hey, you want to come over? No, dude. It's like after weeks of talking on the phone, of listening to her bullshit problems with her ex, with her that she has with her kids, that with the school or whatever, and and now my tire blew out, and you have to be that guy that says, "Oh, I'll go buy you a tire." You know,
Mhm.
oh, but I have to talk to the people at the tire. Well, I'll go accompany you, and I'll talk to those mean mechanics at the tire shop. Buy you a tire, take you out to eat, buy some food for your kids. We'll go, we'll smash, and then you'll send them home. It's more of that type for the normal guy, but like coffee dates, you know,
Fuck
or
no.
and getting sex out of that, or dude, that's Chad territory here in the
Chad
States.
territory. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily child territory, but I guess it's always gonna depend on your level of attraction, right? Like if you're an attractive dude and the woman is into you, she's probably gonna initiate the sex talk before you do, actually. And that happened to me like a few times, and it kind of like for me like almost like a signal, like this is a good time to, you know, go home or like go somewhere private or some shit like that. Um, it hasn't been the case like before surgeries and stuff. It's been like a super kind of uphill battle.
Well, man, that surgery must have been the Shad package.
Must the fucking Chad package, because
So
I've talked. Let me just say this. I've talked about the fact that I've had surgery before. You know, I've gotten some procedures done. I've had, like I said, I've seen an improvement as far as my dating life. But I mean, nothing that turned me into like a fucking chat or anything like that. Like, no.
Right. Have you noticed any improvement into like in your everyday life, like aside from dating?
I don't think
Like,
so.
let's say if you go like let's say you go like to grocery shop or something like that, right? You get to the cashier. I guess like being attractive versus normie versus like a sub 5 is the difference between the cashier not looking your way versus saying hi versus asking you about your day and trying to strike conversation with you.
So,
you know, I have not seen a noticeable difference. And I think the reason for that is because I don't think I was like I don't think I was some, what's the word we use for it? Cave dweller? I don't know. I don't think I was some cave dwelling ogre before I had my surgeries.
Right.
And like I said, I've seen an improvement in my looks, but like I said, it's not like you go from being sub 5 to Chad. So what I'm saying is I don't think my starting point was so awful that I was getting negative reactions from women.
Right.
To have noticed a difference. I don't think I've seen a noticeable difference. I think women just treat me normal now when I go out in public versus before I did my looks maxing, you know.
Right. Do you have a full head of hair, Ryder?
Yeah, I do. I do have a full head of hair.
What about you, Truth?
I did
What about Truth?
Oh, okay. Can I tell you my experience? I haven't done any surgery maxing, but I did for 3 years. I went religiously every day, and when I say every day, I mean every day, to the gym. I took. I didn't want to take steroids, but I did take multiple and different kinds of PED SARMs. RAD 140, YK11. I took almost all of them. And I did this for 3 years. I had never gone to the gym and done weights. I had always done cardio, but I did weights, was, on a good regimen, legs one day, arms, back, chest, etc.
Got it.
I was able, at my max, I was able to bench 285 pounds for 3 reps. I could do about 3 or 4 sets of them, sometimes 5. The difference
So
that
what do you look like now? Do you look like Hanma Yujiro, or do you look like just a regular guy? Women, when you have to realize, right? Like you have to realize, like when a woman looks at you, she doesn't give a fuck if you lift 200 pounds or 2,000 pounds. Like if you look good, she's into you.
So I wanted to tell you how they saw. I'll tell you. Okay, girls have said that I'm mattressable. I had 2 girls tell me I'm mattressable. I told them to rate me from 0 to 10. Both of them, one said a 6, the other one said 6.5. And it's funny. One of the girls had me as meh in her contact list, and the other one had me as something as similar. I've been told that I look like what do you call it? Adam Sandler, and another girl said that I look like the guy from Everybody Loves Raymond, Raymond or whatever
The lead character,
yeah, the lead character.
Ray Romano.
Yeah, the lead character. You
Those
know,
guys don't look. Ray Romano and Adam Sandler don't look anything alike. What the fuck?
well, I'm just telling you what they told me.
I know. Well, what the hell? They don't look anything alike. Wow.
Yeah. When I gained a lot of muscle, I did have people at grocery stores interested in, because I buy I cook all my foods and stuff, interested. I got a lot of compliments from guys. They were literally like, "Oh, bro, nice shoulders, bro," or "Oh man, you really hit it today." Like I got a lot of compliments from actual men, and men will respect you. Like for example, I was out at the carnival with my daughter, and I'm riding in the bumper car with her, and I get out of the seat, and the guy just freaks out. He gets scared because of my physique. He thought I was going to do something. I'm not going to do anything to him, but guys do respect you. Society does respect you. I think that's what you were alluding to, Ghost. If you're physically strong, if you look strong, that is a benefit. But there is a small percentage of women that do like guys who have a lot of muscle on them. And they just like that muscle, but it's a small niche. It's not every woman. Most women don't care about that crap.
Yeah, it's like your niche, right? Like if you're doing like the muscle mass game, right? Like most women are into lean muscle, which is usually like the example would be like what's like the Brad Pitt body from that Fight Club shit.
Fight Club.
Yeah.
It's like a swimmer's body.
Jordan or some shit. Yeah. This is what you want, right? And I think, in my opinion, hair is very important. A lot of people underestimate how important that is, and it just makes you look super old. I remember when I got my hair transplant, I was like 35 at the time, and then it took me like 6 months to kind of like recover and basically like for the hair to show up on my my head. And then I joined MysterySchoolMS stream at the time, and then showed him my picture at the moment, and then my picture 10 years before that, so at 25. And he told me like after the hair transplant, I looked younger than my picture in 25. I was like, holy shit. Definitely, like I think hair transplant can literally bring you back from the dead. When it comes to dating. And I hear a lot of cope in the black pill sphere where people say, if you're getting surgery and you're not, becoming Chad, it's just pointless and stuff like that. It's such a garbage argument. I think every single improvement, like even like a half point, like a quarter of point, is gonna make a difference, and it's always gonna follow like a Pareto principle. If you're familiar with that curve, like a 4 and a 6, it's a night and day difference. Like when it comes to dating, it's not only like the amount of chicks that you get, but also the quality.
No, goes to answer his question real quick. I'm just going to answer it quick, and then I'll be quiet. Yeah, I do have a full head of hair. Actually, that's one of the attributes that women like. They'll say like, at least you have more hair than my husband, or at least you have more hair than my ex. So I don't have a problem with that. At least I have good genetics and that. But I do have a good head of hair. And sorry about that, Ryder. Go ahead.
Yeah, like people are saying in the chat, no, you have no hair, you have no life. I think we can credit Hamadi for that shit. But But yeah, you're right. The hair thing is very important, and I hate when chicks, I hate when chicks virtue signal and say there's nothing wrong with bald men. Like, oh, we
Yeah,
can be
so
interested in
like
bald men.
the
That's such a fucking lie.
yeah,
It's just-
so like women will always virtue signal, man. They're always like they're never gonna tell you the truth to your face. They're gonna like give you like like they're gonna rate you a 10, but they wouldn't fuck you, right? It's just
right.
ridiculous.
Yeah. You're right. You're a 10, but I will.
So
You're right.
I think when it comes to hair, especially like the cost of it is so cheap in my opinion, especially if you go like to Turkey, which is kind of like the international kind of hub for that. I remember like at the time I went to a doctor here in my city, and then he gave me a code for 35,000 Canadian, right? I said like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I phoned like a bunch of clinics in Turkey, and I end up paying 2,000. So they kind of like fixed my patched beard, which now like I have a really good beard, and then my hair. So I never like was losing hair or anything, but I was born like the Norwood tree, and my dad has also like the same kind of hair pattern.
You said 2,000?
I paid 2,500, and that's including 5,000 plus grafts on my head, and then they also did like a little bit of my beard, but I'm not sure what the graft number was there too. And it took 3 days. They usually like they pay the hotel for you, like you have like multiple tiers that you can get like to a 4-star, 5-star, 3-star hotel, and then you only pay the expense, which was 2,500, and then your plane ticket. And for me at the time, it wasn't that expensive, so I ended up paying like maybe I'm gonna say like at the time I was in Europe for vacation, so then I went to Turkey, and I'm gonna say like 3,000 all in, and that's in euros. So that's probably like pretty close in dollars USD.
Wow, that is affordable. I'll tell you guys a funny story.
Yeah.
I have a buddy, and he had really thin hair. It was blonde, but it was thin. But when he was younger, he let it grow out, kind of like Kurt Cobain. And the girls really liked it because he would like, you know how thin hair where you like move your head from left to right and it just flows with you and all that. And I always envied his hair because mine's thick as wire. It's very thick. It's thinned out now that I'm older, but back then, it was like fishing line. But anyways, he started losing his hair like in his early 20s. Already by around 25, 27, he had like a bald spot. So he went to the doctor and they put him on, I think it was either finasteride or finasteride or something.
Finasteride, alopecia.
Yeah. And he was on that for 2 years, and we're outside and it was hot in the summer. And it looked like he was lactating from his nipples, and I'm like it looked gross. Yeah, it looked gross, dude. And I'm like,
yeah,
and then it looked like he had bitch tits, and I never noticed it before.
What's
and I was like,
what's the correlation though? What's the correlation between finasteride and that?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, it's your story.
Okay, so I asked him. I'm like, what happened? And he told me that the medicine he was taking for his hair, he went to a doctor and he was like, what the fuck happened? I guess it tanked your testosterone level, so your estrogen goes up, and you can get gynecomastia. And he told me it was about $10,000 to get the gyno removed from his chest. But dude, he seriously has bitch tits. I was like, holy
I've been taking like huge amounts of finasteride, because I do take finasteride myself, but I take 1.25 mg per day. And
that's what I take.
Like
that's exact shit I take. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's basically to block the DHT, which is basically gonna rip off your hair. So that's kind of like I guess 1.25 is a really good amount.
Yeah, I've
with your life, and you kind of get to keep your hair longer.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily, I've been on for finasteride for a couple of years. Luckily, I haven't grown any tits yet, so I'm hoping to
Right,
keep that
and it's
streak
super
going.
cheap too, right? Like I guess
Yeah.
for me, it
Yeah, absolutely.
cost me like about $40 dollars, I guess USD, and that's per year. That's pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I see some women, the women, you'll hear some women saying they like guys with bald looks, they like guys with bald heads. But notice that's like older women, like
Mhm.
the single moms who say that, the women who are like around middle age or approaching middle age who have that preference. I don't ever see any young women under the age of 25. When I say young, I mean under the age of 25, who have a preference for ball guys. I mean, you see the type of guys they're going for. They're going for these pretty boys who have like the full head of hair,
Right.
who have that Gen
So
Z fluffy
yeah,
hair look. You know what I mean?
I guess the good reference is just to watch what women in their prime look for, right? So they're gonna fuck the dudes that they find attractive, but then when it's kind of like almost time to settle down and stuff, then they're gonna start doing like some compromise. Okay, so this guy is not
Right.
6'4". I'll take it because he has like six figures or some shit like that.
Right.
Just have to be smart, right? Like if women didn't want you when you were at your prime, just don't pick them when you're at your, like when they come back later in life.
Yeah, and that bald look that you're talking about, there is a certain niche of women that like that, but that's like there's a certain niche of men that like goth girls or like girls with
I
short
mean,
hair versus long
I guess
hair.
if you look like guys in Backford, they probably like the
Yeah, exactly. Or Dwayne Johnson or one of these. They're looking for the Stone Cold Steve Austin. Most of the guys that they say are like this bouncer type, violent fighter type dudes. It's not a Steve Jobs that's bald. That would just no offense to anybody, but like if Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates was bald, they just look like they're sick with some type of cancer. No offense to anyone, but just
Yeah. No offense to the Steve Jobs cells out there. Sorry, but
right.
but yeah. I think a lot of what I think a lot. This is probably like a Captain Obvious statement, but I'm guessing, women's, a lot of what influences women's preferences in terms of what they find attractive can be heavily influenced by what they're able to get in the dating market. So for example, as a woman, if a woman she's getting older in age, she's a single, she's had a few kids, she's a single mom, she's approaching middle age. Obviously she's not going to get those pretty e-boy looking guys she used to be able to pull or date back in the day. She can't get those guys anymore. And maybe the guys who are showing interest in her are maybe the guys who are bald or losing their hair. So now all of a sudden she's got a preference for bald guys. You know what I mean? Because that's
right.
That's mostly what she can get. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right, dude. If you go to a gym, at least the ones that I'm here, like the biggest simps are baby boomers. The second biggest simps are Gen Xers, and most of them are bald. And they'll hit on anything. Are they getting anything? No, but you can tell a lot of them walk around. They're short. 5'6" or 5'9" or whatever, and they walk around, thinking that they're chat because maybe they can bench 300 pounds, or some of them, I've seen some of them bench almost 500 pounds, and they start talking to the young girls that are 20, but those girls aren't interested in them whatsoever. But these simps don't know any better. They actually think that she has genuine attraction. But then when you see her, dude, and I've seen this more than 5 times. This chick, she'll be in there a lot. I've been in the gym like so many years now that you can see girls that have broken up, and they'll be in there. Then all the guys will swarm her, the gym rats, and they'll show her how to squat. They'll show her how to lift. They're laughing, giving each other high fives and everything. And then about 2 weeks later, I'm counting the days. I'm like, here it comes. In about 2 or 3 weeks, he can't stand her. He won't look at her. He will, he won't say hi. And then she's like, kind of like, this is awkward. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Well, what happened is that in a lifted truck, this Chad, natural Chad, farmer boy, comes out standing at 6'3", 6'5", broad shoulders as fuck. It looks like he does deadlifts, but he doesn't. He just fucking does heavy. He's probably throwing around cattle all day. One of them was. And they're just big. They're just naturally born big, muscular, fucking dudes. And that's what she ends up getting. And the guy at the gym, that's 5'8", 5'9", and lifting all this weight and stuff. I mean, you can't compete with genetic, perfection. And that's what women want,
It's for me, it's kind of cringe, man. It's like, I notice this so much with these like, especially with a lot of Gen Xers, man. These older Gen Xers, like, they're just we use this term in the black pill community, masculinity copers. Like that's what so much of them are. They're just these masculinity copers, man. Like I work out. I exercise. I do it from home though. I started exercising from home ever since the pandemic. Because obviously gyms were locked down and shit like that. Everything was locked down. So I got used to working out at home, which turns out to be more beneficial. The exercises that I do are more challenging. I burn more calories, and it just has me in better shape than going to the gym. But I'm kind of getting a little off topic, a little off track. But I've been doing that, and I would say, I'm not working out to like be some fucking some gym cell or gym coper. I mean, I just want to exercise just enough to burn my calories, break a sweat, and just remain healthy. But I don't want to do this shit, to try to impress women or try to bulk up, because I think girls are impressed by that shit, because I know they're not, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And we all know that here. But go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, sorry. So what I was gonna say is that what I noticed through dating is that women are usually less flexible with things that you can't change in you. For example, you have a fucked up nose, they're not gonna like you. But then if you have a good face, and then you have, let's say, you're a little bit overweight or a little bit skinny, they're gonna be okay with that, because I guess subconsciously they know that thing can be corrected. You can hit the gym, or you can eat a little bit more, and you get to that like state where you're looking good, you have a nice body. So this is what I saw basically in my life with surgery.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Ryder.
Okay.
Have you ever thought of getting more surgeries now?
Yes, I have. I was due to get 2 more surgeries this year. Now, this is not. I don't want people to think I'm doing this. I think I've gotten to. I think when I started my looks maxing journey, obviously I wanted to improve my dating life, and I saw an improvement. I think I'm at the point now where I just want to look good, just for the sake of, just because I know when you walk out of the house, looks. We know looks plays a heavy role in how you're judged, how you're perceived. So I want to just look good in general, and I think that's that's the main motivation behind still wanting to improve my looks. But yeah, there was two more procedures I wanted to have done. I wanted to have lower blepharoplasty, because I'm starting to see like dark circles under my eyes. And then I wanted to get I'm thinking about getting upper bleph as well. We call it like blepharoplasty. We just call it bleph for short. So upper bleph, lower bleph. So, but yeah.
Okay, what's the upper for?
The upper, honestly, I don't even freaking, I don't really know a lot about it. I know that sounds crazy. I just know that I went for a consultation and the doctor recommended it for me. So
In my mind, it's
Right.
like, well, shit. If the doctor recommends it, fuck it. I guess I need to get it. But I
How much
really
is that
don't.
shit?
I think the quote he gave me, I, I'm, I think it's like somewhere between 6,000 to 8,000. I think.
At what point does the
For both
surgery
or
become?
just one?
I don't know. At what point does the surgery become a little bit excessive? Is there like a point where you're just gonna say fuck it?
Yeah,
Or
I
is
I
it-
think yeah.
I would
think
say
it does.
I would say
Yeah.
there is no limit, Mystery, because
I don't
every
know
time
about
you
that.
improve your looks. Okay, so here's
Yeah,
my.
but I mean, I'm gonna ask you like, what is okay? So you did all this stuff, and then you said you have a girlfriend. So like, what's your next
Right. So the thing
step?
is,
Are you
like,
gonna keep
it's
keep
not
surgery next
affecting
thing, or is it
only.
just gonna be a never-ending chopping my
Sure.
face up, chop my scalp up, chopping this up, chopping that up? Where is
Sure.
what is the end result of doing all this
It's
this looks
living
maxing?
life.
Like, okay, so
Living
I know
life.
that it makes you feel better. I know that it makes you more better perception out,
Right.
out in public. I know that you get better
Right.
perception from women. So like, but is there a like? I guess the fact that we're even talking about this shocks me to some extent. The fact that men are relegated to having to chop up their entire body to fucking appeal to women that
Mhm.
for 50 years that
It
you know aren't fucking worth it. You know they aren't
It
fucking
is
worth it. So
worth it,
why
though.
the fuck are
Okay,
you
but-
chopping your face up
Okay, so
for
can
that?
I? Okay, so
And I know that writers
worth
and
it.
people have been doing
Those-
it for that, but let's be honest
Okay.
here. Most men are going to be doing it for that.
okay, so you're making
Sure.
it clear that,
No.
that's not directed at me, right? That's what
No,
you're
'cause I know
Right.
that you said that, but I know that for most men or who look matched or look maxed rather, they're going to be
Right.
doing it to attract women. If we're being completely honest
Okay.
here.
Okay, let me say this. So the first thing is that, like, you do surgeries not only for dating, but because you want to live life in easy mode,
I just said
like
that.
a chat, right? That's one. And then two, like you're saying, like, not every man does surgery, and that's exactly why surgery works. Because if everybody does it, then we're just gonna basically raise the bar for everyone, and it's gonna go back to square one. That's why, like, it's like the gym, right? Like, not everybody's gonna hit the gym and be consistent at it, and not everyone is gonna take
But
surgery route.
you're giving yourself an advantage to attract what? Now I know that you said
Uh,
earlier, okay, so you get a better perception in life, which is great. But
Yeah.
what is okay? So and then what?
Okay,
I don't know.
so
Like, what is
I'm
the
thinking.
end? What is the? I guess the end result is to chop my face up, chop my scalp up, chop this up, chop that up, break my fucking shins, and then I guess 50 years later, I'm still yeah, I'm still living in this shitty society where things are falling apart and nothing works. So okay, so where exactly are we going with this?
Sure, on a
This is why I've literally been sitting here silent for almost an hour and a half now, wondering. Okay, so this conversation is okay. So we chop our shit up. You know, like, 'cause-
Frankenstein.
yeah, I've been here the whole time just listening. Like, what the fuck's going on? Okay, whatever. I'll just listen here and living here and let you guys chop it up. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, this.
I thought you were off
or-
working on. I thought you were off working on your resume.
It was an open, random discussion. So I just let shit happen. I just let shit happen. So yeah, I was asking the question, like, well, where does it end? Like, you know, is there ever an ending in this? Is it just going to be constant self mutilation, effectively, to appeal to women or appeal to some greater level of looks level that almost is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things?
I guess the more attractive you are, the easier time you're gonna have in life. That's just a
I
rule,
agree.
right? So
I agree.
if you're 10, you're gonna live a life like a super easy mode. If you're a 5, you're gonna live life in hard mode. If you're a 7, you're probably like a medium. So it's just gonna be like taking measures to make your life easier. And some people would see it like myself. I would see it like investment, like what I was asking Ryder about the price. Like if he spends 8,000, that may get him a promotion because people will like him even more at his job, and then he will end up making more money. So for me, I see it as that too.
Someone said I was banging Stacey Light. No, it wasn't.
Let me add this too. You know, I there are certain procedures I thought to get, and I said to myself, "This is going too far." This is one of the most important things I've learned about looks maxing is you have to know your boundary when you first start your looks maxing journey. First of all, let me just say, for people who are really going hardcore with looks maxing like myself or Ghost, this is not like you got to have money for this shit. Like this is not for people who.
Yeah, we're also talking about something that's not even like applicable to the average man in the
Right,
So
exactly.
dating market
Sure.
to maybe unless you go to some third world country and who knows what the fuck happens to your ass.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, let's say you're like a dude in U.S. or Canada or something like that. Getting a hair transplant for like $3,000 or $4,000 is not a big deal, in my opinion. And it's
Do you know
definitely
how much
gonna
the
make
average
your
American
life
has
a
in
lot better.
savings? It's not a big
Nothing.
deal. I mean, unless you go,
But see,
I guess you could put it on payment plan, but I'm just saying, like,
But see,
if you're talking about the
see,
average American, I don't know if we're talking in the
okay.
same reality here. Like, yeah.
But see,
So,
that's why I said it's not something you can do if you're broke. Like you have to have just like expendable income. And when you think about the type of work that myself and Ghost do, like in fact we're not unmarried,
Yeah.
bachelors, if you want to say that, we've got this extra expendable income. Go ahead, Ghost.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I guess being unmarried is a big one too, right? Because it takes away like a lot of expenses and also all the stress. For example, if you're now like in an in between jobs kind of state, right? You're not stressing out. You have like some cash on the side, and you're just like living your life, finding your next job. I guess the surgery. So the other surgery I want, not necessarily surgery, but just fixing up your teeth is such a big one too. And that's also not a very expensive one. I think Invisalign now costs like anywhere between like 3,000 to 5,000 USD, and I don't think that's a lot of money, to be honest. Especially for the reward that you get, right?
I agree.
Yeah, for us, but I understand what Mystery is saying. For
yeah, I'm like you keep saying that's not a lot of money, but like people self-extrapolate a lot. I don't know why they keep doing that.
Mystery, like $3,000. Let's say you're saving $100.
So the average Walmart employee whose rent's $2,000 is supposed to save up that's $3,000 in so many years. That sounds absurd to me.
Okay, so
the average
like
fuck making $35K a year single is gonna have whose rent is like $1,600-$1,700 a month, and his food bills I don't know $200-$300 a month now because thank you Joe Biden, and his car bill, who knows how much that is, cell phone bill there. Who are we talking about?
Okay,
are we talking about? We can talk about the top 15-20% of income all we want, but I mean that's great and all. It sounds great. I mean, yeah. If you have the money, then I'll be my guest. Chop your hair off, or get your hair back, rather. I guess, and
Yeah, I understand not everyone is going to be able to afford it, but a lot of people will be.
Yeah, so Ghost, like I would be able to afford it at my income. I don't need the hair, but see, here's my question to you and Ryder. But I understand where Mystery's coming from. Most people won't be able to afford that either. But what I want to say is, okay, me. So I had a girl say that I look like Adam Sandler. Another one said I look like the guy from Raymond from Everybody Loves Raymond. How would you take that face? How much money would it take to make that face look like maybe a Chad, like a Brad Pitt, or Chad Tatum, or Jason Momoa, or something the closest you could get him to a Chad? How much, like jaw surgery, nose surgery, and how much is that going to cost? And would you just end up deforming the guy's or my face trying to get me there? What's your opinion on
that? So are we talking in the context where the money is not a problem?
Like yes, money is not a problem. Money is not an issue.
So I would start obviously by looking at all SNC videos, like on the location theory, and I guess the Waffle did the remake of those as well. Understand what all the flaws are and try to find the flaws in your face. I think the biggest and the most important area is the eyes. So most of the time, like the eye area is very hard to change. If you're not like blessed with good genetics, it's going to be a long shot. And then the second one, which is the easiest, is the hair. So you want to definitely get a hair transplant.
Not the lower thirds?
I would say lower third, but then the hair is two. So it's kind of like three, I guess.
You're saying like if you're a guy suffering from balding. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so we say like eyes are king and the jaw is low and stuff. But I agree with that. But I would say like look at the hair. The hair is super easy to fix and super cheap in my opinion if you're making decent money. and then you want to go to the jawline.
I just feel like we're leading them into a slaughter. Hold on, I got no. It's my fucking show. Let me talk real quick. Okay, I got this. I think we're leading them into a slaughter because, like, okay, so you're most men are going to be doing this to get women, but the women aren't worth chopping your face up for.
Can I say
or your scalp up or anything else?
I
they aren't worth breaking your shins.
No, Mystery's right. You know, you're right about that.
Oh, Jay, hey Jay, hold on. Because I know you're gonna have some input, Jay. Before you do your thing, I've been waiting to add this. So I would say, I mean, it's everyone is most people are doing things to improve themselves. I mean, if you get up in the morning and you wash your face and you put moisturizer on your face, that's what that person is willing to do to improve their appearance. And you have people like myself and Ghost who are just willing to go further, and we've got the discretionary income. So it's like, and it's not like we have a fucking kid to spend the money on. So it's like, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, why not? I don't have anything else to do with the money. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'm just simply like saying, like, so we live in such a vain society, so we do all this vanity, and rather than, like, I don't know, do the opposite. I don't know, it seems like there's no sense of, like, hey, like, maybe, like, I'm not that fucking bad off. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm preaching because I'm not that bad off myself, but it just seems like, I know some people are in worse conditions, and some people have deformities that need to be fixed or maybe should be fixed with surgery. But at the same time, like, I look at the state of the world and I'm looking at the state of things, and I'm like, you know what, in the grand scheme of things, being ugly is quite maybe a good problem to have. Because do you really want to appeal to the people in the society?
Yeah,
like, so do you want to appeal to egomaniacal assholes and some fuckhead at work? You want to clown on the dude in the lunch line? I don't know, like, I'm just saying. I'm not saying just be ugly theory. That's not a fun thing to say, but
if your goal is to fix society, then obviously surgery is not going to work. But then if you focus on your life on a micro scale, that's going to make a huge difference.
No, but to Mystery's point, and I was about the eyes thing. It's like, look, man, I'm looking at Zac Efron. I saw the movie Iron Claw a couple of days ago, and this guy's worth $18 million according to Google, and his face looks like his shit's all fucked up, right?
He did some like Botox or some shit.
Yeah, but my point is that there's some things. Look, man, the human eye and how we look at people. I mean, surgery is not going to be able to fix it if you inherently are genetically inferior. Like,
you have to have a good face, that's for sure.
And I'm just saying, like, that's why the eye area. So you just can't, like, women are just going to sort of know inherently. So you can kind of get there with the transplant and what have you and make some significant strides, but at the end of the day, you're still going to be genetically inferior, really, no matter what it is that you do.
And really, you are still genetically inferior. You're just masking it with surgery. So, like, when that kid, if you have a kid, which you're probably not, but if you have a kid anyway, that kid's gonna pop out, be ugly as shit, and then you ruin that kid's life too. But
come on.
So, but the last thing I want to say, and with what Mystery was saying, yeah, you're gonna cut up your face. You're gonna go all the way to Turkey and put the jaw implant and get the fucking fuck up your knees and make yourself tall. Whatever it is that you got to do to appeal to people who essentially worship Satan. Like, to his point,
you got it.
To his point, you're appealing to, like Batman Beyond says, you're appealing. These are not good people that you're appealing to. Because the thing about Chads is, and I'll land with this, the thing about Chads is, even though Chad is, yes, he's better off because he's fucking all these women, but a lot of these Chads know, is he really better off because he's able to put his dick into multiple horrible people? He's able to put his dick in multiple narcissists. Is that really, sure, yes, carnally it can be fun, it can feel good, but is that to Mystery's point, is that the solution? Is that really going to make your life that much better if you're inviting these horrible people into your life to do a very intimate thing with you? But anyways,
not necessarily. I agree with that. But then, would you rather be that Chad that you just described, or like an incel beating off to porn every day?
But the
There
but
you
the
go.
problem with what it is, but you're making it binary. It's not that binary. There's something there's something in between. The fact of the matter is
This
you
is
can't
exactly
have
what. Yeah.
the fact of the matter is
The
you
in
can't have
between.
say that again, Ghost.
The in between is what I usually aim for. Like I never wanted to be like that guy who fucks all the chicks in town and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but my whole thing about it is that and again, I'm not sure if Mystery brought this up, but more times than not, a lot of this surgery and stuff is not going to be worth. It's not going to be worth the results that you get. If a man, any man who is 5'9", if he gets himself up to being 5'11" or 6 feet, ultimately that's going to help him get maybe 1 to 2 extra lays a year, if that.
Maybe that's all he needs.
If that.
That might be all he needs.
I mean, I guess society's just destined to coom itself to death, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Even that's not likely though. But what I'm saying, Ryder, is that even that's not really likely.
I hear what you say, DBJ, but you gotta kind of like think about like you being a 6'6" and me being a 6 foot. Like we can't really relate to somebody like who's 5'2" or like 5'9", something like that. It's just it's easy for you to assume that shit, right? Like to say, oh, 5'9" is the same as 6 foot, but the reality is not showing.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying it is. I know that it could potentially help him, but I'm saying that now hypergamy this isn't. We're not in 2013 anymore. This is not 2009. This is not 2002. I'm saying that hypergamy has gotten so much out of control that even if you put in 60,000 or however the fuck much it costs to get that surgery, you're not going. It's like we're in hoflation. You're not going to be able to fucking catch up to it.
Right.
Yeah, I would tell you that. I would tell you this. Like even if I found out tomorrow no woman on the planet would be interested in me, I'd still want to get my procedures that I'm supposed to get this year. I don't give a shit. Like I'm doing it for me. And I want to add this. I want to add this other point. Now I don't know who said it, Jay or Mystery. You said even if you get these procedures, you're still genetically inferior. I said earlier that doing this looks max and shit is not going to turn you from sub 5 to like some giga chat. I've said that. And I don't think I'm like, I don't think a person, if they do hardcore looks maxing, I don't think they're necessarily a genetic fraud, because if you see pictures of me before my looks maxing and after, it's not like this super massive difference. I mean,
you might go from you like the thing about it is you might go from a 5 to a 6.
So you did it for marginal gains, like marginal.
I even if it was that, I think it's still worth it. I think if you make hold on, I think if you make a marginal gain, I don't think that makes someone a fraud. I mean, I think if
that's by definition, that's what it is, right? Like you change something fundamental about your nose, something fundamental that you came with out of the box, out of the book, out of the box with your nose, or your chin, or your eye area. So those features. She's looking at those features, and you'd be surprised what human beings can notice when they notice. Like human beings look at stuff subconsciously and see things, but they might not notice it on the face of it. Now, I'm not saying don't do it. Do what you got to do, but I'm just saying you don't have to listen to my fuck. I'm just some random dude on the internet. Well, you don't got to listen to me. But
are you, Ryder? So to answer the whole fraud question, Ryder, when you get these surgeries, and let's say you are talking to a woman, are you open to these women that you've gotten these surgeries?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Yeah, so in that case, I don't think it necessarily would.
Oh, dude, Drolix is back. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? I haven't talked to you in years.
I don't think going from like if a guy went from like a 5 to a 6, I wouldn't call that guy a fraud. Now, if a chick
he's not a fraud, but okay, let me ask you this, Ryder. Besides women, what would be the worthwhile gain for a man for him going from a 5 to a 6?
5 to a 6.
If he's spending, let's say, I mean, how much did you spend on looks maxing?
How much did I spend?
Yeah.
Shit. I mean, because I've
You don't
actually
have to say
had.
like just say like like throw out like a number that is close to what you spent.
Well, I know. No, I know. I trust me. I know that's what you want to ballpark. I'm just thinking. I had some hair procedures done as well, because I was losing my hair. Shit. I don't know. Probably 40,000.
Shit. Okay. $40,000. All right.
For
So
maybe even 50, maybe even 50,000. But
okay,
I,
so
I
let's say-
remember I
we'll say
make a lot
45
of
and
money.
cut the baby in half, right? So
I made
45.
a lot. I made a lot of money.
no, which is great, man. I'm not crapping
So I
on it.
had the money.
But it is but that is the salary of an average man, a yearly salary. So the yearly salary of an average man, and I definitely want to get because Jarlis just got in here. Appreciate you being here, man. It's been a while. But what besides women was the benefit of for a man going from a 5 to a 6 in your opinion?
I don't know if I can fully articulate it. I don't think I can fully articulate it. I just know better looking is better. That's it. That's I mean I can't. Okay,
Ryder.
well, go for it, Ghost. I can't give you a
man.
textbook definition. Go for it, Ghost.
Sure. So I get more interviews. I get more jobs. I get easier interviews. I get people asking me about my day when I go shopping versus just a hi or like barely looking at you like at the cashier.
Wait, what are you now, Ghost?
Smiling and saying hi.
Wait, what would you consider yourself to be now?
So SnC rated me at 6.5 like 2 or 3 years ago.
No,
and
I'm saying
I was a 4. I was a 4-ish, or like 4.5, and then I did 3 surgeries, and then I'm kind of surprised at the cost you mentioned, Ryder, because like for me, like the 3 things that I did, which is nose job and hair transplant and teeth, teeth alignment,
what did those
cost me like $15K.
Okay, what did those those interviews, those extra interviews that you got, what did those extra interviews get you?
Jobs, multiple jobs. I used to. I was talking about that earlier. Like I used to do like multiple jobs at the same time, especially during COVID. I worked remotely as a developer, so being like hopping on interviews, you just get like an easier time. People like try to throw less shit at you. You get away with some mistakes here and there. They always like find I guess like let's say you make a mistake, they always say, oh, he's friendly, he's motivated, he's eager to learn. You get those kind of like bullshit arguments to basically like help you move forward instead of like if you were like a sub 5, like the first strike you're out, or like even if you get everything right, sometimes like this guy is not super friendly or like he's weird or some shit like that.
Okay.
Let me.
Yo, hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Charles? Yeah, what's up, bro?
All right, finally. Sorry, man. It's been a while since
I hear you, dude.
got into StreamYard. So all my settings were fucked up. Plus, I have like 3 different mics, so it took a while to figure out my audio.
Right.
So, yeah, am I coming through loud and clear?
You sound great, dude.
All right, excellent. So yeah, no, long time no here, but yo, I have to get on. It's like I'm at the point where it's like, fuck, I've heard it all, listened to it all. It's like I'm not motivated to come here and talk, but the only reason I'm here is, dude, I gotta fucking call bullshit out when it is. So
Go ahead.
yeah, I got too many points. Where do I start? Right?
Just start, dude. Let's go crazy.
Let's hear it.
All right. And hey, I'm gonna roast you motherfuckers, but just remember, we're all here coping, suffering.
Right.
It's meant in good faith, and hopefully fuckers can hear this and learn their lesson.
We got you.
Right.
Go
All
for it.
right. I got a note here. Yeah. So to BPJ's credit, earlier you did mention one of my posts. It was about the theory that we're seeing women for the first time. And it was a pretty big brain post on brain cells, but essentially before 1970, the very idea of a woman is basically what the patriarchy, the male masculinity, has constructed. If you get my drift, this chaste, beautiful, modest, loyal, obedient women, whatever you have, right, of what this girl next door or whatever, it's all been constructed.
And we're living in a time where literally, the veil has been lifted. There is none of that shit. Women are free, and this is how they act, right? With true unconstraint, so to speak. So we're in a literally uncharted territory, if you in when it comes to women and their psyche, because till then we had a control. So I think that's what you were trying to get at, BPJ. Am I right?
You're
Sorry,
on mute, dude.
I was washing dishes. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I didn't know you posted it, bro.
Yeah, yeah. And the meme term is we are gynonauts, astronauts going into space to conquer the final frontier. We are gynonauts, like we are the men that are like or not conquering,
Yeah,
but experiencing women's true psyche for the first time.
in a weird way, the younger men now, because let's be honest, a lot of us are black pilled. I mean, let's look at TikTok and Generation Z or whatever. We actually know more about women than our fathers and grandfathers ever did.
Yep. So yeah, no, that's a interesting point. Like it's a big bearing. Like we're in uncharted territory. We're like the first guys, so to speak, to try to figure this shit out. Because
I wouldn't. Let me push back. The ancients knew. We just fell off the fucking wagon. But I mean, no, let me not
yeah.
interrupt.
No. Like I don't disagree at all. Like all the big brain ancient forefathers, they all knew. But what I'm talking about is like
That this recent construction of women was literally just that, a construction, and that what they really are is that what the ancients said what they were, and we just ignored them. So
right. Yeah, and in terms of like enforcement, right? Like the men have lost the narrative. It's like we can't enforce it anymore. Tech, the global snuggles market or deregulated snuggles market, it's like the cat's out of the box essentially, and there's no way to put it back, or what's the term, Pandora's box. So yeah, it's like like you talk about honor killings and all this bullshit, what we're talking about here, but we can't enforce it. Like it's gone. The internet, the tech age, it has like basically reached every corner of the globe, figuratively, well, probably literally too. But anyways, that was just like one of the points I wanted to make. And yeah, it's crucial. Like we're here, like figuring it out as gyno knots. And who knows, like in 50 years, 100 years, people are gonna look back and it's like, haha, look at these guys still trying to figure it out. But yeah, anyways. So then, all right, like we were talking about the looks maxing and all that shit. It's like, dude, just fucking admit it. You're doing it to look better. At the end of the day, it's to attract women. You can cope saying, "Oh, I just want to exercise and be healthy or look my best or for it's a job or whatever." Like, just guys need to admit it. It's like, why the fuck are you blowing 10K, 50K, 100K or whatever to, rip your face out and reconstruct it to be appealing to the female gaze?
No, that might be your reason. That's not my reason.
No. Hold up, Ryder. Dude, you're coping fucking hard. I
No,
got a
that's your
file
reason,
on you,
Drolix.
man. I got a
That's
file.
you,
Hold up, I
Drolix,
got a
not
file
me.
on you. No, we gotta call it out, dude.
No, that's
Dating
your
way
reason
back.
for doing it, not mine.
Well, I don't think Drolix has done anything, but we'll let that slide, whatever. But go ahead, Drolix.
No. At the end of the day, it's like at the root of it, right? Like, why? Why are you doing this shit?
This is what I
So
asked.
basically, yeah, it's to attract the opposite sex, plain and simple.
No. Yeah, that's part of it. But I made it clear if no woman was interested in me starting tomorrow, I'd still want to walk out of my house looking.
Ryder, didn't you
presentable.
concede right off rip that you initially did it to get the women?
Yes,
at least, right?
Yes, I did.
So okay,
and
so
I said over time it became more than that.
So let me ask you this, Ryder. So you okay? And look, man, I applaud you. I might do some looks maxing myself and some, so especially if you have the money, all good. Since you've done it, how many women were you able to sleep with as a result?
How many women have I been able to sleep with? I would say, boy, I really started. I attempted to start dating again this year. Probably 3 or 4.
In 2024 already,
Or
or in
sorry,
2020? You mean 2023? And then when you last?
starting in 2023.
Okay. I'm about to
But
say, oh my
I
god, like,
want to
that's
make it
fucking
clear.
insane. That's so fast. Like, holy shit.
No. But I want to make it clear. I don't make gaming women like my full-time job or no shit like that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, but it doesn't have to be. If you're a good-looking dude, I'm not saying you specifically, but if a man's a good-looking dude, he doesn't have to. That's the point of being like a chat or a chat light, is that he doesn't have to like go out there and game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so he was able to sleep with 3 women in 2023.
Yeah, and I'm not a Chad. Like,
okay. And were they decent? Land wells?
Of course. I don't fuck with land. I mean, I don't want to put anyone. Like, if anyone fucks with land wells,
I'm just not crapping on you. Okay,
not for me. It's not for me.
That. Okay.
No, hold on. Yeah, that's the point is you're trying to improve
Let's go.
to get women. Yeah, you're trying to improve to get women, like plain and simple.
If that's how you feel, I disagree. But if that's the conclusion you come to, I guess I can't change your mind. But
no, every guy is doing this. You can cope. It's like, oh, better job, better treatment. Sure, we all fucking know good people have the halo effect to get treated better. But at the end of the day, it's to get women, plain and simple, and just fucking admit that.
Here's what I would admit. Here's what I would admit. I think there may be some. There could be some ego involved. There could be some desire for a certain status. I might concede that could be playing a part. Because status and ego are important to people, and everything is not always about sex. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying 24/7 all you're thinking about getting your dick wet. It's like subconsciously, biologically deep rooted. The improvement is always to get women.
Okay,
even from a ape standpoint.
I want to ask you this, Ghost. I want to ask Ghost something. Like I said, I guess you and I are going to have to agree to disagree on this, Drolix. But I want to ask Ghost something. I mean, Ghost. After I did my looks maxing, and I remember I changed my Facebook profile picture. I remember how my family and friends reacted, because I had not changed my Facebook profile pic in like over 10 years. And the reaction I got from them was so positive.
Wait. But you just said that this was like marginal. Like you said like it didn't do. So did it do a lot or did it do a little? I don't know. Because like if people notice, then obviously, like, because when I brought up the thing about frauding, right? You're genetically frauding somebody. Well, then yeah. If it's so unnoticeable that someone on your profile would see your picture and say, "Hey, dude, you look really, really good today." Well, then,
and I lost weight. I lost weight as well. It was a combination of things. I lost weight as well. But what I'm saying, I'm bringing this up not to make a point only about hardcore looks maxing, but just general improvement of looks in general. Whether you do it through dieting, losing weight, whatever, soft looks maxing, hard looks maxing, but just improvement in appearance. I know the positive reaction I got from friends and family on my Facebook. I mean, and that meant a lot to me. It did. I'd be shitting you if I said it didn't. And Ghost, have you had a similar experience like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing, I want to reply
Didn't it feel good? Didn't it feel good? Didn't it feel good?
It did. So just hold on. So Drolix, so when I started doing this surgery shit, I did it first for the women, and I never said I did to get a job.
Yeah. I'm not attacking you specifically. I'm just saying, there's so many guys that are like, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, like for exercise to stay healthy.
We're all brothers. We're all coping here together, right? So Jay asked, what do you get from surgery besides women? That was the question. So that's why I was talking about jobs.
Yeah, I mean, look, my whole thing is this, right? I mean, if it made you feel good in your family, whether your family, friends reacting to it or whatever, then great. But at the
just
same
hear me
time,
out. I'll
go
get
ahead,
you
sir.
like the answer, right? So, when I started, so it was for the chick, and then it worked for me, right? So I went from like getting used
Well,
up,
hold
you
on,
know, like single mom,
pause real
right?
quick. We're not trying to justify shit here. All I'm
Right.
saying is, you know, like all this look smacking shit, it's just literally to get women. The, you know, better treatment is just like, you know, a positive benefit of the
Side
whole
effect.
thing.
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It'll be a side effect. Yeah.
Right.
So
So
what I
so let's
noticed,
just
right?
yeah, hold, it's okay. This is nothing new. It's under the sun. Like
Right.
everybody knows good looking people get better treatment, easier
Exactly.
access
And
to
they get
snuggles,
also more
whatever.
opportunities, right? They get more opportunities. They get treated better. They get more
Right,
jobs. They
right.
get
So
easier
here's the
interviews.
real
Just basically
question,
like
man.
everything is
I'm here
easier,
to ask the hard questions, man. So,
right?
okay, you know, we can all fucking picture ourselves as Chad Chattington, 32nd of his name or whatever. I've laid 100, you know, I'm at the triple digit count or whatever this year or something. The point
Right.
is, it's like, okay, if we were all Chads tomorrow, like as much
Right.
as we condone the behavior of Chad, right? Like, we would still be doing the same shit. I
Yeah.
think we
Most
can
likely.
agree to that. Right. So it is
Yes.
in male's nature to, yes, I'm gonna snuggle, sow my oats, sow
100%.
my seeds 100%. So
Yeah.
now knowing that shit, right? Hold on. Knowing that shit, you know, like it sounds like you got success with women. So,
Right.
and then you're like, okay, you know, they want commitment. I'm gonna move on to the next once she start. It's like you're literally doing what Chad does. When it's like,
No,
my question
I'm
is,
not.
why the fuck don't you get a good girl and stick with her, and
And
you
this is
know,
what I'm
pair
doing.
up and move on? Is
I
what I'm
said this a
trying to
million
say.
times, but no one wants to hear it. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
Exactly.
yeah,
You're
we
not
talk
listening.
about,
You're not. No, no, you're not listening, Drolix. This is what I have right now. I said it before. I have one girlfriend. I was dating multiple chicks, and now I have one girlfriend. I'm not cohabitating. I'm not gonna live with her. I'm not gonna marry her. But I have one chick, and that's basically like what I'm doing. Um, I'm not gonna go around and like I don't want to fuck all the women in town. That's not been my interest like to begin with. Like even if I was like a giga shot, that wouldn't be me. That's what I'm saying. And then if you're familiar with a YouTuber called Chad Light, who's also had an experience where he was balding and fat, and then he lost weight, became shredded, and had a hair transplant. He was talking not only about like from a dating perspective, he was talking about his family members. His family members. He was talking about his aunt. Before she would ask him like, "Hey, how are you doing?" and before he says like, "I'm doing good," like she would just move on and just like cut him or like basically ignores what he's saying. And then now he says like, she asked me how I'm doing. She takes time to listen. She's nice to him, and it's kind of mind blowing, but it's also very similar experience to what I see. So people like who think that looks
yeah,
like
yeah. Hold on. I
only
think
can affect your dating life.
we're going in circles here. My point is, I'm not specifically calling you out, like as Mystery says. You know, when I say you, it's like,
Ubiquitous, yeah.
okay, yeah, yeah. And so if you know, if we are based as we are, it's like, okay, we've experienced both sides, so to speak. And then if there are guys, you know, after looks maxing or whatever, and so now they can get bitches or whatever, it's like, you know, they're not preaching what they preach or whatever, as in, you know, it's like, why don't you just pair up instead of trying to get the next conquest? Like you are literally trying to add to the problem that what Chad and Brad's are doing and basically pricing out every other guy as well, right?
I don't to my knowledge, I don't think that's what me and Ghost are. I think me and Ghost do desire to be with one woman, and maybe we just haven't found that one woman yet.
I mean, harm, but if you're that old, you're probably not going to find one. It's probably not going to
Maybe
happen.
that could be the case. Like
I hate to be
I'm
like the bearer of
honest.
bad news.
No,
but
no. I fully acknowledge it. I may never get what I want one day. You know.
So like, and I mean, especially in today's day and age, I don't. That seems like a. I'm not saying it's delusional, but it is. Yeah, I have to say it. I'll say it is. But
No,
you're looking for something that doesn't
no.
exist, and then you have.
Yeah.
That's why I keep saying like, so you're chopping your face
Maybe.
up to look for something that doesn't exist, and I'm like, well, then why spend $50K to look for something that doesn't exist when you could have just. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying your life isn't better by being going from a 5 or a 4 to a 6 or a 6 probably, 6.5, whatever you want to call it. But it just seems like I don't know. I'm just talking too much. Go ahead, Drolix.
Yeah, and there's a dude on, a server that shall not be named. I don't want to call names out, but it's like I do know, like, just from what the server says, but there's a guy that legit, was ugly, had deformities. I think he had a bunch of health issues as well. Arguably, he could be a 2, right? Even a sub 3, but then he surgery maxed, and maybe you can, on a good day, you could call him a 5. It's essentially from, sub 3 to low tier normie, if you will. But he's spent considerable fucking amount of money, right? Like 50 grand plus is my guess. And he's still KHHV, right? And the drugs that he takes, all the stuff that, to make it work, it's like it has screwed up his libido. And this is a guy who's like, literally, I will take a fat land whale, rather than be KHHV. But even then, guys like that are struggling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they still get nothing, and he's still planning on getting more surgeries. It's like this fucking perpetual on the hamster wheel kind of shit. At some point, you just kind of face the reality is what a lot of people don't want to face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because about 20. I mean, I don't know. Like, look, 40K. You could take about 20 of that 40K, really about 15, and you put that into the JUCO fund, if you want, and then
JUCO fund.
Yeah,
That's a funny one.
Think about it. You can maybe you can fucking 8. No, think about it. You can fucking 8 once every 2 or 3 months with the 10K or maybe 15K, whatever your budget is. Take that other, 10 or 15K, you can invest it, or I don't know, maybe learn a new skill or go to something. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't spend it, but I guess it's kind of like, if we're being honest, to Drolix's point, more times than not, we're doing it for women. Sure, you can say that, hey, this validation made me feel good, but you kind of could have easily done something actually, not saying y'all specifically, but you guys could have actually done something like actually like impressive, like accomplished a feat, climb a fucking mountain. I don't know, like something, and probably could have felt more validation as opposed to, look, I'm better looking now because I spent money.
It was a feat for me. Looks maxing was a feat for me. But let me ask. I want to. Now I know there was something I was gonna ask.
Hold on, I want to make sure Jolix, and you probably don't want to be in here too long. You have any more topics you want to bring up, Jolix, or you kind of want to keep going, or what's up?
Yeah, one of the things that kind of pissed me off too is maybe I think there was I'm confusing with somebody else. But maybe it was like a couple weeks ago, a couple of guys went to Philippines or something, and they said they had like some success.
I went to that was me. I went to the Philippines. Yeah, that was me.
Okay. And my question is, did you give any of these Foids money?
No, I did not. I mean, I guess money for a taxi to go back home. I mean, shit like that. But we hung out. There was I went to see someone that was special to me. And we hung out for pretty much my entire time we were there, and I got a chance to meet some of her family members and shit like that. So,
okay.
Are you sure they were not Transformers?
The jury's out on that. No, I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, I think there was another boy that was on here, and he said he went.
Oh, I think he's talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't remember his name though. I think it was on, like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I think he had a more honest assessment. He was like, "Yeah, what's the fucking point to even going over there?" So there's a lot of geomaxers, or let's just call them passport bros. But to the point, right? It's like passport bros ain't nothing new. It's just that the brothers have made it super fucking loud these days, and they're fucking it up for all. Low key, I think if you can, you should just go and be quiet about it. You know, it's all this fucking uh guys that haven't gotten any, so they finally get some, and you know, it's that what's that the song I had snuggles. It's
Oh
like they
yeah, I
have
just had
to,
sex. Yeah,
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 like
yeah,
they have
yeah.
to announce it to the
The
world.
whole world, all this shit's going on, guys. Like, is it that
Yeah,
big a deal,
see,
dude?
my issue I have with at least the passport. First of all, let me just say this: there are actually not as many passport bros in these other countries as like you think there is. Way I promise you, way less.
No,
Um,
it doesn't need to be like, you know, 100,000 boils going over. All it needs is like 100 guys to make you know, some noise, and it just fucks it up
yeah,
for the rest, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't, as far as the passport bros, I don't blame. I don't think they're being too loud. I don't think that's the problem. And the reason I don't think that's the problem is because just look at the age we live in. We live in the age of this social media where you can document your lifestyle through video. You know, that's, of course, that's going to happen because we have the technology to publish our lives. So that was going to happen. But the thing I don't like about the passport bros is, um, at least the ones who have like YouTube channels and shit like that. I don't like how they degrade, they openly attack and come for American women. I think like that aspect of it, I disagree with. I think if you're going to leave the country, just do so quietly. And if you want to document your travels, that's fine, but you don't have to shit on American women to you know, you can leave out the door quietly. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing
I
that
don't
happens to me.
necessarily think they're shitting on, you know, the American women, but I mean they have the right to do so because they are shit. But you know, it's like the proverbial like men haven't learned the basic shit, right? Like even in the Me Too, it's like if you just kept your mouth shut, you know, like she wouldn't have felt like she got betrayed, like, oh, like so and so hooked up. Now the whole town knows. I'm angry. I have to spite him, so I have to accuse him of false rape or some shit, right? Like if men just like kept their mouth shut, didn't have to announce their stuff, I would say a lot of this stuff would be, you know, can be avoided. How about that? And so that's just a similarity in the loud ass mouth
What could
passport
be
bros.
avoided? What could be avoided?
Like, you know, getting me too'd. Like if you
Okay.
kept your mouth shut, like if she didn't know, if the her friends didn't know, her whole town didn't know, then now she
Okay.
doesn't have to do the bullshit, false accusations and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's like
Okay. I
somebody
see.
talked to
Okay.
somebody, so then the rest of the town found out, then it came back around, you know. Like that's the basis of it too.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then you know, like the logical conclusion, I say, you know, I'm with Mystery too. You gotta, we kind of
Hmm.
gotta fix it here because you're all you're doing is exporting the problem per se. But
Okay.
then at the end of the day, you know, this shit was it had to be fixed like 30 years ago, essentially.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know, I'm on the passport ship too. Like I'm getting my plans in order
I
to
don't know.
get the fuck out of here. You
I don't.
know,
I don't know. Like I said, you know, I've said this before. I'm a black guy, and I went to Quezon City, which is the most populated city in the Philippines. I was there for 2 weeks. I didn't see one other black guy in that whole freaking city of 3 million people. So I mean, I don't see this passport phenomenon. Same thing when I went to India last year. I didn't see too many outside people. I mean, I don't see this plethora of guys coming from the west of these countries. So I hear what you're saying. You know, you don't want to.
I think it's localized in, you know, some instances, right? Like, because I mean, I'll say it because I'm a rice cell too. Like, fucking Philippines is the ghetto of the Southeast Asia. Like, you know, lowest quality, most impoverished. You know, mentally, the Philippine people aren't all that great, to be honest. You know, but then maybe some of these, like the Black Brothers, who let's say go to DR or Colombia or Latin America. So maybe you'll see it more over there, right? as opposed to like a bunch of black guys in Southeast Asia. So I guess there's nuances. And
No, I didn't even see that many white guys there either. I mean, I really saw like all Filipinos.
yeah, and I agree. Like, the economy shit globally, like, travel is gonna get only more difficult from just a monetary standpoint. So if you aren't making that paper, it's gonna be hard, irrespective, right? And it's gonna get harder and harder. Like, not many people have a lot of disposable income to, travel abroad per se. Uh, to some extent, like, laws are changing. I think it's Brazil is like starting to implement visa. They're making it more difficult per se, right?
Yeah, I heard
You
about that.
you
You got
gotta
to have
have
like
like
$3,000 or some shit in your
yeah,
bank
yeah,
account.
you gotta show your bank account. You got money in there, actual money in there. You gotta have like 2 pages on your passport because it takes up 2 pages to print their visa and shit. So if you don't have a passport book versus, passport card or whatever, it's gonna get harder and harder. But essentially, they're just trying to keep out the low lives, right? Like, all the countries, they want the affluent, they want the high IQ, well traveled, well to do. Like, they don't want fucking the typical backpacker ghetto ass version of the travelers. Like, they don't bring much. Bring your money, come enjoy, yes, then get the fuck out. But don't come here if you're a bum. So yeah, it's I think that even is a direct result of the loud ass mouth, passport bros or whatever. You could almost argue that, yeah. So all I'm saying is, if you're gonna go, go quietly, get your success, keep it real.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and then the some of the shit that was going on, like, in terms of tech, right? Like, I have to interject a little bit. Yeah, even Base Pillington say talk about some tech. Sure. Let me give my thoughts. Like, in any industry, there's also levels, right? Right, Mystery? Like, you could be
Yeah,
an
yeah,
accountant, a CPA, like a corporate, whatever, tax specialist.
yeah.
So, if you're like a, fresh out of college or whatever, like you're literally starting at the bottom, which is obviously fine. Like, no one's expecting you to like graduate college and be like, oh, I manage like $1 billion account book for so and so company. You got to work your way up for sure. But then, focusing on tech, it's like it's like, where do you start, right? And so there's too many levels. And uh how do I put it? Let's just say, okay, if you work at Fang, maybe you can consider that as like being at the top tier. Or I don't know, maybe you're working for NASA at JPL, you got to be like super high IQ, creme de la creme to be at such places, right? Then I would argue the second tier is like either a Fang equivalent, or you're supporting essentially Fang. And then the third tier would be like you're a full-time, programmer or whatever, a consultant, and your ass gets loaned out to other companies. And then the fourth tier is like you're hired at some no-name company because they need an IT department, they need their website, and you're at that level. And then all the freelancers at the bottom level, and then the people that think they know how to code because they did a couple of boot camps, or did some online tutorials and shit. So it's like, in that whole spectrum, where do you land is the real question. Right. So in my experience, most of these tech bros that talk shit are like third tier or below. Like, they haven't gone up to Fang or lived up there.
That's interesting.
So yeah, like, because you gotta, context is king, as Mystery says. Like, where the fuck are you in the totem pole? And frankly, be told, if you're at the shit talking about shit, like, no one gives a fuck about your opinion. or you don't have much of a say, to be honest, right? So yeah, it's just like if you're learning Python now, or I kind of agree with what's the other guy? Ghost Pill, not Ghost Pill, Truth Pill was there earlier. Yeah, it's some of the stuff he said was legit, but yeah, it is moving towards a cost saving. The higher you climb, the less they want you just because they gotta pay you more. So there's always gonna be an influx of Pajeets and Pajitas and
I love that word so much. Fajit.
no, it's
It's
true,
true, but that makes me
like
geek out so
I
much.
get
I
it.
don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I get it from a company's perspective, right? Like, why hire a senior engineer like me, paying 200K a year, where for the same amount they can get an army of Pajeets to just get it to work, right? So yeah, in that regards, you know, what he said, yeah, like why are they gonna hire a US dev like with all the entitlements? Not that they're, entitled and they're like, oh, I'm an elitist or whatever, but yeah, it's just a matter of money, cost, and how much quality they can sacrifice. So, but then the comment that he said was, it's not worth it to get into tech. It's never been more the opposite, I would say. Like, cause, yeah, he brought a good point. The labor cost is increasing. Like, fucking burger flippers are getting $20 an hour. Pizza delivery is getting like $30 an hour. But then that's almost comparable to tech, right? But then it's like, would you rather be fucking flipping burgers or actually writing code and going somewhere? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that people, I mean, I don't know, the education system is still the best system that we have to give people a better job and a better life generally. But I think that when we start, you're seeing the inflation of wages, and we know what that leads to. People increasing prices because no corporation is gonna eat that cost. Normally, they almost never do. It's kind of like the old saying that corporations they don't really pay taxes. People pay taxes, and we all pay the taxes for the corporation through it flows through, and then we pay the taxes for them. So, so the reality is that when as you see labor costs increases on the a lower rung of the economy, more people are going to be looking at their current job saying, well, if I can do an easier job and make comparable pay, like why would I bother getting an education anyway? But education, I think, but then there's also the prestige aspect of like, are you an engineer? Are you a doctor? Are you a lawyer? Are you whatever? But so at some point, do you even care about that anymore? But maybe this is off topic, but I think it's just fun to talk about. But I'm about to end the stream pretty soon, so it's been a while. But not over 5 hours. But Draw, do you have any more topics you want to bring up, or anybody else have any last words you want to say about before I do actual last words? No topics.
I guess I don't have any topics.
Okay, well, let's do some last words. Trellix, you just got here, but last words.
Yeah, man, it's fucking over for real. Like, just do your best at whatever keeps you going is all I gotta say.
Thanks, man. That's some good shit. I like it. That's a good shit. All right, man. Thanks for coming on, dude.
Take it easy.
All right, man. See ya. BPJ, last words.
I just think that.
You there? No, go ahead.
I'm here. Yeah, man. I'm glad that Jogs came back for a bit. Now I'm gonna go back to the rest of the stream. But I think that men got to be more honest with ourselves, man. I think it's 2024. We gotta stop the cope, man. Have your copes, but at the same time, man, we just gotta be honest with ourselves.
I just want men to be in like the same reality, the base reality.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, man. All right, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right,
yeah. Ryder, last words.
Guys, do your thing. Career max, status max. Hell, even if you looks max like me, do your thing. Be good looking. I'll see you later. Bye.
All right, dude. See ya. Ghost, last words.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. Great stream as always. Do the work, Jimmy. Always. And I'll see you guys next time.
All right, dude. See ya. Truth Pill, I know I didn't let you on earlier. I was going to end the stream anyway, but do you have any last words or anything you want to say?
Oh yeah, sure. Thanks for letting me on. My last words are just men, don't be too hard on yourselves. It's not over. It just never began. The government made it this way. So it's not your fault at the end of the day. And thank you, Mystery, for having these streams and for having me on. I really enjoyed it, and I think everybody else does too.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on, my dude. See ya.
All right, bye.
It's amazing how I've somehow increased in viewers over the last few days. I had like 99 people in here at one point, which was kind of nice. So that was kind of cool shit. But all right, dudes. Well, this has been SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 55 of Season 2. Please like, share, subscribe, leave a comment if you like the video. Maybe you hated the video, leave a comment anyway. And never forget, buddy, that wisdom is fucking gold. See you guys next Sunday for episode 56 of Season 2 of SNC. I'll see you guys Wednesday. For Wednesday Night Winsell at right about 3, maybe 4 o'clock. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, dudes, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your week, really. And cheers, my dude. Peace out.